definitely not correct. This is where we store appointment level data. So that one's not going to be right. Professional fees, I would just like cross that right off. That's kind of nonsense there. We're not going to like store data to a fee. Visit type, that's related to scheduling. Maybe I'll even kind of get rid of that cross out. It's just a little bit easier to read. Remember, visit types are all related to scheduling. So for visit type, that's not really applying here. So maybe I've narrowed it down to procedure and order. And looking at the responses, I can see that the class is pretty split between these. I see like 19 people said procedure, 12 people said order. What I want you to be thinking about is that concept Bennett talked to you about with static and dynamic records, right? Remember, we have those different types of records. Static records, those are our records built by admins, kind of used for many patients. They're not changing. Whereas dynamic, well, maybe I'll give myself a little more space here. Dynamic, those are going to be created by the system, and those can store patient-specific data. So what we're talking about here is that when you go to place an order for a patient, you are essentially searching for a procedure. The procedure is one of these static records, right? It is something that the admin built, something that is going to stay constant. Whereas the order, that's a dynamic record. So I'm going to search for a procedure and I'm going to place an order for that procedure. And the order record is going to have things like the patient's name and the authorizing provider and the day and time I placed that order. And did I change the priority from routine to stat? And what did I put in for my order specific questions? All of those details go in the order record. So for this one, again, if you picked procedure, you were close. You were kind of on the right track. But procedure level data is actually stored in the order. So that is why the answer to this one is order. Yeah, and I had mentioned, I saw a chat come in. Yeah, Bennett, it had to be out today, so you guys are stuck with me today. I'm going to have some help in the afternoon, but this morning it's just going to be me. All right. I'm going to keep on annotating. I'd say it wouldn't be a bad idea to grab a screenshot now in case my Zoom It tool betrays me and all this stuff disappears. So I'd say grab a screenshot for safety right now. I'm going to keep on annotating. But I really don't want to have to recreate what I've got on my screen, so feel free to grab a screenshot. Yeah. Virginia, that's going to be a little bit different. I see some questions coming in about parent orders and child orders. I'm going to leave that question hanging out. We'll chat about it a little later. If you send questions that are a little bit out of scope, just know I'll scoop them up at our next break. But since it's just me, it's going to take me a little longer to get to those questions that are not directly related to what we're covering. All right, let me know if you've got any questions about navigators, and we will move on to question 3. Here we are talking about that separate, orderable, performable procedure builds. And this first question on that topic is saying, okay, which of the following items should be configured in an orderable only procedure record? I'm going to look at the answers coming in. Orderable only procedure record. I am seeing a lot of agreement about synonyms. Remember, synonyms are those alternate search terms for ordering, right? Makes sense that in my orderable procedure, in the thing I'm going to order, I want to put synonyms. Default visit type, remember, kind of how our workflow works. We order the orderable, and then we schedule. And to schedule, we need a visit type. So a visit type is something that we are going to link to an orderable. If I don't link the visit type to the orderable, where could that come from? Chat in. Maybe it's blank in the orderable. Where could the other place a visit type could come from? Yeah, Cindy's got it. Chris has got it. Yeah, and I see that question coming in from Virginia. Yeah, putting in the visit type is what's going to make it available for scheduling. Exactly. You need the visit type to be able to schedule. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people chatting, and we could link a visit type to a procedure category. That's our other place. Where we are not going to link the visit type is going to be the performable. We don't link a visit type to a performable only procedure. Right? There's no point. We're not going to pick the performable until all the way at the end of performing. Visit type is controlling scheduling. Right? So that's why we want visit type. Category, this guy is required for all procedures. So if you get a question about, what settings do you need to make in an EAP, whether it's orderable, performable, both, chargeable, whatever it is, needs a category. Now the one incorrect answer here is linked chargeables. Linked chargeables, right? Remember, we want to charge for what we do. In other words, for the performed procedure. Here, we're talking about an orderable only procedure. So the linked chargeables, we are not going to link them to an orderable only. And even beyond that, you're not even allowed to link them to an orderable only. If you set the record purpose to orderable and not performable, you're not even going to see the linked chargeable screen. So that's why linked chargeables is the one answer you should not pick. All right, last question on this screen. This might be a record for me for number of annotations. It says that a cardiologist is trying to place an order for an exercise stress test. They can find the stress test in the order composer so they can order it. They search for the orderable procedure, but they can't find it to order. Sorry, I was thinking of a different question. Which of the following options could cause this issue? So they can't find the procedure. What I always tell people about these troubleshooting questions is kind of ask yourself 2 questions about every single choice. Ask yourself, first off, is this choice even possible? Like, is this a setting you can make in the record? Is this something you can even do in the system? And then also ask yourself, could this choice cause the issue in the question? Because there might be choices that are like broken things or things that would need to be fixed, but they might not be causing this issue. So this issue is specifically, we can't find a procedure to order. That is the issue we are trying to address. So we would want to go through here and figure out what's wrong and could it be causing this issue. Now, all of these other choices, I would say, are definitely problems, right? Not having a linked visit type, not having stress labs available. But these first 2 issues, what step would these guys cause a problem with? If we didn't have a linked visit type, didn't have stress labs available, what step in the workflow would we be running into problems for A and B? I'll give you a hint, it is not ordering. That is not what this would cause issues with. Yeah, Bob has got it, Christine has got it. Yeah, the step in the workflow I'm talking about, where would we run into issues? It would actually be during scheduling. I saw a few different answers coming in, and that's okay, that's why we review. These would be issues during scheduling. So if we didn't have a linked visit type, there were no stress labs available, that's going to cause problems during scheduling. This question is about ordering. So A and B are problems, but they're not the problem in the question. D, the stress test orderable isn't linked to any performables. This would be a problem at end exam when we need to pick a performable. So again, it's a problem, but it's not causing the issue in the question. C is the only one here that's causing the issue in the question. Remember this clinically active, what I want you to think of for a clinically active, that setting is, will this procedure or should this procedure appear in ordering kind of activities? That's what that clinically active setting does. And that's why that would be the right choice here. Yeah, and it's definitely important. I see Virginia chatting and the importance of testing those end user workflows. Yes. Definitely important. All right, so now I'm officially done annotating this slide. Feel free to grab a screenshot. I know there's a lot on here, but let me know if you've got any questions about any of these guys I have up here. Last call for screenshots. This is going to go away forever. All right. Now, one thing I do just want to mention, those first couple of questions about Navigator is I had referenced some pages in the book. Page that I would probably flag if I were you, page 811 is really useful, right? It calls out the difference between appointment level and procedure level topics, gives you examples of those sections there in those topics, tells you where data usually files. That's really helpful. And then also, oh, where is that diagram? Here it is. This diagram, having it filled in would help, but this diagram is also pretty helpful for questions about, which things can be linked to the template, which topics don't get linked to the template. This diagram would be helpful there. So definitely 811, 812, those would be some good pages to flag. All right. Just gonna mark a couple of these questions as answered. Let's go on to our next round of questions here. 5, 6, and 7. Hold up in my poll window as well so I can see your responses to these. All right, so 5, 6, and 7 here. You want a question to appear when a procedure is ordered. Which of the following steps should you take? Before I do any annotations, I'm going to pull up the training companion again. And I want to say, if you get a question about questions, let me find the part of the companion I want. What I would want you to do is go to this page in your training companion, page 919. You get a question about questions, turn here right away. Maybe even put a little sticky note on the PDF of the companion that says questions or something like that. And then that's in your sidebar. You can jump right to that page if you need it. You've got a spot that says questions. But this is a super useful diagram here. So if I'm taking a look at this, as going through this exam, it says we want a question to appear when a procedure is ordered. Well, if I was looking at this diagram, I'd say, should the question appear at ordering? Yes. And I get all the answers I need right here. I would need to build an order-specific question, and I would need to attach that question in the procedure or procedure category. And looking at the answer choices here, I'm seeing a lot of people got this one right. We would need to build an order-specific question, attach it in the procedure or procedure category. Now these other choices around form question, and I'll start doing some annotations now, around form question, questionnaires. Remember, form question, questionnaires, these guys, we don't need them for ordering. Form questions, questionnaires, that's going to be if we want a question to appear at scheduling or performing. So that's why those choices related to questionnaires are not going to be appropriate. We don't need to link order-specific questions to a questionnaire. We're not going to build a form question. Visit type, that's not where we are going to link order-specific questions. Order-specific questions get linked to the procedure or the procedure category. So we link order-specific questions to procedure or procedure category. Now I know this isn't in the question, but I want to review with you guys what's special about how the hierarchy works here. So if we link some order-specific questions to the procedure and to the procedure category, what's kind of different about how that procedure category hierarchy works for order-specific questions? What did we really stress when we were learning this content yesterday? So we've got our procedure level, procedure category level. And kind of what I'm getting at here right, is that normally when we link things to the procedure or the procedure category, we've got that hierarchy structure, right? Normally the system is searching kind of from specific to general, and it's taking the settings from the more specific level. My question for you guys is, if I did that for order specific questions, I linked some to the procedure, some to the procedure category, is that how it works in this situation? Do questions in the procedure always override those in the category? Seeing some thoughts coming in. Not sure what I'm getting at, that's okay. Yeah, Johnson's got it. Saw some good thoughts coming in from Bob. Yeah, what's different about the hierarchy here? It is additive by default. So what I mean by that is typically questions in the EAP add to those in the EDP. It's kind of an exception to our normal sort of hierarchy behavior. So that's something to keep in mind about these order-specific questions. The way that hierarchy works is a little different. We have the option, and it's the default option, to add questions in the EAP to those in the EDP. Yeah, and a little bit of context about this question, right? This question was specifically just about how do we make sure questions appear when ordered, right? And that's just build an order-specific question, link it to the procedure. I went a little bit beyond this question just to remind you guys of the other really important thing about order-specific questions, and it's that they are an exception to our normal settings in the procedure override settings in the category. So I'm just giving you a little bit of extra info here. Again, the special thing about these is they are going to be additive. So if you had a question that said, you've got a couple questions linked in the procedure, a couple questions linked in the category, what's your end user going to see? It's going to be additive by default. Right. So all this I have kind of in these red brackets, I'd say is a little bit of bonus info. Not stuff you needed to answer the question, just stuff I wanted to remind you about for order specific questions. So C, we don't need questionnaires for order specific questions. Order specific questions get directly linked to the procedure or procedure category. And again, I would use that page near the end of the questions and questionnaires chapter, gives you all that info. All right, our next question here, true or false, invasive areas use invasive locations instead of departments. Ooh, this one might have been our hardest one. This tripped a lot of people up here. I'm going to switch my color here. I would say the really key word here is instead of. Instead of. What I want you to remember is that in our invasive areas, we still need a department. Users need to log in. We need a link to the Epic facility structure. So we are still going to need a department. We need, essentially, an invasive location in addition to a department. And these kind of get linked together. So our invasive location is how we get all of that invasive functionality, and we link it to a department so that when we log into that department, we have all that access to all of that invasive functionality we need. So I will admit this was a tricky question. That's why we like asking it during this review. We don't need invasive locations instead of department records. It's not like we just build our department, it's not like we just build our location and then we're done. We have to build that location and the corresponding department, and then we hook them up together. All right, last question on this review here says, you are building some new records for a cath lab at your organization. This cath lab requires some additional case tracking events that are not included in OR invasive system definitions. How can you efficiently set this up without impacting other invasive locations in your organization? What I want you to remember here is we essentially have a little hierarchy. right? We've got invasive locations, and then we have OR/invasive system definitions, right? And those guys come in a little hierarchy, where invasive location is more specific, invasive system definitions is more general. And you can think of invasive system definitions as being like our defaults for all invasive areas at an org. All right, so let's think about these questions here, these options. Let's first get rid of some of them. Choice B is a good one to get rid of, right? It says add these additional case tracking events to OR invasive system definitions. Why we're not going to pick this one? This would add the events for all areas, right? I'll do a sad face because that's not what we want, right? We don't want to impact other invasive locations. So B, definitely wrong. Let's get rid of D as well. D says list all the case tracking events required by your cath lab in the department record. Case tracking, not available. Those settings are not available in the department. The department does not contain kind of invasive settings. That's what the invasive location record is for. So D, not even possible. This guy's not possible. So we're going to get rid of that one too. So then we're really just torn between A and C. We either have to list just those additional case tracking events in your cath lab's invasive location, or we have to list all the case tracking events in your cath lab location. And those are the two answers I see that most people picked. It looks like it was pretty close between A and C. What I really want to stress how you would pick between these answers is that for most of our multi-response items, like case tracking events where we can list a bunch of them, for those multi-response items, our hierarchy is all or nothing. What I mean by that is the system is going to take values from the most specific level with at least one value, and then stop searching. Will not add. So what I mean by that is, let's say we had, just 2 case tracking events in our invasive location. Maybe I'll switch colors here. Let's say we had just like 2 case tracking events in our invasive location. And let's say we had 10 case tracking events in OR system definitions. What the system is going to do is search that hierarchy. It would hit the invasive location first. It would find those 2 case tracking events and be like, great, there is something here. I've got what I need. I'm going to stop searching. So if you had only those additional few case tracking events in your invasive location, those additional ones would be all that your users would get, because the system would have found those few values and then stop searching. So it wouldn't even look to OR invasive system definitions. Again, it is not additive between these 2 levels. We take all the values from one level, or everything's blank at that level. We take all the values from the more general level, but it's not additive. So that's why A was an incorrect answer here. Again, just listing the additional ones wouldn't work. We would have to list all of them, because the system's going to take all the values from one level only. It won't add case tracking events across levels. All right, I'll leave this up on my screen for a bit, but let me know if you've got questions. I saw that last question did stump a lot of people, so please let me know if that's making sense, you need some more explanation. I don't know if there's anything I can do to help on that one. And it may just be something that we can update and what I do want to point out is, I know people have been grabbing screenshots of these slides, which is great. You do have kind of more robust morning reviews in the back of your training companion. I want to say it's Appendix A. There are like 10 question morning reviews for each day. So definitely check that out. You have these questions in addition to more questions. You can definitely kind of study with those questions as well. All right, last call for screenshots. I'm going to be clearing this off my screen here. And then we are going to keep on going. So let me clear this off my screen. All right. Thank you all for doing that morning review. Hopefully that helped a bit. Again, keep on sending in questions. Definitely want to hear what people are wondering about. And I've got our plan up for the day here. So you can see we've got full day. I will say some of these chapters are significantly shorter than the chapters we did yesterday. So I'm confident we will have plenty of time to get all of this done. And yesterday, remember, at the end of the day, we built that invasive location. We started our invasive cardiology workflows. You can see today we are continuing invasive cardiology. We are going to be building invasive providers and invasive procedures and setting up documentation tools like that procedure log narrator, making sure our users have smart forms so they can click buttons within the narrator. And then we're also going to be setting up invasive charges as well. So all day today, we are in invasive cardiology world. All today in invasive cardiology world. That is our plan. So where I would like you to meet me, and I'm turning there too, I want you to find chapter 11 in your book. We are going to be building invasive providers. And you might be thinking, like, Lauren, we already built providers in this class. You even did that chapter with us. We did that on, that was on Tuesday morning. We built providers. This chapter, the reason we are going to do this is that there are some additional settings we need to make to allow providers to be scheduled for cases, to work in our invasive areas. There are some settings we need to make that we haven't seen yet. So that's one reason we have a chapter on invasive providers. Another reason is we are going to do our scheduling a bit differently. We are going to use essentially op time or case-based scheduling. What we're going to see in this chapter is we're still going to need SER records. So we're still going to get to do SER records here. That part is not going to change. But what will change is our scheduling templates are going to look a little different. Our options in those templates are going to look a little different because essentially we are using that case-based scheduling for invasive providers. So conceptually, this chapter should be a nice one to start with. It should feel pretty familiar. We're going to have SER records, going to have templates. The new stuff is we'll just have some settings we hadn't seen before to make sure they can be scheduled for cases in those invasive locations. And we're going to need to set up their scheduling for cases. So just a little bit of kind of getting your minds ready for this chapter. I'm going to clear off these annotations. And I just want to cover what providers we're going to be focusing on in this chapter. So I'm going to clear this off. The providers we are going to focus on in this chapter are cath and EP labs, right? Same way when we talked about non-invasive providers, we had to set up our stress labs and modalities so we can schedule appointments into them. For us in invasive world, we need to set up cath and EP labs and we can schedule cases into those. We're also going to need to make sure our cardiologists are all set up so they can perform invasive procedures. And we're going to need to make sure our support staff are set up appropriately so they can be pulled into our cases when we're assigning people on the kind of snap board. Yeah, and I see Christine's question. Yeah, so EP is definitely up and running from my understanding. Lots of customers are live on using Cupid for electrophysiology. So that's my understanding, Christine. All right. So where I would like you to meet me is page 11.4. And we are going to be starting today in hyperspace. We are going to focus on building cath and EP labs. And for anyone who likes hyperspace more than text, I will say that most of the build we are doing this whole day is going to be in hyperspace. We will occasionally dip into text, but a lot of like the uptime build activities have all been migrated to hyperspace. Oh, and I see Lene saying that they use Cupid for EP at our organizations. Thanks for chatting on it. Right. So I'm seeing some smiley faces coming in. Oh, let me get to my hyperspace window. Hopefully you guys all were able to launch hyperspace. So meet me on this build dashboard here in hyperspace. We're on page 11.4 in the training companion. And where we are going to be hanging out this whole chapter, this Cupid admin component, specifically the staff and resources section of the dashboard. Maybe double check that you're in TRN 1289. Make sure you're in the right spot.
Hey, Olivia.
And from here, you are going to pick rooms/labs. And we're going to create a brand new path lab called Your Prefix Lab 1. And I'm going to click that link in a moment as well. So you're going to click room/labs, create a new one called TRNCB, your 2-digit number. Oops. Lab 1. I'll even kind of highlight that on my screen here. That's what I want you to do. And again, make sure you're using your prefix, not mine. And then click accept. And I will do the same thing in just a moment. Just want to give people a chance to get here. Oh, I see a message from Courtney that hyperspace is moving very slow this morning. Let me know if you're seeing that same behavior. Feel free to chat in if hyperspace is moving really slow for you. Just want to see if this is like a lot of people experiencing this, a couple people. I'm getting moving fine. I'm getting some yeses that it's delayed. Maybe what we'll do real quick is just give me a red X if you are seeing hyperspace moving really slow, and give me a green check if it's moving okay for you. We'll just do it that way. That way I can get a quick sense and don't have to keep count of chats. So if it's really slow for you, give me a red X. Moving okay for you, give me a green check. Right, looks like we got like 5 or so people who are saying it's moving slow. Most of the class saying it's moving okay. All right. Thanks for responding there. Seeing a lot of people saying it's moving okay. Let me just check one moment here. We have a ongoing trainer chat about how virtual training is going, so I'm just going to check and see if anybody else is reporting any issues here. So give me a second. I think I'm seeing, let me go to virtual training, see if there's any issues. All right, looks like I'm not seeing anyone else reporting major issues, but I will definitely take my time here while hyperspace is starting up for people. Let me just clear out that feedback. What I want to try here is I want you to create that new lab, click accept on through, and then I want you to give me that green check when you're here. That way I'll know if we're ready to move on. If your hyperspace is still moving really slow, maybe closing it, restarting it might help. It's my first thought of something to try. Let's see. Green check when you're here. Again, we're just going to that rooms lab activity in the Cupid admin part of that dashboard, creating a new lab. Got about 2/3 of the class giving me that green check. I'll wait a little more because I want to make sure anyone who's having any hyperspace issues doesn't get left behind here. And again, just a reminder of what record we are creating here. This is an SCR record. So we're just creating another one of those provider SER records. And we need that for all of our people and things that are scheduled with patients. I'm seeing a good number of checks, including from some of the people who were reporting some issues here. So I'm going to keep on going. Again, where we are at, we are now in step 5 on page 11.4. Oh no, some people being defeated by hyperspace. Yeah, if hyperspace is really slow or it's crashing, see if you can get that open. Yeah, just watching for now is a good plan. Definitely when we go on our first break, we can chat. I can see if we can get some troubleshooting for you. All right, so when you're creating this invasive lab, What I want you to notice is we've got kind of some forms that we're used to or settings we're used to. What we do need to set on this first form, we do want an abbreviation, right? Notice we've got this yellow yield sign. Always a good idea to put in an abbreviation here. You can just set your abbreviation to Lab 1. And then provider type. Does anyone remember the provider type we use for things, not people? What are we usually putting in the provider type if it's not a person? I know we're used to filling this out in text, but it's going to be the same here. I am seeing overwhelming agreement. Cindy, Bob, say Bob. Virginia, Joshua, yeah. We are going to put in resource. Just saw that come in from Mo as well. Nice. Resource. So provider type, fill in resource. Now notice we have this whole group of scheduling forms, but really this is all kind of for appointment-based scheduling, which is not what we do for our invasive cardiology area. So we are not going to worry about this group of forms at all. Instead, what we care about is this op-time group of forms. So we're going to skip right past that scheduling group of forms and move down to the op-time group of forms. That's what we're going to need because we are using case-based scheduling for our invasive cardiology areas. So I want you to go specifically to general room information. Head there, general room information. And on the general room information form, I want you to link this to your cardiac cath lab's location. This is a record we were in at the end of the day yesterday. Oh, and I'm even going to just get my facility structure diagram pulled up real quick. Give me one moment. I'll do a little PowerPoint rearranging behind the scenes here. I just want to remind you of that facility structure from yesterday, just so you remember what we are doing here. All right, that should do it. There we go. All right, so we just linked essentially our cath lab. That's our SCR record. We just linked that to our invasive location. And that's how we are going to be able to set this cath lab to be available for scheduling in this location. Now, I want you to pick your 2-digit number. So I see a question coming in from Mo. You should be pulling in TRNCB, your 2-digit number cardiac cath labs for your SCR record. So link to your cardiac cath labs. And this link right here is going to be how we make this provider essentially available for cases. Oh, I spelled available wrong. That's okay. Available for cases in this location. It's going to be this link right here. Oh, and the page number, this is at the front of page, it's like the first page in chapter 10. So I forget the exact page number. It's like 10-1, it's probably like 10-3. That's my guess. I'm going to go with 10-3, Christine. You can let me know if that's right. If it's wrong, I'm off by probably at most one page. But this diagram was on page 10-3. Or so. Feel free to grab a screenshot if you want this little annotation. But I just want to connect this to what we did yesterday. We're taking this cath lab, and essentially we're making it active for scheduling in your invasive location. That's different than what we did for non-invasive. For non-invasive, we made our non-human resources active for scheduling in departments. It is 10-3. Awesome. Okay. I'm feeling good about myself this morning. All right, I'm going to clear this off my screen here. Again, you do have this on page 10-3, minus my little drawing of my cath lab. Just clear out the Q&A real quick. Here we go. All right, so link to your cardiac cath labs. Oh, and I'm getting an update that it seems like hyperspace is working better now for people, which is great. Thanks, Brian. So we are linking your location to your cardiac cath lab. We are also going to pop in a display name. We're going to put in TRNCV, your 2-digit number, 1. And what this display name is, that's going to be how this appears on the snapboard. Right? Remember, on the snapboard, we're going to have columns for each of our different resources that we're scheduling into. This is going to be the name that's displayed on the snapboard for this provider. And that is it. That is all we are going to set up in this cardiac cath lab, or lab 1. That's all we're going to set up here. So once you have these 2 settings made on that general room information form, and this one is our super important setting, this location, because that's what's going to make it available, you can click accept. So click accept down in the lower right. Right. Let me know if you've got any questions here about that. And all we did, just set up an SER record. Big difference, we linked it to the invasive location, not the department. Now what we're going to have to do next is set up that additional thing we need for our providers. We need to set up their schedule of availability, and we do that in a scheduling template. Now why we're going to have you do it again in this chapter is because we're going to use an out-time scheduling template. Conceptually, same thing, just going to have some different options there. So the bottom of 11.4 onto 11.5, we're all together going to open the room template activity. And I would recommend using chart search to do this. I don't think there's a link on your dashboard. Does anyone remember the keyboard shortcut for chart search? Feel free to chat it in. This is a good one to remember if you're not too familiar with it. If you learn one thing from this class and that one thing is chart search, I'll be a little sad, but at least you'll have chart search. That'll help you a lot. Yeah, I'm seeing Pratik, Lene, Nigerios, Joshua, Lisa. Yeah, lots of people sending it in. It's going to be control plus space. So try that out, especially if you haven't done it before. Use control plus space. That's going to open up chart search. And once you do that, you're going to search for room template. Room template. Search room template. And then you're going to open your lab 1, the record we just created together. Open your lab 1. I'll do the same thing. I'm going to search room temp because I'm trying to type as little as possible. I'm going to use my prefix, lab 1. And that's going to bring me into this scheduling template editor activity. Now this template activity is laid out a little differently than what we saw on Tuesday, but kind of big picture how this is set up. Lower left, we've got our calendar, right? This is going to be when we can pick our days. So we can say, here's the day whose slots I want to edit. Right here is where we're going to essentially be able to edit those time slots. At the top, we're going to see a display of the selected day slots. And then over here, we're going to have options to kind of save, recur, delete, kind of mess with the slots for a day or a week. So we're going to have our options to kind of mess around with what we've done for these days and weeks. Now, if you look on page 11.5, it says at the top, for the foreseeable future, your cath lab that we're setting up right now is available for any type of procedure 24 hours a day. So we're going to do a pretty simple time slot here. You can leave 8:12 selected, leave the current day selected here. And then we're going to set up our time slots for the current day. Once we have those for the current day, we'll be able to recur them or copy them forward. I'll leave this up for a second in case you want these annotations. And then step 3 on page 11.5, we are going to be setting up today's slots. All right, let me get rid of this on my slide here. Let's set up our slots. Remember, we said we want availability 24 hours a day. So we're just going to type in 00 to 00. Block type, first we're going to put in public, yes. Essentially, if you set blocks to be private, it's going to be limited. You're going to need extra security. Oh, I just see a chat coming in. I'm just going to respond to that really quick. So you should have public set to yes. And then block type, I want you to click a magnifying glass. Click the magnifying glass there. And when you click the magnifying glass, you're going to see the different options for block type. Different options for block type. And this is different than what we had available in our cadence or appointment-based scheduling template. So that's why I want to kind of stress this. I'll just add a couple notes here for the block types. Group and physician. That's going to be how we can have blocks for either a single performing physician. So I could say, my cardiologist, Dr. Lee Amherst, he gets 8 to noon on Tuesdays in this cath lab, and it is reserved for procedures that Dr. Lee is performing. So that would be using the physician option. Or you can set up a group of physicians. So I could have a group of cardiologists that are going to have time in this cath lab. I accidentally deleted that. I'll add that in there. So we can set aside time for a physician or a group of performing physicians. Those are those first two options. So I could have my group of cardiologists and say this time is just for them. We also have this option for these service blocks. And that is where I can set aside time for a kind of general type of invasive procedure. Now, this is going to be used really heavily in our surgical areas, right? Imagine how your ORs are kind of handling your different their time. If you picture an OR, we might block time off for general surgery. We might have time blocked for neurosurgery and plastic surgery. That's going to be really heavily used in our ORs. So examples again are things like neurosurgery, plastic surgery, etc. For Cupid, generally, all of our procedures fall under that service of, let me fix this up here. All of our procedures are going to fall under cardiovascular. So for Cupid, service isn't really going to be used too much because we're generally all going to be under that same cardiovascular service. And then unblocked is going to be essentially allowing everything. So unblocked is going to allow everything. I think the Zoom was messing with me here. So unblocked is going to allow everything. Service, that's the type of invasive procedure. And then that group and physician is based on who's performing it. Now I do see a chat coming in from Mo there. You're seeing a different list. I would make sure your cursor is in that block type. Make sure your cursor is in that block type. That's my first thought. If you put the magnifying glass in public or somewhere else, maybe you're seeing a different list because of that. The other thing I would check is, does your edit template activity look the same as mine? Maybe you ended up in like the cadence one. So let me just check on that. Oh, 41 categories. That's throwing me off here. Let me kind of get out of here. I just want to double check a couple things with you, Mo. But what I want everyone to pick in this block type is unblocked. Click unblocked. Then Mo, we'll do a little bit of troubleshooting together here. I'm going to click unblocked. Again, I want you to double check these things with me. Make sure you've got public set to yes. Public set to yes. And then try clicking that magnifying glass. You should only be seeing those 4 options. if that worked. Oh, I see. Someone's helping me out here. If you, let me kind of clear this out here. If you pick, yeah, some other people are seeing a lot as well. My guess, and let me mark these as answered verbally, is if you pick a block type, so let's say I pick service, once I'm in this block, then I'm going to see a lot of different options here. So I think that 41 is definitely a tip off. And Bob, maybe you're doing the same thing here. Once you pick a block type, if it's not unblocked, so if you pick service, you pick physician, you pick group, then the next thing the system prompts you is with, okay, let's say you're setting up a service block. Which service is that going to be for? So if you've got service filled in here, I'm betting you're in the block field and not the block type field. Yeah, that was a good call in it. So I am betting that you're in the block field. If you're seeing 41 options, I want you to cancel out, head back to the block type, get rid of service, replace it with unblocked. That should fix things. All right, and chatting, let me know if that's not it. Now, I did get a question in from Virginia here. The idea, or what Virginia noticed, right, is once we started entering things in line 1, the system gave us a line 2. Again, in surgery or in ORs, it's going to be really common to have multiple blocks set up. So we'll say, again, this OR is available for general surgery from 6 a.m. to noon, and then noon to 5 p.m. it's available for something else. And we'll set up multiple blocks in a single day. So the system's just making that really easy for us. So once we set up one block, we get another line to set up another block. For us, we just want one block for this day that lasts the whole entire day and has a block type of unblocked. So it's okay that you have this extra line. We are just going to leave all of these fields blank, and it's not going to cause us any problems. Yeah, and Bob is noticing, yeah, so that block type does default to service, again, because that's what's going to be most commonly used in our surgical areas. You just need to change it to unblocked. Once you have that done, you should be seeing what I'm seeing, including this little pencil. So you should be seeing a little pencil icon. That means that essentially this is like a rough draft, hasn't been saved yet. What I want you to do down in the lower right is find that little old school floppy disk save icon and click save. So way down in the lower right, click that little floppy disk save icon. Once you do that, what you should see is that pencil should go away and you should have just this public unblocked time for the current date. Now what we're going to do is take that time and copy it forward. So what I want you to do next is notice there is this little copy icon. Again, you're looking all the way down in the lower right. You've got the little copy icon. That's only going to be active once you save the current day. And I want you to click it. Click copy way down in the lower right. And once you click copy, then we've got this little window where we need to set up the details of this copy. So for copy method, we're going to leave that set to days. For a number of days between, leave that set to 1. In other words, we want the same schedule day after day after day. If we set it to 2, then we would have the same schedule every other day. Or 3 would be every 3 days. Or 7 would be once a week. Here, we just want to repeat the same schedule every day. So leave number of days between to 1. We're going to just include weekends and holidays, so check those little check boxes. From date, let's put in today. And to date, check indefinite. You might not always have that available. For example, if you don't include holidays, you're not going to get that indefinite checkbox. You could just set the to date out, a few years in advance. And then click accept. And I'll leave this up on my screen for a moment if you want to reference mine. Click accept once you have all these details set up. Now it won't really look like much has happened because you're still selected on August 12th. If you just start clicking random days in the future in your calendar, hopefully you see the same exact schedule no matter which day you pick. So you can try that, pick some random days in August, move forward to September, Hopefully, no matter which day you click, you see that same schedule. And one tip I want to call out is you can actually click and drag to select a whole group of days. So if you want to see, for example, a whole week, I clicked to the 12th, I dragged it to the 18th, Sunday to Saturday, and I can see this whole day of, or this whole week of availability. And that would be really useful if you wanted to, let's say, set up different availability on Monday versus Tuesday. You could set up a whole week of time and then use the options for a week to save that whole week and copy that week forward. Yeah, so a couple questions I want to address here. So Courtney is asking, just to clarify, this is the room or lab where we are scheduling our invasive cases. Yes, exactly. So I want you to picture this cardiac cath area of the hospital. There is a sign on one of the cardiac cath labs that says Cardiac Cath Lab 1, and we are saying this Cardiac Cath Lab 1 is available for cases 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is what we are setting up here. All right, next question I'm seeing. Pete, can you just clarify which setting you're referring to there? I think I missed some context in your question. Andrew, my guess. So Andrew just asked, when I click this copy button, it looks like my hyperspace is freezing. My guess is this little window that I'm making dance around on my screen is hidden somewhere on your monitors. So maybe it's behind my WebEx, maybe it's somewhere else. But typically when hyperspace opens up a little window, it's going to go to your primary monitor. So if you click copy and it looks like hyperspace is frozen, I would put probably a decent sum of money on this window being somewhere else. That's my guess. Yeah, always gets you. All right, let me see some other questions coming in here. Oh yeah, so Pete was asking when we said that end time, um, if you wanted that end time to be geared for your copy, you could just use a keyboard shortcut and type like Y+1, or I could type, what's today's date? 12/2022. So you can copy your schedule forward for less time than indefinite. You definitely don't have to check that indefinite checkbox. Yeah, I see some other people saying as well, yeah, that's just something that happens. I will say it's something to watch out for in the smart forms chapter we're going to do today as well. We'll get these windows opening up, so keep an eye on that. Let's see if I've grabbed all of the questions. Okay, so a question coming from Lisa. I can't click and drag to select windows. Another way to do it is, I think if you hold down Shift, that should work as well. So Lisa, if you're not able to click and drag, try holding down your Shift key and seeing if that works. And then Lene, I'm going to answer your question offline. All right. Once you have this all set up, things are looking good. You can close out of this template. So click in the upper right, close out of this template. Upper right. And again, I'll address any outstanding questions in just a minute here. Right, so we are definitely due for a break, and we've also got an exercise coming up as well. So I think we'll do some combined break and exercise time. I do just want to point out the exercise before I send you off to break. So the exercise, and this starts on page 11.6, is you're going to set up a report for your Snapboard. And I want us to just do these first couple of steps together. The way you are going to be able to set up a report for the Snapboard is you're going to click Snapboard. You're going to click Snapboard in your toolbar. Right now, you're looking at a report that shows Cath Lab, your 2-digit number most likely. We are going to make a new report to show your new Cath Lab you just built. The way you're going to get to creating a report on the Snapboard is you're going to need this little gears icon in the upper right. And again, we're going to the Snapboard, clicking that little gears icon in the upper right. That's going to open the Snapboard, kind of this window here. You're going to want to set up a new report for the Snapboard. You do have some screenshots of this in your training companion. Then you'll have the option to create a new report. So what you're going to be able to do is add rooms to your report, set up the date and time and how long that window is going to be. And you'll get to see your new kind of cap on there. If you're not seeing EMH IND00, that is totally okay. You're just going to create a new report anyway. So don't stress if you're seeing a different report than me. You're going to create a brand new report anyway. I do see a couple questions hanging out, and I also want to send this off to exercise/break. So let's just round. We are going to come back at 10:10 Central Time. That's about 18 minutes from now. So that gives us about 8 minutes for the exercise, 10 minutes for a break. Any questions I haven't gotten to yet, I will address them over the next 18 minutes and keep on sending them in. I am also going to put up a slide about the exercise as well. Let me just get to the right spot here. Oh, I don't have an oh, there it is. Here's my exercise slide. So again, I'll put up that time on that slide too. All right, see you back in a little bit.
Hey. Yeah. That's right. What's up? Mm-hmm. You see a critical care patient? Oh. Yeah, what's your last name? The patient's? Beterson? Okay, all right, let me give you a call back in just a little bit. Let me find out what's going on. All right, bye. Oh, no problem, don't worry about it. Okay, bye.
I think she had a new filter all day for everybody that they look at.
There's a patient in the receiving room in May 2204 by the last name of Pearson. It's not letting me pull vitals across.
Yeah, well, I mean.
2204 is the day. The patient's last name is Peterson, Randy Joyner's calling. She's at extension 2136. Anything I can do, or? Well, if there's something I can do to help, let me know. Sorry. Hey, Sam Hutto's gonna be calling you because that's a critical care patient. That's in a different module, so she's gonna be looking at that.
Okay, that was wonderful.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
It's not a different module.
I just called module. Brittany, are you still on the phone?
No,
Oh, good. I got something for you too. Have a nurse in same day who has critical care experience. Not be wiser. She is going to be helping out starting next Tuesday with ICU patients. She has the inpatient nurse template, so she's good. I checked her support. She can log in, but they need to know what tools she needs to assist her with charting. She can look at before Tuesday. What can I tell her to do? Are there tip sheets or anything for her? Learning on the dashboard, and she logs in as a inpatient nurse in critical care. She can go to the learning. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Cool.
You said she was same-day surgery nurse?
Yeah, she's got critical care experience, and she's gonna be helping them out starting next week.
Yeah, you do. This is gonna go in the car. And then, did y'all try to open it and all so we can do it? Okay, so that's what I was gonna say. So, yeah, so when you go in, the only area, so crystal clear, you're crystal clear, you're allowed to visit and stay. So they're not sick, so they have a special room. That's okay. It's associated with us. And then you're actually their FDA taxi, and then one's after the day. So, yep, so they're 22 or 4. So it's gonna be FDA. Okay, so the receiving room for the R2, and then you find the day, and you confirm. And the 20 days of your hours is what, you don't do that. And then you close, and then you should be the receiving. So those are the not validated ones, and on the line, you need to go validate. So that's how you would. Right, because when you associate with it, yeah. Yeah, I'll send it out to you. Yeah, okay. You're a J-O-Y? I'll send it to you. Yeah. You're welcome. All right, thanks. Yeah, I'm back. I don't know, the one today didn't either, and I put it on there, so. Yeah, I mean, this meeting was only set for 30 minutes. So we can not take 2 minutes. If we still want to set up some more time, we can set up some more time. Just so we can say that we did it. Yeah, I was the one who did that too. That was a copy to play off of. I'm not as concerned about,
All right, it is 10:10, time to come back from that break. We'll do an activity for a few minutes, so if you didn't get a chance to grab a break, feel free to run away for a moment and take a break. Pamela, I'm going to answer your question after our fun activity, so I'll show you that once we finish that activity. But let me get my camera on, get my screen on. I thought we would do another round of these one-star Pixar reviews. I know I had done this on Tuesday, and I got a few new ones for you. So chat and let me know if you know these answers. Our first question or our first review here is the first 20 minutes of the film were basically I Am Legend with a robot instead of Will Smith and sandstorms instead of vampires.
You're right.
Anyone know this one?
there you go, we can add it. If not, we can kill it.
Yeah, I'm seeing some right answers coming in.
If we had whipped versions to the full, we could make the column out of the road that I did. So we can use that. What's it?
Yeah, this one is, let me get my cursor clicked over here, Wally. Wally, I do really like that one. All right, let's try another one. Another complaint is that I didn't see a pink snapper in this whole movie. What a disappointment. It's my favorite dish. So this is someone who loves eating pink snapper and is mad that pink snappers were not represented in this movie. Um, the answers we had picked last time are in gray, so that should help you out here. And I'm seeing a lot of people agreeing. This one's gotta be Finding Nemo. Apparently, no pink snappers. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like I'm more used to red snapper. I guess pink snapper is a thing. All right, let's try another one. There are at least 2 more drug references. The paranoid drug-induced spiritualist Triceratops. Ooh, the gang of meth-addicted hillbilly velociraptors. Ooh, what is this one about? God damn if you know this one. Yeah, and maybe just the velociraptors and triceratops is giving you a hint. This one I actually haven't seen, so you could let me know if I am missing out on this one, if you are a fan of this movie. This one is Good Dinosaur. If you're a fan of this one, let me know. Lene is saying, it's good. Talk about tears. We're getting some conflicting advice. Stefan's saying it's not good. Very personal. Yeah, let me know. Next one. What has become of happy, warm entities we can relate to? Even the simplest of brains which could employ them. A monster speaks of terror and malice. Apparently, this person is not a fan of monsters, doesn't want movies about monsters. They're too scary. Oh, I'm seeing lots of people chatting the same. Yeah, I'd say this one you probably got 2 answers that maybe you're looking at. This one is Monsters Inc., which I think is a great one. I love this one. All right, I think we just have one more to try here. What they don't tell you is that there's a part that takes up like 45 minutes where the queen is a bear and Get gets in this major fight with this scary bear. I feel like this was probably in the trailer, but a lot of people are getting this one right. I actually really like this one. You guys can come at me if you're not a fan of it. I feel like this one got mixed reviews. I enjoyed it. This one is Brave. This one's Brave. Alright, nice job everybody. Yeah, oh cool, I'm seeing some people saying that this is underappreciated. They love Brave. Okay, glad I'm not alone here. I love Brave, I think it's great. Love the bears. Love the 3 little brothers who turn into, well, I don't want to spoil it, but it's good. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. This one I'm not sure if I cried. I cry at most Pixar movies. I cry at a lot of movies. My husband made fun of me because I cried at the end of Geostorm, which might be the most ridiculous movie I've cried at, but I just get emotional watching movies. So Pixar, yeah, I know. Feel free to make fun of me too. I probably deserve it. You know, I just get swept up in movies. All right, we are going to keep on going here. I see people chatting in about my admission there about Geostorm. Let me just open up the Snapboard activity because I did see a couple of questions coming in here. So if you were wondering how to find the ID number for your report, I saw that come in from Pamela. Again, the way we edited the Snapboard report is we went to this little gears icon, we clicked Snapboard, and then you created a new report. Now, when you're in this window and you have your new report selected, I know it's really tiny on my screen, but there is a number at the top of the window. So that's where you would find the ID number for your report. You'd be in this editor window, looking in the top left. So looking for that up in the top left here. And when you set this up, you should have added your lab. You should have also set up your resource sidebar to show that scrub person and control group tech and documenter resource. If you wanted, this wasn't in the exercise, you could have even said, you know, here are the scrub persons that work at my organization that I am constantly assigning. Let's just have them default into the sidebar for the scheduler. So that's what these fields were that we didn't have you set up. And then on the general tab, we had you make this public. And again, depends on who you're logged in as. Since you're logged in as your admin, you should have the option for public or private. Lots of your users are not going to have that option, and generally that's a good thing. And then once you ran your report, hopefully you saw just your one lab with that purplish color. You can hover over it, and you should see that block titled Unblocked. All right, so I'm going to clear out the questions in the Q&A there. But let me know if you've got any further questions on this exercise. But we've got our one cath lab with availability 24/7 going forward in time. Right. Where we are going to pick up now, maybe on page 11.8. Got a couple more types of providers set up. Let me pull up my slides here. We've just done, let me check this off, cath and EP labs. Headed next to cardiologist. And I want you to take a look on the top of 11.8. You've got a critical box just calling out here that essentially, right, when we are setting up users to be in the system like our physicians, they're going to need all the records we've talked about in your CLN class. They're going to need an EMP record, that user record, and they also need that provider record. Now in CLN, you edited the provider in text. On page 11.8, that critical box is calling out that in text, and I'll even drag this over, in text, we have the ability to do kind of general provider sort of things. So what I mean by that is place orders and add credentials and enable referrals and enable scheduling for non-invasive, aka appointment-based scheduling. All of that setup for your providers is typically not going to be handled by the Cupid team. That's going to be handled by some other teams. So some team that's in charge of setting up provider records. What we are going to focus on in this chapter, we are going to look at what are the extra settings we need to make sure providers are allowed to perform invasive procedures. And that likely would not be handled by this integrated provider team. This might be something that Cupid analysts like you are doing. So we've got a scenario that says we've got a new cardiologist at your organization. She's already got kind of her basic provider record set up. So someone's already done essentially this bullet point at your organization, but we need to make sure she's allowed to perform those invasive procedures in your cardiac cath labs, in the EMH cardiac cath labs. So we've got a little bit extra set up. So we're gonna have you open that existing record, and all these extra settings we need for invasive providers are going to be in Paperspace. So I'm going to drag this off my screen. Again, you have all these notes, so I'm not going to worry about screenshots there. And I want you to meet me in Hyperspace, and I want you to pick the surgeon/physician admin activity. And go through these steps slowly with me. Click surgeon/physician admin, and search for your last name that you've been using throughout class. If you've forgotten it, it'll be the last name of your administrator in the upper left. It's the last name you've been using for patients. For me, it's Amherst. For you, it's something else. Comma, space, your provider's name is going to be Mia. So Amherst, comma, Mia. And also, don't freak out. It's not going to work initially. So just giving you that warning there. Amherst, comma, Mia. What I mean is when you press enter, it's going to say, hey, we didn't find a matching surgeon slash physician.
Hey, how are
Should
you?
we search all SER records
Okay,
and
let's
see maybe there's an SER with this name who's not already marked as a surgeon slash physician? Yeah, and if we all have a lead provider, I want you to search for Mia. I know in your pre-class email it says lead. Mia is one that isn't fully built out yet. So don't search for Lee. I see that chat coming in. I know your email has Lee. We created another provider for you just for this part of class named Mia. So here I want you to use Mia. Don't use Lee. Good thing to clarify there. And Mo, how you're going to get here again, you're going to use surgeon slash physician admin. That'll open this search window. You're going to search the last name you've been using for all of your users and patients. And mine is Amherst. I can find it in the upper left. Yours is something else. And then the first name of your provider is Mia. When you press enter, it should say a matching surgeon slash physician was not found. And then I want you to click search all records. Clear off these little annotations. I'm going to search all records. You should find your Mia, and then be able to click accept. Find your Mia, click accept, and then click accept again. Now when you do that, you're going to get this little window that says, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Because when you open a provider record in this activity, the system is automatically going to make a little setting for us to mark this provider as a surgeon slash physician. That is perfect. That's what we want. So we are going to click yes. So when you see this message come up, you've been doing the right thing. Click yes. That will take you into your Mia provider. All right, that was a good number of steps here. We just finished steps 1 through 5 on pages 11.8 to 11.9. If you made it here with me, give me a green check. You should be in your Mia, so double check first off that you're in Mia's record. Should be on this demographics form, should be in surgeon slash physician.
Hey, Jacob, this is Denise.
Green check when you're in here.
Doing all right. Listen, I've got a nurse in the OR in room 3.
Just get a quick count, see how people are doing.
Right now.
All right, good number of green checks. I'll wait a moment.
Epic hyperspace. When you click on her
While we're waiting for everybody to get caught up here, just notice we land on this demographics form, and there's a bunch of information here already that we are not going to mess with. So some of the things that are set here would have been coming in from that setting that was done in text, probably by another team. So we're not going to mess with this at all. We'll leave the demographics form as is. Again, we are going to pretend that these scheduling forms don't exist, because that's going to be for appointment-based scheduling. Now, if Mia also performs some non-invasive cardiology appointments, or we wanted her to be able to be pulled in for like stress tests or things like that, we would have to make her active for scheduling in our cardiac NIC and do some of those settings. We're just going to imagine that Mia is exclusively doing invasive cardiology. So for that, we're going to need the Optime group of forms, and I want you to head to general information.
She's got the appropriate security access. What she doesn't have is
on this general information field, notice the setting. Is this provider a surgeon slash performing physician? The answer there is yes. The answer here is yes. This is the setting.
If you would, and somebody call me back.
Was made for us when we opened this record in surgeon slash physician admin. That's the setting the system made for us. And we need this set to yes to pull this provider in as the performing physician in the case. So this is a really important setting. We're only going to be able to pull providers in as the performing physician in a case, in case entry, if they have that marked yes in their provider record. So that would be a good one to star or kind of call out. That's in step 5, or sorry, in step, let's see where we're at here. That's in step 9 there. That's where I am at. Step 9 on page 11.9. Now, I skipped over a step. The book does call out in step 8 that there's also this whole kind of preferences area. So if Mia had particular preferences for how she performs procedures, we would be able to kind of specify that there. So she likes certain music, certain nursing instructions, whatever, we would put that there. Yeah, if you accidentally open the wrong sort of provider in this activity, you could come here and set that to no. Exactly. So if you accidentally opened a staff member through this activity, you would definitely want to change that setting. Right. So you don't have to make any settings, that's made for you. Where I want us to go next is we are going to go to the authorizations form. And that plus this setting on this screen is how we are going to make sure Mia is authorized to be the performing physician for certain types of procedures in certain invasive locations. So I'm going to clear this off my screen. We're going to head to authorizations. And we are going to set here where is Mia allowed to work, which location, and for which types of invasive procedures or which services. Now these are really important settings. So your book has a critical box kind of calling out that she needs these authorizations plus that surgeon/performing physician set to yes in order to be able to pull it into cases. And on 1110, you got a screenshot of the kind of checks that the system is going to run. Let me pull that up on my slide here. Essentially, when you're in case entry, creating a case, you have to specify a location for a case, and that case is also going to have a service associated with it as well. In order to pull in a physician to perform that case, that physician is going to have to essentially match the service that's specified for the case and match the location where that case is being performed. So the system is going to be checking those authorizations. If you don't have that all set up, you're just literally not going to be able to find the physician in this field. Like you type in Mia Amherst and it would return no results. So it's going to check, is that provider authorized to do this particular case? So we're going to have to set up these authorizations for Mia. We're going to put in cardiovascular for the service, and we are going to put in your cardiac cath labs, so TRNCB, your 2-digit number, and EMH, cardiac cath.
So get your little spyglass over there to the right and type in SEH.
And that's it. We are done with Mia.
And hit your
So
spyglass.
from here, you can click accept.
Okay, select
From here,
MINOR
click accept.
and hit accept.
Close out of your Mia provider.
And then hit OK.
You have set up her
Okay,
authorizations.
this is your status board of all your patients. Do you know what to do from here?
Now, what's typically our next step when we're setting up providers? We've got the SER record. What's the next thing we usually do when we're setting up providers?
All right, girl, no problem.
Well, I don't want to give it away too much, but what's that other thing we often set up for our providers? Done it a couple times now, once in this chapter, once yesterday. Yeah, Francis has got it, Bob's got it. Yeah, we set up a provider, an SER record, and then we need to make sure they are available for scheduling. So we set up that other thing, right? Ooh, and Minzy, we're going to see that for our next provider. I just saw the little added as a resource. What I was getting at is when we set up a provider, we are also typically going to have to set up the service. Or sorry, not the service, the template. Got distracted by a question there. So we are all going to have to set up a template. The template is where we set up their schedule of availability. So the template's where we set up that schedule of availability. Now, what I want you to look at is on page 1111, we have some notes about how we typically handle this in Cupid for our people. So I'm just going to call out some notes here. 1111, and Virginia, I'll get to your question. But on 1111, calls out here that we have these invasive scheduling templates And we've got a couple of options of how we approach this for people. First option is essentially what we do for our cardiac cath labs, for our stress labs, for our echo modalities. We essentially take a scheduling template and we keep it accurate, right? We are going into that edit template activity and we are updating the exact hours when that cardiologist is available. What would have to happen then is you would need to be maintaining an up-to-date schedule for the cardiologist in Epic. Now you can see here this option, not really common in Cupid. The option that we recommend and how we set things up in the foundation system is we have our cardiologist built, and then instead of maintaining their template in Epic, we just say, you know what, that cardiologist is going to be marked as available 24/7. This system is going to generate a 24/7 template automatically after the provider record is configured in Hyperspace. Then what your organization would do is they'd have whatever third-party scheduling system they have, and that scheduler would need to check that system when they're scheduling the cardiologist for a case. So what that means for us in this class and in Cupid in general, we're not going to set up these provider templates manually for our cardiologist or for any of our people. We're just going to rely on that 24/7 template that's automatically generated. So I'm just going to show you that on my screen. I'd say for this next part, you can just watch. If you really want to do it, feel free to do it with me. But I just want to show you what it looks like. So your call on this next part, I'm going to do it pretty quick on my screen here. We are just going to take a look at the 24/7 template. So either do it with me or watch. I am just going to chart search for surgeon/physician template. I'm going to look for my Mia. Oops, helps if I spell her name right. Here we go. And take a look. If I click and drag a whole week, I can see every day Mia's got open time all day, every day, going forward forever. So that's what we are going to leave this as. We're going to leave Mia with 24/7 open time. When I mentioned third-party scheduling, I meant your organization likely has third-party scheduling software where you would actually specify, Mia's here these days of the week, she's on vacation the last week of August. That's what I'm talking about. And Chris, I see you chatted in about interfacing with that software. I'm assuming QGenda is a scheduling software. I don't know if that's wrong, but I'm not too familiar with that interfacing. So I'd have to do a little bit of looking on that. So I'll leave your question there, Chris. I'll see if I can find you any extra notes there.
Thank you.
All right. Virginia is pointing out, if I edit this template, it will no longer be automatically updated. What this is really saying is if I decide, you know what, I don't want this 24/7 scheduling template, that means I need to maintain it now going forward. So instead of having that 24/7 into the future, me as the administrator or scheduler, whoever's in charge of maintaining this, is going to have to maintain it going forward. That's what that warning is. All right. And Courtney, I see your question. I'm going to leave that for now, but on our next break, I'll take a look and see what's going on with it. But as long as we're able to see those settings, that's really the important thing. And any of those other questions I'm going to grab later because I want us to move on here. So I will get to your questions in a little bit. All right, on page 11-12, we do have our next staff member. We are going to set up our last provider. We are going to create some invasive supporting staff. Invasive supporting staff. And what I want you to remind, or to remember, my words today, is that when we are setting up our cases, right, and we're scheduling them, we could drag and drop a case onto our schedule here. So just remember, this procedure can't be performed in my lab, but we would be able to drag and drop a case onto our schedule and we would see our patient's name. But what we would also see are those little icons. Those kind of look like lollipops, but I was trying to draw these little icons here. And those little icons would be essentially saying, we need a scrub person or we need a control room tech. Does anyone remember the name of these records? what records did we build to kind of represent a scrub person or represent a control room tech? What's the name of that record we built here? Yeah, Lene's got it, Devin's got it, Pete's got it. Bonus points if you remember the master file. Yeah, we've got all of them listed in that sidebar. And specifically, these are all resource types, ORTs. So when we build staff members or set up staff member SCR records for our invasive cardiology areas, we need to make sure they have the right resource types associated with them. That way they can be pulled into cases to meet these resource needs. So they can do the job of a scrub person or do the job of a control room tech. Now the whole reason we have these resource types, you've got a write it down box on page 11.12 about this. The whole reason we have these is we are going to want to be able to prevent overscheduling of resources, and we want to be able to indicate those resource needs. Indicate for an invasive procedure, we need a scrub person, and we need a nurse, and we need this other person available. Now, when we are setting up our invasive staff members, some things we're going to need to check is we need to make sure we have those resource types, and we need to make sure those providers are linked to those resource types.
And have been for a long time.
Now, Bennett had mentioned this to you yesterday, and this is on page 11.12, that when we create those resource types, those ORT records, those resource types are automatically added to a category list. And your book just reminds you of that on the bottom of 11.12 onto
But that doesn't mean
11.13.
we're not gonna work on 40, so.
Technically, right, we can have resource types for staff and equipment. If you create a resource type for staff, it's going to be added to the staff types category list. So that's why you'll sometimes see it say staff types, sometimes say resource types. Resource type is kind of our like big umbrella term for all of our different resource types. But then we can also have staff types and equipment types and kind of other sorts of types within that. Now, we're not going to go through creating a resource type again. You did that already yesterday. Where we are going to start is we're going to imagine we've got the resource type we need. It's already created. That value is on that staff type category list. We're just going to go in and set up our staff member. And that's on page 11.13. So together with me on 11.13, we're going to create a staff member, and I'll show you where to hook up that resource type. So from our dashboard, and this is again on page 11.13, I want you to find the procedural staff activity. Still in this same staff and resources section where we have been hanging out this whole time. And on this procedural staff activity, we're going to create a brand new provider. Now, in reality, what might happen is the same thing that happened with our cardiologist. That we have a team at our organization, they've created a provider record for a staff member, and we're just adding on a little bit. Here, we're just going to create one from scratch. So click procedural staff, and then let's create a new staff member. We'll use your college last name or the last name you're using for all your users and patients. Again, for me it's Amherst, for you it should be something else. And then their first name is going to be Lena. Click accept. Now immediately, before we even get into this record, when you create your new staff member using this procedural staff activity, the system says, hey, you probably want to link a resource type to that person. We always need to link our staff to resource types. So right away, we are going to say Lena is a control room technician. So in that resource types field, I want you to fill in control room technician. So it's a way for the system to kind of force us to do this. I know some people mentioned maybe being trained on an earlier version. This little window coming up is new for May 2021. So if this took you by surprise, trust me, it took me by surprise as well. This is new in May 21. Click accept. So now the system has kind of made sure we've linked this person to a resource type. Now we do have this demographics form to fill out, so we'll pop in an abbreviation. You could put Lena and then the last initial. Provider type, we can say that Lena is a technologist, let's say. And then notice there is this resource types form. Oh, and I skipped one thing. If you want to add some aliases, if you imagine that Lena's got some nicknames, maybe she goes by Len, Lenny, who knows? Lex, whatever people call Lena, we can put in some aliases as well.
Check on mom and dad, 'cause I ain't know it.
Now from here, we are going to head to this resource types form. Head to this resource types form. I know I made a big deal about like not even going to this form here, but I'll tell you a little bit why. We're going to go to the resource types form right here. And notice that resource type that we filled in when we first were creating the activity or creating this record is here. And then we also have blank lines. So we could also say, maybe Lena can also do the job of document. We could add that right here. So essentially, when we list a resource type in a provider's record, we're kind of making them available for scheduling for appointments with that resource type and for cases with that resource type. Now we had to put these fields somewhere, so they're just on this scheduling form or the scheduling subform. So we're just going to list the resource types here. I promise this is going to apply to case-based scheduling as well. Yeah, and Christine, I just noticed your question. Hopefully this form here is addressing that question. Again, if that person can do more than one job, that first prompt we saw only lets you put in one resource type, but then all you would do is go to this resource types form and list those additional resource types. Now, when we list our resource types on this form, check out the general staff information form under OpTime. It pulls those resource types through to here. This section is not going to be editable. It's essentially kind of linked to that earlier form. Notice that this provider should not be a surgeon/performing physician, so no is exactly what we want. You should be seeing those resource types pull in. And then super important, this is going to be the authorized this staff member to perform cases. If we don't fill out this table, this particular staff member is not going to be allowed to be pulled into cases. So we are going to specify that Lena can do all services in your cardiac cath labs and the EMH cardiac cath labs. And I'm going to make that on my screen right now. I'm going to clear this off. Let's allow her to be pulled into cases in all services in the location and in your location and also in the EMH cardiac cath labs. All services. All right, I see a couple questions coming in. So let me address those questions. First question I'm seeing here, is this allow scheduling outside of department? We left that blank. I'm going to be honest with you, this isn't a setting I've particularly taken notice of. I'm going to control click, see what this one says. Can this record be scheduled in departments other than the OR department? Interesting. So if Mia was working in non-invasive kind of areas, I'm wondering if we would want to set this to yes. My instinct is yes, but I would have to do a little bit more digging here. I wish this help text was a little bit more robust. If Mia is going to be included in non-invasive appointments, what we would need to do is we would need to have her provider record open in text. We would need to make her active for scheduling in departments. Now, I do see a question from Nancy saying, should this be set up for physicians as well? For physicians, we did need to list those authorized services. So that was important for our Mia cardiologist. She needed to be authorized in locations, in services. That's definitely important. For our cardiologists, though, if they are only performing invasive procedures, I'm just going to add a note here for cardiologists. If they are performing invasive procedures only, they actually don't need a resource type. Because remember, think about a resource type. A resource type is kind of like a placeholder during scheduling. We're creating a case and we're saying we need a control room tech and we don't know who it is yet. Whereas for a cardiologist, we need to put that cardiologist name in at the point of case creation. So for cardiologists, we typically are not going to need a resource type if they're only doing those invasive procedures, because we don't really need that placeholder. All right, so hopefully that answered that question. Let me see if there are any other questions I want to address really quickly here. Why did we click that all services checkbox? Yes, I do want to address that one. Why did we click all services? That all services checkbox is essentially saying this provider can be pulled into invasive cases with any service specified. And again, what I would say is this is going to be used a lot more heavily in surgical areas. In Cupid, most cases are going to have a service of cardiovascular. If you wanted, you could set up separate services for EP versus cath. If you wanted to do that, if you wanted to have people authorized to only work in EP or only work in cath procedures, you could set up different services for that. That's not what we have it set up in the foundation system. In surgery, it's going to be used very heavily. So you might have nurses who are trained to work in general surgery and neurosurgery, but they're not trained to work in plastic surgery or something like that. And in that case, you wouldn't want them authorized for all services. All right, I'll leave this all up on my screen for a second. Feel free to grab screenshots. Again, I'll get to any outstanding questions on our next break. I'll clear this off. So hopefully that answers your question, Ruth Ann. Mark that as answered. And what I do want to point out on the page 1114, configuring a scheduling template for supporting staff, essentially the same thing applies for our support staff as for our cardiologists. So for our support staff, we would still have that 24/7 template generated automatically, and we would decide, do we just want that, or do we want to update it and maintain it in Epic? Additionally, this person would definitely need an EMP record to be able to log in. We're not going to worry about that here. I'm going to pause for a moment and let me know any further questions. I will get working on those shortly. Just taking a quick look and seeing if I've got a short poll for you guys. All right, I think we'll do a quick poll. That'll also give me a chance to clean up the Q&A here. So I'm just going to leave this poll open just for about 4 minutes. It's just 4 questions. I will work through as many of those questions as I can in the Q&A during that poll. And we'll do that instead of doing that document your findings. So you should be seeing a poll open up on your screen now. So ignore what it says on my slide here. We're going to do the poll instead. And I am going to clean things up in the Q&A. And then we'll regroup and wrap up this chapter.
What's going on?
But I knew that he's supposed to do something like that, and then we had the issue with the treatment, because. But they were not going to complete that. They can complete every one of those treatments, okay, there's a print group, but then they complete that, and when they complete that, it's supposed to not say it all, like. And that's what.
So you have to wait for them to come pick you up? You have to stay with the aircraft?
Let me know, we can look through stuff, but like, it's supposed to work, it's supposed to do. That might be it. Let me look at that.
You want me to come pick you up? You want me to come pick you up? You want me to come pick you up? Okay, all right. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness.
What's up?
Not really, no. Just a man of principle. I mean, you know, you report something, they keep giving you the same broke shit every day. I hope you're not stuck out there too long.
All right, let's come back. The poll just closed. I've worked through most of those questions. Again, if I didn't get your question, I will get you one later. But let me get my screen on. We'll take a quick look at these poll questions. So first question here, really important one. When you are building providers for invasive cardiology areas, you link them to the location. And remember, and this is something that I know Bennett and I have stressed over and over again, invasive cardiology is cases. Cases are scheduled in locations, not departments.
I will need company.
All right, our next question, how can we restrict time in an invasive lab schedule? Most people got this right. Correct answers are service, performing physician,
All right.
group of performing
Okay,
physicians,
I'll
also
go on.
correct. Patient type, visit type, that was available in those cadence scheduling templates. Next one, after building a resource type, you must manually update that category list. That is definitely false. This list is automatically updated. No need for you to update it. And then last one, your organization just added a new invasive location. How do we make sure our cardiologists are allowed to work there? Well, we need to go into their provider records, and then we need to authorize them to work there. So we would need to go update the authorizations in our cardiologist provider records. Right. That is it for our invasive providers chapter. Let me know if you got any further questions here, and then we'll move on to our next chapter. So I'll pause for a moment in case you want to grab a screenshot, and then we'll move on. Okay. Next chapter. I will say up front, this is one of my favorite chapters to teach. I do enjoy this one. There's a lot of good stuff in here in this chapter, all about how to build invasive procedures. And again, you might be having that feeling like you had in the last chapter. Hey, Lauren, we have talked about procedures already. We had multiple chapters about procedures. Why do we have another chapter? Well, let's remember what's going on with invasive procedures. And I'm just going to put a couple of notes on my screen. just kind of remind you of what's special about invasive procedures. When we are thinking about invasive procedures, we're going to actually need a few kind of different tool sets and a few pieces of documentation. When invasive procedures are performed, right, they are going to be scheduled and performed using cases, or maybe I want to change that to be ordered and scheduled, right? We're going to order a case, and we are going to need essentially like surgical tools during the case. We are going to need to store data to a log. Essentially, kind of while we're performing, we essentially treat it like a surgery. So for our invasive procedures, we kind of treat them like a surgery during performing. After the procedure, however, our cardiologist needs to write a result report. They need to look at images. Those images are going to be tracked with an accession number. So we need some imaging functionality as well. All of this functionality is essentially stuff that we are going to be able to get using OpTime. So essentially, to get all of these surgical tools, we are going to borrow some functionality from OpTime. However, all of this imaging stuff is not available in OpTime procedures, right? This is imaging functionality that we need as well. So I'm kind of setting you up for this. The reason I like to take this time in the beginning of the chapter is what we're going to see is that when we build invasive procedures, it's not going to be a single procedure record. We can't just build one EAP and be done. Instead, what we are going to need is we're going to need a few records working together. We're going to need to take procedure record build from OpTime, so we can do all of the kind of surgical related things that we need. And we're also going to need to use some imaging settings as well that isn't available in OpTime. So I like to kind of affectionately think of invasive procedures as being like little cute Frankensteins that are assembled from parts of other records, and that's how we make them work. That's how we're going to be able to get all the surgical functionality that we need and all of the imaging functionality that we need and get accession numbers assigned appropriately. All of that is going to be coming from combining records. So Bob, your question, we are going to get to that. How do we assign accession numbers? I'm going to leave that hanging out. It's coming. So this chapter is going to start off a little conceptual. We're going to talk about how we structure all of these records together, and then we'll get in and start building those records. So most likely what we'll do is I'll talk about the conceptual stuff, we'll talk about what records we need, then we'll probably take a break, and then we'll get into our record build. So that's a little bit of what's coming. All right, I am going to get rid of this on my screen. And we are going to turn in your book to the beginning of lesson 12. All right, so last call for a screenshot. Again, we're going to kind of cover all this as we go. Meet me in lesson 12. Now, where specifically I want you to be in lesson 12? I want you to be on page 12.5. 12.5 is where we are going to do our overview of how all of these records are going to work together. So let's fill out this table, talk about what all of these records are and how they fit together. You've got the diagram filled in. If you've got a book without answers, you might have some blanks in the table. And I'm going to work my way down the table, talk about all these different records, why we need them, what they control. So first, really important record that we need when we are building a base procedure. Courtney, remind me once I'm done, once we go to break. I'll show you them when we go to break. All right, so what we're going to need when we are building a base procedure, or building an invasive procedure, we are going to need a base procedure, an ORP record. Now the ORP is going to be an OpTime procedure record. Remember how I said we are borrowing from OpTime? ORP, that is short for OR procedure. So essentially, these are the procedure records that OpTime uses. Now, when you are creating a case, the ORP is what you select in case entry. And notice this big long list of things that ORPs control. They control almost everything about the procedure. They're going to contain settings related to ordering, scheduling, and performing. So things like essentially which locations and which services is this authorized in? How long does it take? What do we need during the procedure? Which people and equipment do we need there? All of those settings are all going to come from the ORP. So this is really going to be kind of like our record where we make the vast majority of our procedure settings in this ORP. Now I'm going to clear this off on my screen here. I didn't add too many annotations, and I want to pull up case entry just to kind of remind you of what's going on here. So don't do this with me. I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to create a new case for my Carla patient. Let's imagine it's in the EMH cardiac cath labs. Maybe I'll use my lead provider here. I'm going to create a new case for her. Oh, in hyperspace, keeping me in suspense. So hopefully case entry going to open up here. Interesting. We'll see if this happens. Doesn't, I might not do this little demo. Oh. There we go. All right, so we're now in case entry. And when I'm in case entry here, I've got a service for my case. I've got a location for my case. I've got a physician for my case. And then I need to add procedures. The procedures that I am searching for here, those live in the ORP master file. So that's what that first bullet was calling out. In case entry, you are searching for ORPs. So you can just watch on my screen, yeah. Don't do this on your screen. I'm just going to use this to reference while I'm explaining what all those different records are. So definitely don't do this with me. So just reminding you that ORPs are what I'm searching for here. So let's say for this cath procedure, I want Carla to get a coronary angiography. I just grabbed a record from the ORP master file. And if I want her to also get perhaps an LV-gram and a PCI, all these guys, again, all coming from the ORP. And all of these details around laterality and the length and all these details are all coming from that ORP. So that's our first really critical record that we need. And you might be thinking, okay, why isn't that the only thing we need? Again, we need some imaging functionality because surgeries don't have result reports written up. Surgeries don't have accession numbers. The way we're going to be able to get all of that for our invasive cardiology procedures is we are going to take this base procedure and pair it up with a specific performable. Now this performable record is an EAP, a procedure, with a record purpose of performable. So this is a procedure, EAP, with a record purpose of performable. And in the EAP, we're going to have the ability to link reading tools. Essentially say, what is the resulting workspace for our cardiologist? That's going to come from this EAP potentially, or maybe from the procedure category it's linked to. We're also going to have the option to set up some billing information as well. And what I want you to know of these two records, I'll add a little kind of note on the side, is these come in a pair. So there is going to be a 1-to-1 ratio of base procedure to specific performable. And they usually even have the same name. So we're going to have a base procedure named coronary angiography and a specific performable also named coronary angiography. So they're going to come in a little pair. There's a 1-to-1 ratio between those. Now this specific performable, and I'll add a note just below here, doesn't appear to end users. Nobody is selecting it, no one is choosing it. It is doing kind of behind the scenes work for us. We need it, it needs to be linked, it's doing some important things for us, but it's not something our end users are selecting. All right. So I'll leave this on my screen if you want to grab a screenshot. If I go back to case entry, there is nowhere on my screen in case entry that I'm going to be seeing that specific performable record. Right. I'm going to clear this off. Let's talk about our next record here. We've got the specific performable linked to a couple of other records in addition to being linked to the base procedure. The one I want to talk about is this default orderable. Again, default orderable EAP. This again is a procedure with a record purpose of orderable. And I am going to talk about this bullet point a lot in just a second. But essentially, the default orderable is going to allow us to have a single accession number for a case. And I will talk about what that means when I go back to case entry, because I want to talk through an example with you. The default orderable is what is going to appear in chart review and on the reading work list, and it's going to be shared across similar procedures. So let me just give you an example of a default orderable, the one that we are going to use in class. There is a default orderable in the foundation system called Cath01. And that default orderable, Cath01, is used for all cardiac cath procedures. All cardiac cath procedures get linked to the same exact default orderable. There's also one called EP22 in the foundation system. That's used for all EP procedures. So all of my different cardiac cath performables get linked to the same default orderable. All of my different EP performables get linked to the same default orderable. Now what I want to unpack is this first bullet point here. Creates a single accession number. What I want you to think about here is essentially what the system is going to do is the system will generate one accession number per unique default orderable. I want to go to case entry and talk you through what's happening with this case I created for Carla. Feel free to grab a screenshot if you find this helpful. And I want to talk you through that accession number creation. Last call for screenshots. I'm heading back into hyperspace. And I want to go through an example of how this accession number thing works. All right, so I've got Carla's case. All of these procedures are cardiac cath procedures. So all of these guys are cardiac cath procedures, which means the way they're built is they are all linked to the same default orderable. All these guys behind the scenes are linked to the same default orderable. Now chat in, and this might be a little tricky, so if you're not sure, that's okay. But based on what I had on the previous slide, how many accession numbers do you think would be generated for this case? We've got 3 ORPs, each linked to their own specific performable that are each linked to the same default orderable. How many accession numbers do I get? Yeah. Feel free to chat in. I'm seeing 2 answers, and this is kind of what I expected. I'm seeing some people chat in 3. I'm seeing some people chat in 1. And I get it. Those are the 2 answers I kind of expected you guys to send in. The right answer here is 1. Because remember, they are all linked to the same default orderable. they are all linked to Catho 1, which means we get one accession number. So we generate a unique accession number for each kind of unique default orderable. Everything's linked to the same default orderable. We get one accession number. We are also going to get one line.
What's your computer number?
On the reading work list. And man, your cardiologist would be mad if this wasn't the case. They will get one study, 2 results. They don't want to have to result 3 separate studies because these are all pretty linked together, right? Depending on what we find in the coronary angiography, if we find a blockage, then maybe we're doing the PCI. These are not really separate procedures. We want to result them together. So we're going to have one accession number. All their images are tied to the same accession number. One line on the reading work list, one study to results, one line in chart review. So essentially, packaging them all together with the same default orderable gets us that one accession number, one study, everything gets grouped together. Now, Mandy has a good question here. And I did simplify things a little bit. I probably should have a little caveat here that we are going to get one accession number, one line on the reading work list per essentially panel.
All right.
So there is a little caveat here. So if I had different physicians, like one doing the interventional part and one doing the diagnostic part, if there are separate panels, each panel would get its own accession number.
Okay, tell you what, if you
And its
can't
own
get
study.
it to print locally, call the help desk and ask.
There is a little wrinkle here. I didn't want to throw too much at you right away, but I saw a few people asking. Each panel would get its own accession number, its own study, even if they're linked to the same default order. So that's the one little extra bit.
All right.
All right, so hopefully that answers. I saw the question come in from Craig and Nancy there. Hopefully that answers your question. Panels are going to get their own accession number. Again, for each panel, we would essentially follow this rule. If all of our procedures in the panel are linked to the same default orderable, that panel gets one accession number. And Virginia, I'll take a look at your question after. We're going to take a break real soon. All right. Let me know if you got questions about this whole accession number thing. I will say this is one of the trickier concepts in this chapter, so let me know if there's anything I can clarify here. I'll keep an eye on the Q&A. And then we get rid of these annotations. So if you find this helpful, let me know. And Craig, I'll grab that question on our break. Clear this off my screen. We have one more record to go. Last record to call out, both the specific performable and the default orderable going to be linked to the procedure category, right? All EAPs get linked to a procedure category. Procedure category is where we have our kind of default shared settings or our fallback settings. Still have to have that here. Likely you're going to have a procedure category, for all cardiac cath procedures. There's probably a cardiac cath procedure category you're using. There's probably one for all EP procedures. So essentially you would group those procedures into their own categories. Now I do see that chat coming in from Devin. Yeah, each specific performable gets its own ORP. These two guys, again, are in that 1-to-1 ratio, and they need to be essentially unique for a procedure, whereas the default orderable and the procedure category, those guys are not unique. They're shared among procedures. All right. I think now would be a good point to take our last break of the morning before we start build. So you got questions for me about where we're heading, send them in. Let's take a 10-minute break. That'll bring us to 11:25 Central Time. And when we come back, we will actually start building these records. I will say we're probably done with the hard part. The hard part is the structure, the build. I feel like we'll be fine on that part. So come back in 10 minutes, take a break, and we will get building. And I'll work on clearing out those questions in the meantime. All right, see you guys back in 10 minutes. And I just remember, Courtney, you had wanted to see this chapter review poll, right, from the previous chapter. So I'm just leaving up the review poll from the previous chapter. Someone had asked about a screenshot. Just remember that now. So feel free to grab that screenshot, Courtney. I'll leave it up for about 2 minutes and then I'll move on to that break slide.
But he's not.
It is 11:25. We are going to come back. That was our last break of the morning. And we will play a quick game here. I thought we'd try the crossword puzzle again. It is different every day. So we'll just see how it goes. Get ready, chat in some answers. We can do down, we can do up, or not up, down, and across. Man, talking is hard the more days I teach in a row. But one across is something approval. Yeah, I'm seeing some guesses. Pre-approval, maybe. Maybe we should do another one. Four across. Ooh, and I'm getting people kind of knowing these other ones. What's a message with a subject line? I'm sure we all send many of these. I think Kristen's got it. Yeah, I bet it's email. I'm also getting some people recognizing 6, 7, and 8. So symbolized by balance scales, symbolized by a ram, symbolized by a lion. I think we're talking about astrological signs here. Oh, I'm seeing someone getting one down though. The one named Italian-born male model. I agree, that is definitely Fabio. Maybe that'll help us with some of these ones across. Ooh, and I might be getting some answers into the Q&A, so make sure you're sending your answers into the chat. Oh, no, I'm not. Just send them all. Looks like you guys are doing good. What else we got? 8 across, symbolized by a lion. I agree, that's a Leo. I'm seeing some people say 6 across, balance scales. That's Libra. Let's see. Other ones. Ooh, I see a guess for 1 across. Maybe it's FDA approval. Yeah, that could be it. Let's see if that works with these ones. So fraught with peril. If this is FDA approval, fraught with peril would be dire. I like it. That seems right. And then 3 down, so it goes. Alas. Nice. That looks good. So we got it. Nice job, everyone. I know we jumped around a bit in that puzzle. Good job. Let's take these wins. All right. Close this. Get back into the system or into my slides. And this is what we spent a good while chatting about, right? We were chatting about building invasive procedures. What we are going to do now is actually start building these records. And remember how I said orderables, orderables, procedure category, those are shared? We are not going to build those guys because we expect you to use the ones in the foundation system and maybe just make some changes. What we are going to build in this chapter is the base procedure and the specific performable. And we're going to start with the base procedure because once we have this built, we'll be able to plug it in to the specific performable. That's what that arrow pointing to the right is telling me. So first record is the base procedure, then the specific performable. To build the base procedure, we are going to need to be in hyperspace, and we are starting on page 12.6. So I want you to meet me in hyperspace 12.6. There's a big scenario box at the top of that page, but you can just skip over that for now. It's really just calling out a lot of the settings we're going to make. So feel free to skip over it. And I want you to click the link on your dashboard for invasive procedures. Click that link on your dashboard for invasive procedures. Click that link, invasive procedures, and we are going to create a brand new invasive procedure. Let's call your new invasive procedure your prefix, coronary angiography, and then click accept. Your prefix, coronary angiography. Click accept. And I know we just took a break here, so let me know when you're here. Give me a green check mark. Let me know when you've made it to this coronary angiography procedure. Coronary angiography. Green check when you're here. I'll wait, give people a chance to make it. We just finished step 3 on 12.6. Green check when you are here. All right, I see those numbers creeping up. I want it to be a little higher, so I'll wait another moment. If you're here, feel free to start looking around. Some things you might be noticing, and these aren't settings I need you to make, so it's okay if you're still getting in. Notice there's this one setting that says inactive, no. Okay, that one's a little funny. It's a bit of a double negative. Inactive no is perfect. We want this to be active, so we want inactive set to no. That's the setting that pulls in by default, and we are going to leave that be. So that's one thing to check if you're not finding your procedure. Make sure that inactive is set to no. The other thing to notice that's pulled in automatically is the identifier. Now your identifier should be different than mine because the first row in the table is the record ID in the ORP master file. I know you're probably used to seeing the record ID show up here, like at the top of the screen in brackets. For ORPs, the record ID shows up in the first line in the identifiers table. Do not delete that, leave that alone, but know you can add other identifiers if needed. So if you got alternate IDs for this procedure, like from your legacy system or from your different system, you can put in those other identifiers. And yeah, Craig's pointing out it's funny how we have like inactive no or an active yes. Yeah, I wish this was active. In our EAPs, it used to be clinically inactive, and they changed that maybe about a year ago, and all the trainers were very happy. But the trainers on my team who train ORPs were like, when are you going to update the ORP and make it active? Yes. So maybe they'll update that one day. But for right now, we're stuck with the inactive now. All right. So we could add other identifiers. We are just going to leave that alone. Notice there is also a field for abbreviations. So you can add an abbreviation here, something like CORS. And there are also aliases. Those are just those alternate search terms. And I know I jumped around a little bit in the ordering here, but for aliases, again, that's like the same thing as synonyms. So you can put in like your prefix, CORS, you could put in cath, but we're just trying to give our users different ways to search for the procedure. Now, once you have these filled in, you can move on. We are going to head to the additional information form. So head one form down. Know that some of the settings that we are skipping, we're skipping because they're settings that are used for surgical procedures and they handle things a bit differently. So we're just going to go right to additional information. And on this additional information form, and I just want to show you this on my screen, don't try to head here with me. This additional information form is essentially going to let us set up some of these like little defaults right here. So when you pull in a procedure, should it have a laterality? Should it have a default type of anesthesia? Should it have a region that pulls in? These settings are available on that additional information form. Yeah, and let me just go back to the aliases real quick. I just saw a request come in. For aliases, again, you can just put in your prefix CORS, you can put in cath. Honestly, if you don't fill in anything here, it's going to be okay. These are just alternate search terms. All right, and once you have that general information form filled in, let's go to additional information, and we'll just put in a default laterality. Let me just clear out that question, Ruth Ann. Let's go to additional information. We'll just put in the laterality of NA, not applicable for this procedure. If we were doing something like a left knee surgery, then it would definitely be applicable, and we'd fill that in. All right. We're going to leave everything else blank. Where we're going to head next is authorizations. And anytime you see authorizations, like in your head, like add a little red exclamation point, it's an important form. For invasive cardiology, whether we're in a cardiologist, in a staff member, in a procedure, authorizations, critically important, because we need to say, what sort of invasive procedure is this? This is kind of our general, what type of invasive procedure is this? And then, in which invasive locations can this be performed? Now what I will say is if you, and I'll put my font bigger, if you leave this form blank, what do you guys think would happen if this form was blank? If I didn't put anything in services, anything in location, what do you think that would cause for this procedure? I'll let you know it's a bad thing. If we left this form blank, I'll give you a hint. Do you think I'd be able to pull it into a case? Yeah, Courtney's got it, Lenny's got it. Yeah. If I leave this form blank, yeah, we're not going to be able to do anything with this. You will not be able to add this procedure to a case. Right? We need to put in some details here. We need to say, what sort of procedure is it? We need to say, where can it be performed? Because when we're in case entry, and I'll go back there in a second, the system is checking across the location associated with the case and the service associated with the case and making sure everything matches up. If we leave this blank, it's not going to know what locations it can be performed in. It's not going to know if this is a neurosurgery procedure or a GI surgery procedure or a cardiovascular procedure, so we're not going to be able to pull it in. Additionally, this is going to kind of work together with those authorizations we set up in a provider record. So for a provider to perform this procedure, they're going to need to be authorized for a service on this list, and they're going to need a match in the location as well. So all these authorizations forms across these records are working together. All right, I'm going to clear this all off now, and we're going to set this up. We're going to say that this is authorized to be in that cardiovascular service. And I mentioned in Cupid, that is the service that we generally use, cardiovascular. And then the location, let's pull in your cardiac cath labs. Now, I want you to think back to what we did for Mia. What do you guys think? Can Mia perform this procedure? About what we set up in Mia's record, you can just chat in yes or no. Is Mia going to be allowed to do this? Now, if you really wanted to investigate, you could even open up Mia's provider record if you really wanted to double check and be sure. I'm seeing some different answers. I'm seeing mostly people in agreement, maybe a couple people unsure here. But this is actually going to be yes. And I've got a slide that explains why. In Mia's provider record, right, we authorized her to work in the cardiovascular service. We authorized her to work in the cardiac cath labs. So if we were to set up a case located in your cardiac cath labs with a service of cardiovascular, we'd be able to pull in our Mia provider and we'd be able to pull in this procedure because we're essentially matching up across all those authorizations. And that's what that write it down box on page 12.8 is about. And I'll just pull up my write it down box. She definitely would because we authorized her in that service in that location. That's why these authorizations are so important. All right, next form we are going to head to, I'll leave this up for another moment. We're going to head to procedure times. Procedure times. Essentially, we need to say how long does this procedure take. So I am going to go back to hyperspace now. Oops, I'm going to get there. There we go. And I want you to head to procedure times. It's a couple forms down. And you've got a whole bunch of times listed in step 14. So we're going to say how long does this take to set up and how long does it take to clean up. If we're doing just this procedure, how long does it take? And if we're doing it with other procedures, how long does it take? Oh, and I do see a question about authorizations that I do want to answer on mic. So fill out these times. I'm just going to go back to the authorizations form so I can reference it while I answer your question, Seitan. So on authorizations, notice on this form, I've got cardiovascular for service and location. Essentially, the system checks both of these. So you're going to need to match on service and on location to pull it into a case. So if I go back to Carla's case here, notice, right, I'm setting up a location for the case and a service for the case. The procedure would need to have both of these listed to be able to pull it in right here. So we're checking both.
So there's a person in the ER, but when you put, when you listen to them, it says the wrong person.
Right.
Because it's when you brush.
So we're on procedure time, so we've got 10 for setup, 10 for cleanup, 60 alone, 55 with multiple. Now anyone that's some clinical background, or maybe just you want to guess, why do you think this time with multiple is shorter? Why would it take less time if we're doing multiple procedures? Feel free to chat in. I know we had some people with some cardiology clinical knowledge, so maybe you've been involved in these procedures. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of people saying, our patient's already there. They're in the room, they're prepped. We don't need to do all this stuff again to get our patient ready for the procedure, so we're gonna save a little bit of time. Yeah, so people are calling out a lot of things that would already happen. Our staff is already in the room. We're all set up already. It's just going to take us less time. Right. So I'm seeing just a couple of things here. One more question about authorizations I just want to grab before we fully move on. Bob had just asked that Mia, would she need the service and the location, or just like would she need both or just one? Mia would also need both of these. So she would need to work in this service and this location. We're checking everything. So I'll just chat in both as an answer for all these questions coming. All right. So we've got our procedure times. Where we're headed next, we're going to go to staff and equipment. And here we've got fields where we are going to be able to list things like scrub person, civilian scrub person, fill-in control room tech, fill-in documenter. We could also list anesthesia staff. We could list equipment. All of these guys right here, these are all of our resource types. Right? We are not listing specific providers. We're not saying like your Lena is the one control room tech who has to be there for every coronary angiography procedure. We're just saying we need a control room tech. And closer to the day of the procedure, maybe the day before, the morning of, we're going to pull in a specific person to meet that need. So in the ORP and the base procedure, we list those resource types. And then what I want you to notice when we're listing these resource types, we have this column labeled merge. Now right now those are all set to merge. If I click the magnifying glass, I'll see my other option is duplicate. And I've got a write it down box about what those mean. I'm just going to pull up my slide about that. Essentially, merge is going to allow a staff member to be shared across multiple procedures, whereas duplicate is going to require a different staff member for each procedure. So the way to think about this, right, is we have pretty typically in our cardiac catheterization kind of cases, we'll have a few procedures, like a CORS and a PCI. If the CORS and the PCI both need a documenter, if we picked merge, we would get one documenter for both of those procedures. If we picked a duplicate, we would have a dedicated documenter just for the coronary angiography and a different dedicated documenter just for the PCI. Most likely for people, that's not what you want. You probably just want to allow these resource needs to be merged. Once you got a control room tech there, they're going to do that for all procedures within a case. So that's that difference between merge and duplicate. And again, most of the time, merge is probably the right answer. All right. Let me know if you've got any questions about this form. Go back to hyperspace. We just have one more little bit to do in the ORP. So I'm going to go back into hyperspace here, and I want you to head to the pick list form. Head to the pick list form. And this is where we are going to be able to list supplies and meds that we want to appear in the procedure log automatically. Now your book calls this out, I'm even going to drag this over here,
So
that we would want
anesthesia,
a list
PAT
of all
will
of
see
these
these
default
anesthesia.
drugs to appear. So in this procedure log toolbox group,
Anesthesia
we
will
have
see
all the
these
meds
patients only
pulling
if
by
they're
default.
in house,
You
right?
would also, when you go to the supplies tab,
And
have supplies pull in by default. And you would also be able to have
and they're in house
ingredients.
or arrived, right?
And what I would rather this kind
And
of
they can
form
filter for
say,
those
to
things
be
in
honest,
this
is
report.
essentially not
You can
just
set the
default
time range to
supplies.
whatever time they
I'd
want,
rather it say kind of
or
default
make it default to whatever time
inventory
they want.
items. It's going to allow you to default in both supplies
Or if
and
the status board
implants.
in its
You can do
current
both of
capacity
those
will
with a
work
pick
the way it
list.
is.
So in addition to
Let me show you.
updating the
No.
supplies that are available, you can also update the implants that are available.
I just want to give Dr. Pruitt
Crisis
reassurances that
fields have
no
been
patient's going to fall through.
Someone gave me full control over the
Like,
system.
the reason I send the
I
email
would
about like what
potentially
time frame, you can
change
set
the
the time frame here.
supplies option to be
I'm not sure what
inventory
board they
items
need
option,
them in it.
because
They
it
need
does
their board
include
modified to show
implants
the
as well.
date range of their procedure.
That's the
Now,
thing.
when we're
They
setting
work
up
out
these
like
different
sometimes
medications or
more than a
drugs
week or
and these
whatever.
different
If
supplies
they just
and
had
implants to pull
something
in,
that
we
This
might
is
would
set.
have
populate
a bunch
with
of
the
cath
patients that
procedures
need to be
that essentially need
reviewed,
the
and
same
once they hit
set of
complete, they
meds.
drop
They have a
off.
lot in common. The quicker way we can do this build is notice there is this option to link a core
If
pick
you want
list.
to,
And a
do
core
that
pick
again,
list
open
can be
tickets, so I
shared
can
and
get it configured.
reused across
But
multiple
this is the same
procedures.
board, PPT
So in
board.
other words, if we need
Okay.
typically
This
the
is
same
the
list
green
of
status
meds
is
for a
people here
bunch
who
of cardiac cath
filter
procedures,
the
who wants to
statuses,
maintain that list in
the
every
review
individual
started,
ORP?
these,
Instead, you get to build
Yeah,
a
that's
separate
all
pick
they need to
list.
see, the
You
ones
just
they
hook
need
it
to
up
do.
to all of
I
those
can use
procedures
filter
that need that
up or
same
down
kind
to
of
filter
shared
the
list
ones
of meds.
that need it.
Now, if we don't have what we
Okay.
need, I know this is way at the bottom of
What
my
you doing
screen,
now?
we can do an add-on pick list to essentially
Lord, what are you gonna
add
do for
on
lunch?
to the core pick list. So
Well,
essentially
you want to
add
go
to
grab
that
something?
list.
I brought a little bit of
Now I'm going to
baked
remove this
spaghetti
on my
from
screen here. I saw a couple
Fazoli's,
questions
but
come
I'm
in,
really
so
not
just
feeling
take
it.
a look at those real quick.
Okay, well, holler at me when you're ready. I'm just
See what I
took
have
so
missed.
long working on a few things.
Ooh, and Chris, in Cupid, we do not use preference cards. So preference cards are used in surgery world. This is not a preference card. We are linking a pick list. Yeah, so no preference cards in Cupid. If you're not sure what I'm talking about with preference cards, don't worry about it. It's a surgery thing. All right, the question that I'm seeing from Lene is about medication display name. Let's see if we have any options for that. I'm not sure. I don't know if we'd be able to set that here. All right, so on the lower part of 12.9, we have a scenario. It says your procedure requires a lot of medications that are the same as other cath procedures. So what we're going to get to do is use that core pick list. So on the pick list form, I want you to select drugs, and then I want you to select core pick list. So drugs, core pick list, and down at the bottom of the form, we're all going to pull in the same core pick list, FSCath/EP meds. 3465. Now all of these meds are pulling in from the core pick list. So Lene, we definitely wouldn't be able to change the medication display name here. I do not know if you'd be able to change it in the core pick list. My guess, which I'm going to say I'm maybe 80% confident on, is possibly not. That might be something you'd have to change in the medication record itself. But that's not something I'm 100% on. So we've got all of these meds listed here. Now your book at the bottom of 12.9 calls out that in Cupid, typically the way we build core pick lists in Cupid for our invasive areas is we typically just put meds on because the supplies needed for our procedures often vary quite a bit. So typically our core pick lists are just meds, not meds and supplies. So how are we going to add supplies? They're not on the core pick list. How are we going to add some supplies? What do you guys think? What option are we going to be able to use to add supplies? Can't use the core pick list. What is that other thing we can do? Craig's got it. Lisa's got it. Yeah, add-on pick list. Perfect. Let's go to supplies, and let's use that add-on pick list. And you do have a write it down box on 1210 about that. We're just going to use the add-on pick list. So on this add-on pick list, we can list all of our supplies. And again, if I had complete power over the system, I would change this to inventory items, because you can list supplies and implants here as well. So any supplies or implants that you want to be available, you would put that here. And your book in step 6 gives you 3 to fill in. I will tell you right now, if you put in different ones, it's not going to cause you any problems. So just put in a couple of those supplies, fill them all out if you'd like, but those are in step 6. We'll put in a guide wire, a needle, a sheath, and don't worry too much about picking the exact right one. So guide wire, you can do some completion matching here.
Yes, okay, so I will tell her when she gets done, we will take my picture to call. And then,
Pull in a few of those.
okay.
Notice there is this option here to decide if they should be open or if they should be PRN, so like not open but as needed. And then you'll also see a cost and a charge pull in. Now we are not going to talk about where these records are coming from during class. Instead, right below step 7, your book calls out that there is a homework chapter all about where these inventory items or supplies and implants are coming from. You'll get to see that in the homework chapter. And it also calls out a whole big setup and support guide about this. So not something we'll cover in class, but something you get to do on your own. All right, and we are done building this coronary angiography ORP. Click accept, close that record. Let me know. Questions for me about this ORP build that we did. I'll wait a moment to click accept on my screen. Let me know if you got any questions. So I'm going to click accept. Oh, and you guys will just be back on that build dashboard when you do that. Let me know if you've got questions about building that ORP. Yeah, and I do see another question coming in. Yeah, we don't typically use preference cards in Cupid. So yeah, preference cards are something that's used in surgeries, so we can say, when this surgeon is performing a procedure, what are their preferences? We don't use preference cards in Cupid. I'm not sure if it's possible, but I know it is not what we recommend, and it's not typically used. I'm always hesitant to say that you can never do something in Epic. It just might be like inadvisable. Lene is saying they do it. Okay, thank you, Lene, for letting me know. Yeah, so it looks like it is possible to use them. Again, that's not in the foundation system, so that's why we don't teach it in class. Yeah, and preferences, when we created our new cardiologist, that's a little bit different. So preferences would just be like free text. What do they like working with? What music do they like, playing while they put in stents? That's the preferences. Preference cards are like a separate record where we can say this surgeon wants these other supplies, and this surgeon wants these particular resources, and this surgeon takes this amount of time to perform a procedure. Again, totally beyond the scope of this class, so feel free to ignore everything I just said about preference cards. So we just built this ORP. Ooh. We are going to move on to building our specific performable. So we're now on the bottom of 1210. Just a reminder of what the specific performable is. It is that record that's going to contain these settings related to billing and resulting. And it really is this kind of central hub. It's going to connect to our base procedure. It's going to connect to our orderable. It's going to connect to our category. Yeah, and I see a question from Virginia about the pick list. So likely the medications on the pick list, like those medication records, those are ERX, Those are going to be handled by the pharmacy team. Those will be maintained by Willow. Actually, assembling them into a pick list, my guess is that might be more of a Cupid analyst thing. But it might depend on kind of how you guys split things out at your organization. But definitely building the meds themselves would not be Cupid. All right, we are going to build a performable EAP. Hopefully building an EAP is something that sounds very familiar to you at this point. We are going to have to do that in text. And I think we will have time to do this before our lunch break. I'm going to plan on taking our break probably around 12:15 or so. So let's get into it and start building that specific performable. I think we'll be well set up for the rest of the day if we get this taken care of right now. So I want you to have text open. The path we are going to take in text is the same path we have taken many times. It is one I am very used to. And if you want to feel like a text wizard, you can literally just type in what I'm going to put in the chat right now. We're going to log into text, and then we're going to go to Cupid, which is number 13, master file maintenance, which is 1, 14, which is procedure related, and then 1, which is procedure. And I just typed in all those numbers with commas because you can use something cool called chaining. If you have done a workflow many times and you have those numbers memorized, you can literally just type the numbers with commas, press enter, and you will be at the screen you want to be at. So that is the super fast way to get somewhere in text. To do it each step, again, it's going to be 13 for Cupid, then 1 for master file maintenance, 14 for procedure related, 1 for procedure. So let's all make our way to that procedure master file prompts. Again, use those numbers I chatted in. 13, 1 for master file maintenance, 14 for procedure related, and then 1 for procedure. And then when you're here, give me that green check. I know I went through that a little bit more quickly because we should be kind of getting used to that path. It's one we've taken a lot of times. Oh, and I'm not sure. I just saw a question come in from Joshua. When will text update to be allowed to allow you to use favorites? I haven't heard of that, so I do not know the answer to that one. Green check when you've made it to this procedure prompts. Let me know. And we'll pause for a moment. If you are here, feel free to move on to the next step. We are going to create a new procedure called your prefix, coronary angiography. I am seeing only about 30 people or so on this screen, so remember, give me a green check when you're here. And then we will get into this procedure.
What's going on? Okay. I can't beat you up, huh?
I'll start typing the name of my procedure once you're here. It's your prefix, coronary angiography. Remember, we typically give it the exact same name as the ORP, which is okay because they're in 2 separate master files. 2 separate master
Get the
files.
aircraft, are they able to fly it back? Okay.
Seeing that number creeping up here, so I'm going to move on, create your new procedure here. As we go through this, I'm not going to talk too long about the settings because you've heard it a few times already. So we'll really just be moving through making settings. I'll just spend time on the settings that are different for this sort of procedure.
Right.
So create your new procedure. Say yes, you want to create it, accept that system assignment. Keep on pressing enter until you are in that record. On our procedure information screen, we are going to make our settings that we always make. Procedure type will be charge. We are going to need to link to the CV cardiac cath procedures category.
Hopefully they're not in it.
So you're just going to need to make 2 settings on this screen. Procedure type is charge. Category, CV cardiac cath procedures. We are going to leave synonyms blank because remember, we are building the specific performable, aka something that no one is ordering. So we don't need to fill out synonyms. No point.
Okay.
Once you've got that procedure type
Okay,
and
sounds good.
category filled in, page down to record purpose. Again, this is a performable, so we're setting performable to yes. And then once you have performable filled in, page down again. That is going to take you to the linked chargeable screen, and your book on the bottom of 1211 to 1212 calls out that on this screen you can link chargeable procedures to enable automatic invasive procedure charging. Now, kind of the key word here is can. I'm going to say you probably shouldn't. The way we build this in the foundation system is we have charge reviewers select the right charge after the physician has resulted the procedure. The reason for this is that invasive procedures are pretty complex, and usually the ORPs and EAPs that organizations build out here that we're building right now are not specific enough for your charging needs. Instead of just having coronary angiography, we're going to have different kind of variations on a coronary angiography, and we don't want charges to just automatically pull in. We want more flexibility. We're going to see that in our last chapter today, and you have a whole box about this right now. So again, we recommend you don't link charges here because of that level of complexity. So your book does call that out. If you want to use automated charging for invasive procedures, that's definitely something to talk about with your Epic rep, with your organization. But that's not what we're going to do. So we're just going to leave this screen blank, and we're going to page down to Epic Care settings. So I'm going to drag this off my screen. Let's page down once. And chat in. What do you guys think? Should this guy be clinically active? What should we do in that setting? Yes? No? What sort of procedure are we building? What is the setting control? I am seeing mostly correct answers. Most people send in some correct answers. It's okay if you're still not totally sure. Remember, clinically active is should this procedure appear in ordering workflows. Now, what are we building right now? We are building the specific performable, aka something that is not ordered. So for this one, what should go in clinically active? Boy, what if you'd seen some people change answers? We are going to put in a no. Not clinically active, not something that's showing up in ordering workflows. Remember, the way coronary angiographies are going to be kind of ordered or added to cases is going to be in case entry or case request order, and the end user's picking the ORP. They're picking that all-time procedure. So clinically active, we're going to set this to no. No one's going to order entry and just directly ordering this coronary angiography. So clinically active, no. Now we are going to do a home F9, and we are going to go to a new screen called case scheduling. So do that with me. Home F9 T case scheduling or case sketch if you are lazy like me, or efficient, whatever you want to call it. Case sketch. That should take you to this case scheduling one screen. And we've got two important fields to fill out here. Now, I did talk about preference cards a bit. And you might be like, hey, Lauren, there's a preference card here. What we are going to use this preference card field to do is this is going to be where we link to the base procedure, ORP. I know this field says preference card. We are not going to link a preference card here. We are going to make the link to the base procedure. And then we are also going to make this link to the default orderable. So in this first field, I want you to enter your base procedure. Ignore the fact that that field says preference card. Put in your base procedure. It should have the same exact name as the performable we're editing. So I'm going to clear this off my screen and do the same thing. Pull in your coronary angiography, TRNCV, your 2-digit number, coronary angiography. And then we are all going to pull in CAF 01. Because remember, we are going to share that default orderable. So pull in cath 01. Now I'm just waiting to press enter because it's going to move you to the next screen when you fill out the last field. But if you press enter, you're moved to the next screen. You can always page up and just double check the right thing pulled in. Should be that cath 01 cardiac catheterization. And essentially, we've just made these two links. We've taken the base procedure, plugged it in, default orderable, plugged it in. On our first screen, we made that link to the category. Now, I think I'm not even going to have you do this next step of screen fast forwarding. I'll drag my book over to my screen here. This last bit just calls out that you could also go to the radiology, cardiology options screens. We've seen those screens many times. If you were to open those screens in the procedure category, you would see that there is already a reading palette, essentially a resulting workspace all set up for cardiac cath procedures. You would also see that these reading roles saying that we want a cardiologist to sign it and we want a reading pool, those are all set up too. So in your specific performable, you have the option to make these settings around resulting. But, like the scenario box is calling out, all the settings in the category are perfect for us. So we're not even going to have to make any settings on the radiology, cardiology options screens. So don't even bother screen fast forwarding there. Let's just close this record. Shift F7, close that procedure. I'm going to do the same thing. I'll drag my book off the screen, head back to text. Once you have these links made, you are done. Close your procedure. And hopefully you're feeling like a little more comfortable with procedures. We've done them many times now. So hopefully some of these settings are familiar. I know I definitely went through that a little bit more quickly than we have in the past. I'm going to pause here. Let me know if you have any questions about building that performable. And that is it for our build for this chapter. I'll go back to my diagram one more time. We just built this guy. And that guy built. These guys are coming from the foundation system. So we now have our functional and basic procedure all set up. Now, one thing I didn't mention earlier that I just want to stress is remember, this is pretty different from the non-invasive build. Notice that there is no visit type. No visit type anywhere here. All the scheduling stuff is coming from that base procedure. I see your question, Nancy. I'm going to look at that when we take a break for lunch, so I'll look into that for you. Now, what's left in this chapter? I want you to turn to page 1214. We have some notes for you there about the default orderable. We didn't build it. Again, we expect you to use the foundation system one. So we just wanted to kind of call out on that page some of the special things about default orderables. The top of that page calls out the ones we expect you to use. And then the benefits, and I have some screenshots so you can kind of picture this, is we're going to have one accession number, and we'll have one study to result. So again, if we had a case like that Carla patient's case I was demoing for you, and all of our procedures were cardiac cath, on the reading word list, it would display the default orderable. It would say cardiac cath, no matter how many cardiac cath procedures are part of that case. So we'd have one study to result, one accession number, and when your end users go to review information in chart review, they would see cardiac catheterization in one line, and then they'd see a list of the procedures that were part of that case. But it would still only be one line. Your book at the bottom of that page also has that little caveat about if there are multiple panels, that you would get one accession number most likely per panel. So that is called out. I know that question came up earlier. So that page 1214 is a good one to reference. And then 1215 is just giving you a reminder of what the end user workflow looks like. So on 1215, you just got a quick review of how end users create a case. You saw this in Bugs. I just want to give you a little reminder here. One really common way to create cases is using a case request order. And that case request order is typically going to be linked to an order set. So it'll be part of an order set like cardiac cath, pre-procedure. We'll have coronary angiography or these different case request orders set up. And then that way, our end user can be doing their normal workflow. They don't have to go to like case entry. They can put in their case request that way. Now, for us in Cupid, we're typically not responsible for building these case request orders. Your book calls that out on 1215. It's usually built by the order seat. The other way we can set these up is via case entry. And that's not typically the recommended way. Again, usually providers are putting in those orders as part of an order set using a case request order. But if you need to get a case in quick, case entry works too. All right, we are now at the end of this chapter and we are ready for a break. So I just want to point out what's left in this chapter here. What we've got left is a document your findings. I think what I'm going to do is open up a poll very briefly. I'm going to open up a poll, and then there is a test your work exercise. So I think what we'll do is we'll take about an hour for a mid-class break. That'll give you some time to do the poll. If you want to test your work, you can. If you are feeling like the day 3 sleepiness, your brain is really tired, you want to skip it, you can. Just know there's going to be some test your work exercises later and you might have to skip those too. But, do what you need. If you want to skip that test your work, go for it. We'll do a full hour. That way you have some time to do these if you'd like. And then also take that break. So I will get a poll up for you shortly. Let's just round coming back at 1:15 p.m. So that'll be a whole hour and 3 minutes. It'll be 1:15 p.m. Central Time. About an hour and 2 minutes. I've been talking so long. You'll get to work through these, take that longer break. I do see some questions hanging out. I'll address those as well. And I will update my slide and put all that info in. So expect a poll to open up in the next couple minutes and the slide to be updated. All right, I will see you all back here in right around an hour.
All right, let's go, Denise.
All right.
Food.
Anything in particular?
call them and have the address number then, so thank you. Thank you. Bye. Hey, listen, just for the record, if you wanna go into the government and that is not a thing, it doesn't matter. They were not able to do the inpatient and the guest either, they were only doing the ED ones, so I just see the next day and next day I check. For reference, this is my number 1 2 0 0. I'm gonna do that with you. I tell you, I'm telling you, any day now. I don't wanna go back into the nurse either, and I'm overtime. Which does, I thought it was somewhere else, they want to go to Nova. Yeah. I messed all of that up.
You messed up what?
They had a patient in the ED that had an admission order, but then they modified the admission order, but it still said he couldn't get cleared for COVID admission. So they spent 6 days in the ED, so now they're ready to go home. So the ED.
6 days in the
So,
ED.
it's bad. You don't have to be bad.
I thought we put him in the CDU.
It's, there's more. They're all full. There's more.
They're all empty in the bedroom.
Not the ones that come into a room. But you have to take care of.
Oh, yeah.
So they had this second for 6 days, it was an overnight, so coming to patient. Well, then they tried to move them, like they would move anything else.
Yeah.
But they showed off before, but they didn't show on the unit manager for the discharge room. So that's where some of the reasons for or to say the hospital.
Right.
But they didn't show them the discharge thing, but I don't know what the hell they did from the ED track one, but the admission discharge, I think they discharged them. So then I had a net manager about, how do you know if they're taking a picture without doing a unit manager? Like, they're so much for them to do it. Patient placement, they come, and they can really do so. So I had these set up, so manually taking out pictures, we put updates, whatever they did on the front side of the next day. You ready for this? Well, then they had the ED ADS. Not the inpatient after the inpatient. So the ED never did come in, and they got covered with inpatient. That's usually just the place, and you inpatient.
Because they don't normally house.
So I took out 2 or 3 different things from the different neighbors and everything, so I before, and I went back to a previous that time, and he's still in the ED, and I transferred him to the different. So I just told him to put his name on the list, if you want to know what's on it.
For the radiant engines, I've had to add a discharge button to their workflow. So they can discharge them out of the CEU. The ED
So they probably discharged them in prison, but I don't know. But it got off of him, but he was not found. And then they tried to fix it, so there was about 4.
Laura McCall's gonna love that one.
This is a Medicaid patient or not, but I called these.
Just in case.
Because I was like, I'm done, I got nothing, I don't know how to get a man patient. I said, we gotta make him somewhere, I tried to, it's probably 5 cents or something for my name all over. You know about it?
Well, that's why I was like, when Anna Fisher was asking me about, she was like, how do you discharge like if you got unit clerks discharge? And I'm like, all the unit clerks do discharge. I thought she was talking about, I go, just give them to security. I thought it was a new hire. I'm like, just give them to unit clerks security. She's, well, I are unit clerks. You never had a discharge. I'm like,
I bet he had her stuff, she just shows the name.
What?
And they don't have time to do anything, do they? I mean, they don't, but like.
everything out before. She hasn't seen anything. Oh.
Is it the, what saving method? told you about using the Indian. Hey, Mary. Mary. I am going to phone. and Samantha made me take my earbud out. Oh,
Hey, Sam. Sam.
run away. He's not here today.
Walk down here and let me talk to you, Sarah. Just a minute. Please.
What is in business?
Isn't that our drug software? Our prescription?
Envision. Tim is asking about Envision for neonatal.
Oh, I don't know. The column swapper that she's talking about, this is the problem.
He's already self-deleting.
No, so those lists, because they're user created, don't exist in POC. Okay, but you can't make changes like that in deduction.
But I hadn't played with it. I found out
Okay.
about that today.
You can? Okay, cause see, I couldn't get to it, so I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to change a list? It ain't up there.
Ours is a workflow. No, I know that is take out this column that's already appreciated and put this new column in its
Well,
place.
it doesn't really say
That's what
it's,
ours.
oh, is it?
That's for ours. Then when we went to do the column editor and the swapper thing that I found out about today, they've already self-deleted the column we're supposed to take out. So it's not like we can take it out and put it into what it is. You gotta manually do it in all the tickets that we see that sometimes. But it's only in like one of them and then there's about 4 of you.
So do we need to create the column and move it up, or it's already done?
I don't know. I haven't looked back at Tim things today.
Okay, well, that's what I couldn't figure out how to do. Otherwise, I would have.
If the column is there, that's what I was saying. So if we just make it available and it's in that 985 is.
That's good, I did that.
Yeah, so as long as it's available, most people are not gonna be using it. They're finding their own and using it anyway. I was just gonna go to like that. I was just gonna wait and see and say, hey, guess what? There's a PAS or a PREA and you can put it there and look at it. Cause I don't know anybody that's gonna look at it other than my nephrology.
Okay, that list that I sent you, those are the patient lists that the old column is currently in.
Right.
There are no reports that it is currently in.
Yeah, I have to go with that. But I don't.
No, there's not. When they put this particular class in, they did a search across all environments. Because I'm confused. Do I need to be confused? Or just
No,
what I'm thinking?
I mean, I don't, I think they're creating probably nobody else had pharmacy.
those people that are on that list created a patient list that utilizes that policy.
So that's what I'm saying, if we send out, a, that says, hey, this is available, you need to take out, this old dollar, and say, this new dollar in, that's what I would say. Because I usually just set out like person work versus later. I mean, if you want to look at users, but those users all use the same system. So that's what our report. So if all of those
See, I don't
users
know
fall
that.
under the patient nurse system. Right. Right. If we can fix it, and then I still send something out that, hey, this is over, this is the new one.
See, we don't do that kind of thing, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
But the one that we have was about the system. So it showed up a list of all the people,
we're using
but they
that.
were all using the local safety network system. And so when we swapped it out with that Cupid, and replaced it with Cupid, we swapped it out for all the people, because they use the same system.
But
I just gotta look at it, because I haven't looked at yours since I called this morning, with all the
for
other stuff.
that list that I attached, just where it came from, is the note where it said, we looked at your environment, and here is everywhere that this
Yeah,
column,
because a
here's
list
the
is-
reports, here's the patient list.
I'll go look and see if it's got a patient list or a patient list. Because if it's all in the same- and I make their own now, we're not fixing it. We're gonna send an email out that says, FYI, this is the old one, this is the new one.
And I could not find any of those that have names next to them that don't say system. Those appear to be created. With Connor, I didn't even think about it. Somebody go to record viewer, and when you pull up that number, it tells you who it is. And that's where I got those names from. That the names were not given to me. I looked those up and put them in. So, that's okay. Well, I'm sorry for my confusion. They talked illegally. If it's illegal,
And I don't know.
it ain't gonna work.
Maybe this is ours for all of the safety. Oh, it still shows it, it shows that for different years and all. It shows us what.
You cannot make it work. I know, hey, I had to back it up. I was not making fun of the. I mean, but when you do everybody else was.
Highway late, he was running.
But we all, I know. We got prizes, I think, but she didn't walk over to my job. You know I did. You know, I was like, wait a minute.
Where's he at? It's taking us a while.
I want more. You already eaten one? Just that one. I got one more breakfast first. And I got a pack of original. I'm not eating what's dinner. I
All right, everybody, it is 1:15 Central Time, so it is time to come back from that longer break. Lauren again, we'll be getting back into our content shortly. Before we do that, a couple of things I want to point out. First off, if you didn't get to do that test your work exercise, that is not going to impact you for the next chapter. So know that if you didn't do that test your work, it is totally okay. Additionally, before we move on to new things, I am going to review that poll with you. So I will make sure we go over that poll. I'm just trying to find the poll on my many screens. It looks like there's 8 minutes left in the poll. So if you didn't submit, feel free to submit. I think the WebEx gremlins have gotten our poll answers again. So if you submitted, it looks like I'm not going to be able to see your answers. Again, I really need to talk to Cisco here. But it looks like I'm not going to see those answers. We'll still go over the poll. And then finally, I want to make sure we do something fun. So I am going to pull up a fun activity for us. And if you are settling in, finishing the poll, grabbing yourself more coffee, whatever you're doing, keep on doing it. We will resume in a few minutes with real content. But what I'm going to have us do before then is complete this quiz on Sporkle, one of our favorite sites, about can you name the TV shows
Sunglasses
that
on and
feature
green
these
eyes on.
fictional companies. So chat in if you recognize a TV show that features that fictional company. I'm just showing us 2 rows right now. And then once we get some of these, I'll scroll down, trying not to be too overwhelmed. But I saw someone chat in Friends right away. Perfect. Home Improvement. Simpsons, yes. See Duff Beer right there. Seinfeld, nice. How I Met Your Mother, yes. That's like a live National Bank. Futurama, yes. Mom Core, let's give us another row here. What else we got? Family Guy. Beverly Hillbillies. Did I spell Beverly right? No. There we go. Superman? Maybe not Superman. I think it's a TV show about Superman, though. Arrested Development, yes. King of the Hill. Y'all scroll down a little further so we can see some more. Smallville. I think that was the TV show about Superman. Torchwood or Doctor Who. SpongeBob, nice. We scroll down a little further. I just saw South Park come in. You guys are sending these in so quick. The Office, Laverne and Shirley, nice poll. Whoever got that one. Looney Tunes. I think someone has been chatting and lost at me over and over again. So there we go. What are we missing? Spacely Sprockets in this one. I feel like people might have chatted in one of these answers and I missed it. So feel free to chat it again. Awesome. I'm seeing Jetsons come in. It's so much typing. All right, this is our last one. I don't think I've seen this one. Ooh, I will say this is a show that was on maybe what was it? Maybe like 2008 or 2010 to 2018. I'm just guessing. Features a very moody protagonist. It's set in the 60s. Dark past. Lots of cocktails. Fashion stuff in it. Devin's got it. I was seeing Mad Men. That is the Sterling Cooper Draper Price logo. Yes, I have watched all of them and I love it. All right, nice work, everybody. Let me close on out. One thing I want to mention that I didn't mention as I was coming back from lunch, we do have another trainer on the line. So Anjali is here. Feel free if you want to unmute yourself and say hi, Anjali, or if you just want to say hi in the chat. Not sure what your setup is. I don't want to put you on the spot. But Anjali is here to help out. She's chatting in. Anjali teaches this class all the time as well. So if you see some, chats coming in, answers to your questions from Anjali, she is another trainer on our team, and she is helping us out this afternoon. So I certainly appreciate her being here. So thank you, Anjali. I am going to close this poll. And I'm going to let Anjali take any of those questions, troubleshooting things coming into the chat. Again, polls, it seems like they worked so well for us this morning, and they are temperamental in the afternoon. So I'll close that poll, and I will also just put up the answers on my screen. So I want to tie this bow on our invasive procedures chapter. So I sadly can't see your answers, but I will share the correct answers with you. And I'll write a couple little notes here, but we'll go over these pretty quick. So big things to kind of remember from this chapter really is what are all these different records and what's their purpose. So one of the records we talked about, right, is that specific performable. And that has settings related to resulting and billing, and it links to those other required records. It's kind of like our central hub that links to the base procedure, links to the default orderable, links to the procedure category. Now, the record that controls pretty much everything else about the procedure, ordering, scheduling, performing, that's the base procedure, right? That's that op time procedure record. Now, we are going to run into issues with the accession number if we don't have a default orderable. Because remember, the system, and I'm going to put in here per panel, just put a little disclaimer here, is going to generate one accession number per unique default orderable. I'm gonna run out of space. So we need that default orderable linked, otherwise we're gonna have issues with accession number. Now these last two questions are really saying, okay, between these four records we talked about, which ones are unique to a procedure and which ones are shared? Base procedure and specific performable, these guys come in a pair. They typically have the same name. You link them together, they are unique to a procedure. Whereas default orderable procedure category, those guys are shared. Now, I kind of stole these review questions from the document your findings. The document your findings also has like a little table of settings for you to figure out which settings are in which record. So lots of good questions in this chapter to kind of help you review this content. So I will pause here for a moment. I'll leave this up if you want a screenshot, but really these questions are just the ones from document your findings. Nothing too new. But let me know if you've got any questions about these procedures.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get you.
Take a quick water break. I am going to clear this off and I'm not seeing questions coming in. So let me get my slides to the right spot and I want to give you kind of an overview of where we're headed for the rest of the afternoon. So where we are headed for the rest of the day, we have 3 chapters left. I don't want that to scare you. I would say chapter 13 is kind of like a medium-sized chapter, and then 14 and 15 are on the shorter side. So we should have plenty of time to get through these records. So that is our plan for the rest of the day, doing these 3 chapters. And I would say these two, configuring smart forms and configuring the procedure log, kind of go together. And then invasive charges is going to be its own thing. What I mean by that is I want to go into the system, and again, don't do this with me, I just want to demo something for you, just to remind you of what we're talking about when we're talking about smart forms and talking about the procedure log. So over lunch, I went in and pulled up a case for my patient Julian, or for a Julian patient, and I got Julian to that procedure stage. So I marked him in room. I was brought to the procedure log narrator. And the procedure log is where I can do all of my documentation during the procedure. Now, in the next chapter, we're going to talk about how do we build the procedure log. So we'll talk about how do we set this up, make sure users have all the documentation tools in this sidebar that they need. In the smart forms chapter, we're going to set up smart forms that are going to be pulled into the procedure log. So I just want to remind you, when I go to document an event, like let's say I document patient ID, it brings me a little form where I can do some point and click documentation. This little form where I'm doing point and click documentation is a smart form. So before we can actually build our procedure log up, we're going to need to make sure we have all of our smart forms all ready to go, and then we're going to be able to attach them to the procedure log. Now, some things about the smart forms, right? That's what we're going to focus on in this chapter first. We're going to zoom in on this tiny part first. Next chapter, we'll talk about the bigger structure we plug them into. But some things to notice about these smart forms, right? They have these different buttons that I can click. So I've got this ability to do this point and click documentation. Other nice things about the smart forms is they're pretty flexible. So what I mean by that is if I click, my patient's contact is in the lobby, look at all this other stuff that just appeared automatically for me. I can document it's their mother or their sister or their spouse. So that's one thing we're going to look at in addition to how do we set these up and make them look pretty and make sure we have the right options. We'll also see how can we have different things default in depending on what buttons we click. And then additionally, if I click accept for this event, I'm going to draw a box here, look what happened. I got some generated text. The system took all those buttons I clicked and translated it into a sentence or a couple of sentences. Patient ID been present and verified. Patient contact is in the lobby. Contact's present, spouse. So we're going to see that too in this chapter. We'll see how can we make our smart forms kind of generate that text that's added to that details section in the event log. That's our plan for this first chapter. Now, if you look in your training companion, and I want you to turn to page, let me get here, 13.4, your book calls out that we are focusing on those smart forms for use in the procedure log. That's what I just demoed for you in the system. But what I also want you to notice on the lower part of page 13.4 is we are also going to use smart forms in the reading palette. So in addition to having smart forms in the procedure log, like this patient ID one, or perhaps a smart form related to the use of a supply, we are also going to have smart forms that our cardiologists use to document their resulting. Now, whether or not your cardiologists use these forms to document your resulting depends on if your organization is implementing Cupid structured reporting. So I do want you to take a look at that critical box on the lower part of page 13.4. It calls out that in the foundation system, right, we're going to be using some different reporting tools or different documentation tools. Echo and stress tests are going to use something called compact forms and not smart forms. Invasive cardiology procedures are going to use smart forms. Now, because not everybody, and I see your question, Joshua, because not everybody is going to do structured reporting, we have it set up in a separate class. And honestly, it would just be too much content for this class anyway. So if you want to learn about compact form builds, about way more about smart forms than we can cover in this class, sign up for Cupid Structured Reporting, CAR 600. It is essentially like a secondary certification on top of Cupid, has its own class, has its own exam, its own project, and you'll learn all about building out forms for resulting workflows. I think Bennett might have mentioned this class earlier, I'm trying to remember, but Bennett and I are actually teaching this class in mid-September. So if you want to sign up for the next offering, mid-September, it's virtual, you can attend. So that is our CAR 600 class. This class, we are solely going to focus on smart forms for the procedure log. Resulting smart forms have some little nuances. We're not going to cover them here. All right, maybe some of you are signed up. So Craig, sounds like we can see you. All right, so where we are going to start, page 13.5, I want to head there. Before we actually build smart forms, I want to give you a little background about how they're structured. And again, you can think of this class as being like our intro to smart forms, and CAR 600 as being like advanced smart forms. So we're just doing the intro in this class. 13.5 again has your information about how smart forms are structured. And even if you've worked with smart forms before, I still want you to pay attention, because Cupid handles smart forms differently than some other applications like OpTime. The way we handle smart forms in Cupid is our smart forms are going to be made up of these individual components. So defib / cardiovert, pad placement, oral positioning device, all these things I'm underlining in blue, these are all components. You can think of a component as being almost like a question and then a spot to put in an answer. So this smart form on my screen has 4 components, or at least I can see 4 components. Now when my users click these buttons, like let's say someone clicks 25 for this defib cardiovert, we need to tell the system where to send that data to, right? Someone's clicking that button, we better be storing that data somewhere. The way we are going to be able to tell the system where to store the data is using something called smart data elements. And this is the part I would stress might be a little bit different from what you've seen in some other applications. Not all applications use smart data elements. And smart data elements essentially are going to help store information in the right spot in Chronicles. Kind of a basic description here of smart data elements. They're going to help store information in the right spot in Chronicles. Think of them as almost like a little address or a way we're directing that data to the right place in our data structure. Now, a little bit about smart data elements. You will see me often abbreviate or kind of use the initials SDE. So they're often abbreviated as SDE. So if I say SDE, that is because I'm tired of saying smart data elements. That's SDE is a smart data element. But they live in the HLX master file. I think Bennett had talked yesterday about not loving certain master files. HLX is one that I would love to change to SDE. You're looking at HLX master file. Other things to know about Smart Data Elements, and your book kind of calls this out on the lower part of the page. In Cupid, we need an SDE for each of the following things. The component as a whole, we're going to link a Smart Data Element to it. We also need it for each button or field. And we need a Smart Data Element for the comment fields, if there is one. Right? Not all components are ones where we might want to allow our end users to put a comment in. So that's essentially kind of what your book is calling out here, or the screenshot is calling out. We've got components that are going to be linked to SDEs. We've got those individual buttons that are going to be linked to SDEs. And our comment fields. And our comment field is going to be, let me see if I can draw this. Oh, I'm feeling pretty good about that. That's what our comment field is going to look like. That would get an SDE attached to it as well. All right, so I've got a question for you. Let's just take a look at this pad placement component. Pad placement component. Think about what I've got on my screen. Think about what you're seeing for pad placement. And chat in. How many SDEs would I need total for this component? Yeah, I'm seeing some right answers coming in. So keep on chatting. I don't want to spoil it yet. So I'm talking about total SDEs for this whole component, everything involved in this component. So be pretty broad here when you're thinking of this answer. Oh, I'm seeing a range of answers here. And that's okay. This is the first time we've learned this. What I want you to think about is this list right here that I put on my screen. If you put in one answer and you're recounting, you can always send in another answer. Still seeing some coming in. Maybe I saw some high numbers. Maybe people are counting the whole form. Specifically, let's just talk about pad placement. All right, I'm going to have you guys stop sending in numbers. I'm actually going to clear. We'll count it up right here. So for pad placement, I want to go through each of these things. So for pad placement, we're actually going to need, let's kind of go through, one for the component itself. We're going to do one for the component itself. I'm seeing some new answers coming in. Pad placement's got 3 buttons. So 3 for the buttons. And then check out, it's got that little comment fields. 1 for the comment fields. And if I've done my math right, the total there is going to be 5. Oh, and that's a little hard to read. I'll enter down a line. The total is 5. So if you chatted in 5, you got the right answer here. So once someone chatted in 1 and they just chatted in +4, it's making me laugh. But yeah, 1 for the component, 3 for the buttons, 1 for the comment field. That adds up to 5. And if you look at this whole form, right, that's a lot of Smart Data Elements we're going to need, even for just a little tiny form, right? This one component is going to have 5. Then we're going to add up, another 5 for oral positioning, and another few for procedure comments, and a bunch for defib cardiovert. So it's going to be a lot of Smart Data Elements. Now I'm going to clear this off my screen, so feel free to grab a screenshot if you find these annotations helpful. And if you misunderstood that question, you gave me the number for the whole form or for a different component, no worries. I just want you to know what we need SDEs for. If you got that, you're doing fine. Yeah, and for this, I just saw a question coming in from Christine. Yeah, if I had asked you about this procedure comments component, it would be 3. 1 for the component itself, 1 for this comment field, and then 1 for this field right here. I think this one would be 3. All right. I'm going to clear this off my screen. I'm going to put up the official answer here. Now, one kind of disclaimer I've got for you, and this is on page 13.6, is that we are not going to expect you in this class to create smart data elements. And honestly, because there are so many of them, like literally over 1 million of them in Epic, we are also not going to hold you responsible for finding the right smart data element for your form. What we're going to have you do in this class is we are just going to give you a smart data element and we will tell you where to plug it in. Now again, I'll put another little plug for CAR 600. If you want to learn more about finding the right smart data elements, that's a topic we cover pretty extensively in CAR 600. Additionally, if you want to learn more about creating smart data elements, we'll talk about that as well.
Oh, God.
So I do see that smart data elements critical box on page 13.6. Page 13.6 has a bit about smart data elements. Now, we really recommend using existing smart data elements that are in our system because that means it's going to work with our standardized reporting tools and work with how we have our databases set up. If you need a new smart data element, it's really not there, you've bugged your Epic rep a bunch of times, they can't find it, then maybe you're putting in a request for a new smart data element to exist. Then Epic can create it, it can be in that shared library, it can be integrated into our normal builds. You can create custom ones, we don't recommend it. Bob, I do see your question, and I'm not too familiar with that, so Anjali and I will kind of look into that, but know that we'll look into getting an answer for that one. Where I want you to meet me, we're just going to get right into doing some builds. I want you to meet me on page 13.7. 13.7 says that we are going to modify a smart form for the procedure log. Actually, let me drag this over here.
I heard
So
part of
this
what you
is
said,
pretty
but non-invasive
typical.
is
Pretty often you are
radio.
not going to build a smart form from scratch. Instead, you're going to take an
I didn't
existing
hear the other
smart form,
tip you said, though.
duplicate it, tweak it a little bit,
What?
make it meet your
Is it
needs.
Cupid?
So on page 13.7, we've got a scenario.
Let me call David.
It says we
Yeah,
recently
yeah, yeah.
implemented a new policy.
Did you build anything for Kendi?
What we are going to do is make sure we have a
Foundation.
smart form to meet that. So it looks like
I
our
haven't done anything for 'em, but
cardiologists are
it's
going
the
to
foundation
take angiograms of the
template.
artery after puncturing it and inserting a sheath. Oh, another tongue twister. If we insert a sheath, we're going to want to add a component that documents the sheath's direction. So we're mostly happy with this smart form, but we're just going to add a little bit to it, just tweak it a little bit. So where I want you to start is right here. On the diaper space,
Okay,
as you were the
thank
same
you.
administrator.
Anna Fisher would be a good person to call.
Forget in the previous test your work exercise if you're logged in as somebody else. So just double check that you're logged in as Tim. Should be on this build dashboard. There is a component on the dashboard called clinical concept. And there's a link there for the Smart Form Designer. That is what I want you to click. Smart Form Designer. Click that link. And like I said, we are going to use an existing smart form that's already been created. So I want you to pick the open existing. Pick open existing, not copy existing. If you were starting from a foundation system one, maybe you would use copy existing. For us right now, I want you to use open existing because we've essentially made that copy for you already before class. So use open existing here. And I don't want you to rush through this, I just want to point out a couple of things about the form as we're opening it. In the form field, I want you to pull in your prefix and grab the one that says log sheet action. So you're going to have a few smart forms with your prefix. Grab the one that has the name log sheet action.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that it kind of blurs lines. He is in surgery.
And then I want you to notice when you find that existing smart form, it has a type. The reason for that is we use smart forms all over Epic, so we need to make sure we are building the right type of smart form. That's going to impact where we can use it and some of the functionality that's available. So we want the type to be intra-procedure note whenever we're building a smart form for the procedure log. And your book calls that out right below step 4. It says for intra-procedure event smart forms, you are going to set this to intra-procedure note. Not too much of a surprise if you're doing it for resulting, there is a different type.
Hi, this is Denise speaking. How may I help you?
For us in this class, for the purposes of CAR 400, you're just going to pick intra-procedure note always. click Open Form.
No, the case request is the order,
I want to pause here for a second.
and they want it done
Let me
tomorrow.
clear out all of that feedback.
Okay.
And I want you to
that
give me
case
a
request is
green
good.
check if you've made it. Green check if you made it into your smart
She
form.
can put a date on it.
Maybe a red X if you are having issues. Oh, and if you are in my smart form, close out of it. It says somebody else is editing my record. So make
Okay.
sure you are not in TRNCB00. So check your number too. Looks like somebody has stolen my record. So close out if you're in TRNCB00, open yours. I'm going to close this and try reopening. Let me just check and see how people are doing. Looks like we got 27 checks. I'm going to close mine and I'm going to try again. Again, if you're doing this with me, you haven't found yours yet, make sure you're going to Smart Form Designer. Make sure you're going to Open Existing, and then try just typing your prefix. And know if you don't see log shape action right here, you can always click the magnifying glass. This does just show recents. All right, let's see. Awesome. It looks like someone jumped out of my record. Thank you. If you're not seeing those, send a question into the Q&A. And again, if you are not seeing other options, what I want you to do, and let me show you this. So let's say I am searching for TRNCB, I'm just going to pick another number, 60. Notice, and I'll zoom in a little bit, notice how I'm not seeing those recents come up? That's okay. If you don't see those recents come up for your numbers, just click the magnifying glass right here. So that's what I'm guessing is happening to people, because we've got a couple people saying they can't find their record. So try typing in your prefix. If you don't see those recents, just click the magnifying glass or press enter, and then you should hopefully see an option with your prefix log sheet action. Man, those recents really get people. I totally understand. You see some stuff coming up and then you don't see yours. Yeah, so if you don't see yours under recent, click the magnifying glass or press enter. And that's a good tip for a lot of places in hyperspace. If that happens to you, you're not seeing it under recent, press enter or click the magnifying glass. It's probably there. All right. I think that fixed it for at least a couple of people. If you're still having issues, send into the Q&A, and I'll help you out. All right, so for those of us who are in the smart form, let's just take a look at what we've got right now. What's going on right now? You should have a smart form that's got a whole bunch of components, like checking for the artery and vein. And remember our little scenario here, right? We want to add a component, and the top of page 13.8 gives us a little bit more detail. So essentially, we want to say, if an action was inserted, if the sheet was inserted, we want to add a component for users to document the direction of the sheet. So we want to give users the option to document the direction of the sheet. And we want it to be right after this action component. That's where we're going to put that in. So that's our plan. We're going to leave everything else alone. We're just going to add one little component here. Now notice, right, we don't really have a spot to add that component in. So the first thing we're going to need to do is add a row to our smart form. Kind of behind the scenes here, there's like a kind of row structure. So we're going to need to give ourselves an empty space. And then once we have that empty space, we're going to be able to take a component, plug it into that empty space. So that's what I want you to do. This is going to be step 1 on page 13.8. I want you to click the action component. It'll get a blue box around it. And then what we're going to do over in the upper right is click this row button. And essentially, that's going to insert a row below the selected component. So we'll be giving ourselves a space to put our new component in. So click that row, that action row, and then click the row button. And that should give you an empty space. And I'll do the same thing on my screen now. Now we're hanging out on the designer tab. We're going to check out all these other tabs as we go through. So we're staying on designer. You should now have an empty row, and you've got a button to add something to that row. So I want you to click that green plus sign. We're now in step 3. And notice all of these different options for what we could add in this row. So we could add a checkbox or a field or a hyperlink. We could add different things to this row. What we are going to add is a list component. And list is going to be kind of our most common one. Anytime we want to have a list of buttons, we're picking list. So that's what I want you to pick here. Pick list. And then now that changed again, and we can double click to edit our list. Double click to edit. Now this is one of those times where I'm going to make this little window, do a little dance here. Go find this window. Maybe it's behind my WebEx. Maybe it's on another screen. Go find this list property page. Especially if you clicked that, you did that double click to edit and your screen appears frozen. I'm betting you got a list property page somewhere on your screens. So find that list property page, and this is where we're going to set up the details of how this component looks and what smart data elements is it linked to. So we should now be in step 5, and we're going to start filling out this window here. Our prompt is going to be your prefix, direction. We're going to set multiple select to no. Because think about it, right? We are going to have a component for direction. And I might not have mentioned it yet, but it's going to have 2 options. And this sheath can't be in both directions at once. Yeah, and how did we get this to appear? So if you are seeing double click to edit list, all you have to do is double click that. If you are not seeing double click to edit list, you might be a couple of steps behind. The step to get this to open is step 4. So if you don't have this, back up a couple steps. You might need to add the list component by clicking the green plus sign, and then you'll get double click to edit list. So hopefully that helped. I just saw those messages coming in. Let us know in the Q&A if that's not helping there. But if you don't see double click to edit list, you're going to have to click the green plus sign, add a list component first. All right, so we're putting in that prompt. We're saying multiple select, no. And then here we've got our element field. And this spot right here is where we link the smart data element for the component as a whole. And like I said, in training, we are not going to make you find the right smart data element from that list of 1,000,000+ elements. We're just going to give it to you. Your book has that smart data element in step 7. I am going to copy and paste because I don't want to type it. But you can choose your own adventure here. You can copy and paste. I'll actually just send it into the chat if you want to copy and paste it from the chat.
Do you
Just
own
look
Cupid,
up
sir?
that smart data element.
Who own Cupid?
Nothing's going to change on your screen other than
Ken
you'll
did.
have that
Ann
element.
and them say that's not them. That
There's
that's
non-invasive
y'all.
and there's
So I
invasive.
just put into
She
the
said
chat
that
the smart data
he don't-
element for the component.
She don't have nothing to do with him.
It's non-invasive, it's invasive stuff.
Now your book has a couple beyond the basics boxes.
Y'all
with
know
some
I don't
details
own Ken
about
did, right? I'm
different
trying to help
types of
y'all.
smart data
Y'all
elements.
got to
I'm
help
telling
me.
you, like,
So
if
smart
it's
data elements
non-invasive,
can have different
But see,
types.
she said that they
And it
didn't do
also
nothing
calls
with the
out
setting up
we
of the
didn't either.
that once we
position. So
look
who
at
said
smart
that they
data
template?
element, we'll have the option
foundation.
to add SDs.
But I mean, if it's non-invasive, it's
Or
there.
our
If it's invasive,
He got both of them, and I don't know which one of them is overriding because I took both of them off. But so what is it that he needs
Additionally, in your
for
book points this
if
out
it's
as well.
invasive as
When we
you?
pull in that
So
smart
what
data
do we
element,
need on
one
that
good thing to check is the
template? You don't even
context
know.
here. And the
Mm.
context is
I only know what's going on.
that's going to
Okay,
impact
so
essentially how data is
Two
stored
of the
and how long it's
templates
held
that's
for,
linked to
things like
him
that.
is
Yeah, that's something we talk about a
making
bit in
him
Privacy
not be
100.
able to drop
Note is
charges
always
as a
what we
billing
want.
provider when he see his patients.
Which when I compared his records, he has the same records as everybody else. Like nothing's different. Like
In the
his
smart
templates
data
are
identifier
exactly the same.
field, you
For
are
other people
going
who
to
got the
need to
Cupid.
fill
But
in
I ain't never tried
those
nobody
two
else who
smart
had the
data elements
Cupid.
on
Like-
13
This is Rao.
And
He
again,
has
copy and paste is your
Okay, let me
friend
try
here.
Dr. Rao.
he has
and I'll put
non-invasive
that-
and invasive. He has
Paste
the
them
exact same
into
thing
the
as
chat if people find that helpful.
Kindu has.
The two
Okay,
we
so
are
let
gonna
me
use
log.
in.
But is Dr. Rao
Just
Dr.
popped
Rao
it
not
into the
employed
chat.
by
Those
us?
are the
Yeah.
two
So
we're
he's
gonna
not
use right
dropping
here.
charges. Kindig is employed. That's the difference
Yeah, you
between
do
them
need
two.
that Epic
So
Pound sign.
everybody that's employed, they get a pop up to
That will
ask
pull
them
in
to
our two
drop a
directions,
charge.
antegrade and retrograde.
Oh, you in class? Bye.
I'm going to pause here for a second because I know some people got a little tripped up getting here. So I'm going to wait a moment. Make sure your screen is matching mine. Make sure your screen is matching mine here. I will pause. We are just about done setting up our first component. If your list is already populated, my guess is you pulled in the wrong component for your element as a whole. So this right here should be the first number I sent into the chat there. It's the one that ends in 923. If it pulled in a couple of smart data elements, I'm guessing it's the wrong one. So I would try repasting in the component for the element, or sorry, the element for the component as a whole, and see if those go away. That's my guess as to what's happening, Courtney. Some smart data elements that you pull in here are set up to automatically pull in the right buttons with them. So that's my guess. Other things I want to point out before I go away while people are still working on this here. Notice this caption column. This is essentially going to be what appears on the buttons. And there's an option where you can click to edit captions. I'm gonna put this in red and say, if you decide you're gonna edit captions, I would say you should proceed with caution. The reason for that is you can change these captions to literally anything you want, but the system is kind of expecting behind the scenes that clicking that button means integrate, or clicking this other button means retrograde. So I could change the captions to something totally different. My end users would think they were documenting one thing, but behind the scenes it's going to document what's in that key. So you can change captions, but do not change the meaning. So maybe you want to capitalize integrate and retrograde. Go for it. Change the captions, but what you shouldn't do is completely add different directions and change their meaning. So that's why I would say if you ever decide to edit the captions, just be really careful. Make sure you're just tweaking them a little bit, but not changing the meaning. All right. I'm going to clear this off. Hopefully you got your component set up. It's looking like mine. You also have a screenshot on the lower part of 13.9. And then I want you to click accept. And yep, that caption is automated. I think it just usually just pulls in the key. I think that's where it's coming from. And again, if you wanted to change it, you could edit it, but you'd want to be really careful. All right, once you're done with that, click accept. And anyone notice anything funky about our new component we've just made? Anything that's making your eye twitch a little or making you unhappy about our new component? Yeah, Linnea says it's messing with their OCD. Yeah. I see a lot of people notice this. Yeah, what is going on with our buttons? Look at these guys. They're all the way over here. All of our other buttons start right here. So I'm just going to put a big sad face. Because I'm kind of sad about it too, right? This is not looking good. Oh, and Francis also noticed we didn't put a colon as well. Yeah. So maybe we should have also put a colon in the name of direction. I'm wondering if I missed that. That was me. I missed that. I'm just scrolling back in the training companion. You were supposed to put a colon in the button name or in the prompt. So that's on me. So feel free to fix that if not having a colon in direction is going to bother you. You can just double click your component to open it again and put in a colon in the prompts. Ooh, that's one we can fix. But that still leaves the issue of these buttons being all the way over to the right. So we still got that issue. You can also, if you want to see how this appears to end users, you can check out the preview tab. And you should notice that, okay, I can click antegrade and retrograde. I can't click them both at the same time. That's looking good. But again, we've got this issue with the alignment. That's what the write it down box on page 1310 is calling out. Right? We've got this alignment issue. These values are not aligned with the other components. So we are definitely going to fix that because if it's bothering us, it's probably going to bother the documenters as well. So we want to make this all aligned. And I just put in that colon just to make it match our other prompts. But the colon doesn't do anything special. It's just to make this all consistent with each other. So all these sorts of things you guys have been pointing out, alignment, having colons, making sure everything is consistent with each other, that's all falling under this umbrella of usability. And usability, I want you to think of that as being the effectiveness and ease of use of a tool. And I am sure we have all had experiences trying to use software systems, I don't know, kitchen appliances, things that are not usable and that are very frustrating and don't work the way you want them to work. When we're designing documentation tools for end users, we want to try to make them as easy to use, as clear, as simple as possible. So we want to keep in mind usability. And Zamir, we are going to fix it, but sadly we can't just drag it. So we will fix it shortly. So usability is going to be the effectiveness, ease of use of the tool. Now your book on the bottom of 1310 calls out, right? We want to keep our users in mind. We want to make our tool consistent and have it, so other tenants have it be kind of compact, have it be clear. We want to make sure it's usable. Now in class today, we're going to just make a couple tweaks to improve this. 1311 calls out that there is a whole usability badge. So if you really want to start thinking about this stuff more deeply, check that out at the top of 1311. Now we do have this issue with the alignment. Now there are a couple of ways we could go about fixing it. First thing I want to show you is we have all of these properties. And these properties are kind of controlling how this particular component appears, including things like how wide is the prompt and how wide are the buttons. Now we could manually change some of these properties, but I'm going to show you a tool, like a cool new piece of functionality, and it's new as of February 2021. It's called our Painter tool. And what the Painter tool is going to allow us to do, it's going to allow us to copy essentially properties from one component and paint them onto another component. So in other words, if we're happy with the way this action component is laid out, we can copy those properties, paint them onto direction. That's what we're going to do. So I want you to click the action component. Go one line up, click action, you'll get that blue box. And then I want you to check out the Painter tab. Click Painter. Now you won't see too much there when you click Painter. But what you do have is the option to copy properties. So click Painter, and we're going to copy properties from action. You'll see all of the properties from that action component are pulled in. Then what we're going to do is click the direction component we made, and we're going to use this selected column to essentially say, out of all these properties, which ones do we want to paint onto our new direction component? And the ones I want you to select, this is in step 18, are padding, prompt width, and sizing. So padding, prompt width, sizing. And I'll call them out on my screen because I know it's a little tiny. Padding, prompt width, sizing. That's what I want you to do here. And once you have checkbox in those 3 rows, click Apply Properties. Click Apply Properties. I'm going to wait a moment before I do that just to give people a chance to do this on their screen. Click secondary properties. And hopefully, just saw your components shift over. Now they are aligned with those other components as well. Right. I'll pause here for a second. Hopefully your smart form is looking like mine. You've got your one new component. Its buttons are now aligned with all the rest of the buttons. I want us to just take a closer look now at the preview tab. We were there very briefly earlier, but I want to take a closer look. Look at the preview tab and maybe even do a little toggling back and forth. What do you know is different compared to the designer tab and the preview tab? What is kind of a big difference jumping out at you when you go back and forth between designer and preview? Notice anything really different in preview compared to designer? Yeah, Craig's got it. Lindsay's got it. Yeah, I want you to kind of look at the size of the form. Yeah, Lene's got it. I can see some people might have some smart form experience here, right? We can even just look at artery and vein, right? In the designer tab, I'm seeing these big artery and vein components. I go to preview, they're gone. Yeah, and Cindy just chatted that in too. So the designer is kind of showing us everything that's set up in the form. I want you to start clicking around in the preview tab. Try clicking some buttons. Just click wildly. Go for it. Nothing bad's going to happen. Just start clicking things. I'll do the same thing too. Look, I click artery. All of a sudden, there are all my artery choices. I click vein. Now I've got vein choices. I click removed. Ooh, I've got options for closure. I click exchange. Those closure options went away. Yeah, and Andrew just chatted in a really nice summary here. Some of these components, whether or not they show up, it depends on the answer we put in for other components. Exactly, right? The smart form has some dynamic kind of logic built in to say based on the answers, either show or hide other components. Yeah, it's based on the responses. I see that from Francis. And that is another kind of usability benefit. So what I mean by that, right, is if I'm documenting that this sheath was inserted in an artery, great, I want to click artery and have artery options. But if I'm documenting this in a vein, I don't want to see the artery options. I just want to see the vein options. So as the person doing the documentation, it's allowing me to only see what I need. So that's a really good example of making this form usable. Now your book on page 1312 kind of has a write it down box for that, for what you all were just chatting in. Let me get to that write it down box. And what you all had called out, right, is that documentation is causing components to appear and disappear. We are making sure our users only see things they should be allowed to document together. It's making it more accurate for them so they don't document things that shouldn't be documented together, and making it a bit more efficient. Now, I forgot to ask earlier, but if you've got some smart form experience, you might kind of know where I'm headed next. How we make this happen, how do we have this kind of dynamic behavior, is through something called scripting. So what we're going to do next is talk a little bit about scripting. What I do want to tell you, I want you to take a look on page 1313. We are not in this class going to do any scripting setup ourselves. What we want you to know as a takeaway from this class is that scripting exists, is how we have this dynamic behavior, and we want you to just know generally how it works, kind of basic idea of how it works. We're not going to expect you to know how to configure scripting, set up complex scripting. We just want you to know a quick kind of overview, Cliff Notes version of scripting. What I'm going to show you on my screen is a little demo, so don't do this with me. I'm just going to kind of talk you through about how some scripting that you're seeing right now works, and then we'll just talk about kind of generally what you need for scripting. So this starts on 1313. hands, off the, well, I mean, if you want to send in a chat, you can, but I was going to say hands off the keyboard and off the mouse.
We're
You
Jean's
don't need to do
tomorrow.
anything in hyperspace right now. So I'm just going to walk us through a real brief demo and explain a bit more about scripting. One of the components that we saw was able to appear and disappear was based on these different actions. And let me show you what I'm talking about here. On the preview tab, if I click removed, I get this closure component. I get this closure component. If I click removed again, closure goes away. So this is an example of that scripting that we're talking about. Now I want to show you how this is set up. How do we make this happen for the closure component? So I'm going to go back to the designer tab. And I want to show you one really important thing about the closure component. Check out, if I look at the properties tab for the closure component, it is going to start off with visible set to no. And that's what we saw in the preview tab, right? When we first opened the smartphone, closure was not there. If you want a component to start off as hidden and only appear based on what people click, you're going to need to do this. You're going to need to set visible to no. So that's kind of the first step to scripting, making sure that you're initially hiding components if appropriate. And all you do to make that happen is just set visible to no. Now our next step is going to be to set up the logic so that when we click this removed option in action, closure appears. Now the way we set up scripting is we're going to have to set up our scripting on the component that's going to trigger the scripting. So it's going to have to be set up on the action component in this case. Now what I can do is I can just right click this component and then click scripting. That is going to take me to my scripting tab, and even better, it's going to select that component and take me right to where the scripting is set up. So it's a quick way to get to the right spot where you want to be. Take you right to where that scripting is set up. And I want to talk to you about what we are seeing here, right? I have this whole value loaded change things. Oh, and I saw someone just chime in. Yeah, how did I get here? Again, you don't have to do this with me, but if you want to see what scripting is on a component, all you have to do is right click it and then pick scripting. So I just saw that chat there. Right click that component, click scripting. It'll take you right to the scripting form for that component you clicked. So we are brought right to scripting for that action component. Now again, I just want to call out on a slide here, what are all these different things? What's value loaded change? What are actions? What are conditions? How am I setting up scripting? And then I'll come back to here and break down this example of scripting. So essentially, how we set up scripting is we first need to define an event. That event is going to kind of kick this whole thing off. Examples of events are things like a component is clicked, a component's value is loaded, a component's value is changed. That's going to essentially kick off scripting, because we don't want the system constantly checking if it should default in another component or make a change. That would be way, way too kind of processing time intensive. Instead, we want to say, if this event happens, then you should check if a condition is true. Check if a certain value was selected for that component. Check if that component has a certain property. Check something about the patient. We can have the system check a condition, and then based on whether that condition is true or that condition is false, we can have the system take an action. So show a message to the end user. Change the value for a component. That could be like if someone clicks a yes all button, we're going to select yes for a whole bunch of other components. Or change a property. That's the one we're going to see right here. So let's break this down for this whole removed to showing closure. We'll go back to hyperspace right here. For this removed to kind of showing closure here, this first thing, sheath action, loaded or changed, out of the options in that table, event, condition, action, what would you call this? value loaded or changed for the sheath action? Is this an event? Is this a condition? Is this an action? Where does this fit in our whole kind of scripting world here? Seeing some answers. Yeah, this question might be a little trickier than I thought. I will say that Anjali actually made these changes to the book, this version, so I'm going to try it out with new questions when I teach this. I saw a couple answers coming in here. Essentially, what I want you to think about is when someone either changes the value of sheath action or we load sheath action, this is what kicks off our scripting. Because this is what kicks off our scripting, it's actually an event. It's an event. Essentially, if we were writing our scripting as a sentence, we would say when actions value is loaded or changed. That would be the start of our scripting sentence. And if this is the start of our scripting sentence, what is kicking things off? That's going to be the event. Now, when that event happens, what's going to happen next is the system is going to check a condition. Specifically, the condition it's going to check, or the conditions it's going to check, are right here. It's going to check, is it removed? Is it exchanged? Has it been left in place? And a condition is just an if statement. So my condition is on the screen right here. So the way I would kind of keep going with my sentence is when the action's value is loaded or changed, check if the value equals removed. If value equals removed. All of that together is my condition. Now that condition can either be true or false. So if I take a look right here, I can see that if it's true, I'm going to want to show that closure device component. If it's false, I'm going to want to hide that closure device component and clear its value. So if it's true, we're going to want to show the closure device. If it's false, we want to hide closure device and clear the value. And these guys together right here, those are my actions. Now I do want to open those up and show you what those actions look like, but feel free to grab a screenshot if you want all these notes, because when I open those actions, all my notes are going to go away. Your book also has a spot, I know most people have the book with answers, to essentially fill in those blanks that I have on my screen, right? It's like when a value of sheath action is loaded or changed, check if the value is removed, and if that's true, show that closure device component. If it's false, hide the closure device and clear the value. Ooh, and we'll talk about check scripts. I see that question from Pete. We're going to get there. All right, I want to show you those actions though. So last call for screenshots. I'm going to clear this off. I want to show you how this action is set up. Essentially, all this show closure device action is, it's an action to set a component property. And specifically, we're taking that closure device component and we're saying that property for visible, we want to change that to yes. Remember, it initially started as no, we're changing it to yes. That's all we have to do to show a component. If I click hide, I can see it's the opposite, right? If I click hide, my closure device's visible property is being set to no. I want to hide it. Now, one thing to be aware of, when you hide a component, you also have to manually clear its value, or have the system clear its value, I should say. And you do that just by adding another action. And our last action here I want to call out is we would say for the closure device, take its value and overwrite it with nothing. Notice how nothing is selected here. So we're saying hide it and also wipe out its value. We don't want to store that value anymore. All right. That was a lot of talking for me, so I'm going to pause a second. What questions do you have about this kind of scripting overview I've done so far? Let me know. I can also, actually let me go back here, I think there's a slide about this. I can also fill out that bottom part of your book at the bottom of page 1314 to 1350, kind of summarizing this. See some questions. I know Anjali's grabbing some of those, so I'm going to let her keep going with that. If you got a question about scripting, keep typing. One thing I want to point out at the top of page 1315, we've got another write it down box. Just calling out, that this is a good bit of work, right? Setting up all these scripts. Why do we go through this? Benefits of scripting are on the top of 1315, right? Why we're going to take the time to do this is it's going to reduce kind of the clutter on our form. So in other words, questions that aren't relevant to a scenario, we can hide them. It's going to prevent inaccurate documentation, right? If I'm documenting that I inserted this sheet in an artery, I don't want to be able to pick a type of vein, right? That doesn't make any sense. So we're going to prevent that from happening. And it's going to make our users a lot more efficient. If they're not having to pick through and figure out which things are relevant to them, they can just quickly move through that form. Now, I did see a question come in from Pete earlier about that button on my screen, and I'll go back to it now, to check scripts. Essentially, what this button does is it checks for errors. And an error might be, what would happen if I deleted this closure device component, but I left this script? Right? Someone would click remove, the system would try to show the closure device component, and it would hit an error. So if you do make changes to a smartphone, especially if you delete components, I strongly recommend coming over here and clicking check scripts. That way, if you cause an issue, the system will find it for you. And I'll show you on my screen, if I click check scripts, nothing's going to happen because there aren't any scripting errors. Now, I've got one last thing to show you about scripting, or have you think through what scripting, and then I think we'll take our first break of the afternoon. What I want you to think about, when we go back to the designer form, remember, we made this new direction component, and really this direction component is only relevant if the action is inserted. That's when we would want this direction component to appear. Now, we're not going to, in this class, take the time to set up that scripting. Again, I just want you to know the rough idea behind scripting. But I do want you to maybe we'll take about a minute or two and think through, if I had to set up scripting, what event would kick off the scripting in this example? What would be the condition I would write? What would the action be that I would set up? So we have a write it down box for that. And if you got the book with answers, maybe don't scroll too far. But I want you to think about, if this should only appear when an action of inserted is documented, how would you do that? The things I want you to think about are, what would the event be? What would the condition be? And what would the actions be? So I'm going to mute myself, give you a minute or two to think this through. If you're not sure, that's okay. You can click around, think a little bit, and then I'll put up some answers. start going over this here. I did see a couple people chatting in answers, but totally okay if you didn't. Let's talk about this here. So if we wanted to set up scripting, first thing to think about is what event should kick off our scripting. And remember, right, the thing we want to check for, or the thing we want to kick things off, is when someone changes the value of that action component. So our event is going to be when the value of that action component is loaded or changed. Value of that action component is loaded or changed. Now, when we have that event occur, we're going to need the system to check a condition. And the condition we want to check is essentially, in what scenario should our new direction component pull in? And that is going to be, and I saw some people chat the right answer in, if the value of that action component is inserted. Now, if that action component has a value of inserted, so if true, what we want to do is show the direction component. If false, we want to hide it and clear its values. So that's how we would do that scripting setup. All right. I'm going to pause here. I do have a note again at the bottom of this page that we're not going to have you set up. Oh, my screen was frozen. My goodness, I'm sorry, I just realized. So here are all the answers that I was just talking through. My apologies. I swear I do it minimum once a class, and I just realized I did it today. But here are all the answers I was talking through. My apologies there. And at the bottom of this page, it calls out, we're not going to set this up in class. And at the bottom of 13:15, it says again, we are going to learn way more about scripting in Car 600. I think now would be the perfect time for a break. We've been going for like an hour and 10 minutes or so since our mid-class break. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll just round right to 35. So 2:35 Central, something 35 your time. When we come back, maybe we've got about 10 or 15 minutes left in this smart form chapter. So we're almost done with this chapter. I will see you back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to put that time up on my side. All right, see you all back in 10 minutes.
Okay. I see you. Got it. No problem. Whatever. Bye.
I have 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'll probably come back tomorrow afternoon sometime.
All right.
Pick up my laptop.
Okay, if you just need me to meet you out in the parking lot with it or something, if you don't want to come in, just holler. You know, unplug it and bring it down to us.
You flaking off tomorrow?
Go.
Tell my husband.
What, your husband?
What?
Said, what's your husband?
He's flaking off tomorrow. So he had a sleep study last night. He's got to go back tonight. He just took it last night. Yep.
So we double check that. So I got that, but I wanna make sure that that's the one that happens. There is way that you can see to explain it without the explanation. Not like this. That I'm looking at that the community that
All right, it is 2:35 Central Time, so time to come back from that break. I thought we would do another couple rounds of a game I had us play yesterday. I know this one made me laugh. I hope it made you laugh as well. It is our retro holiday foods game. There are a few more. Um, some people were slightly horrified by some of these foods, so we're just going to keep this going. Keep this going here. So, our first one, maybe my favorite one in this slideshow. I don't know, it's pretty good. It says this ad includes edible candles made of mayonnaise and what? What do you think these candles are made of? Also, why? Chat in if you've got a guess here for what you think these candles might be made of. Also, I got tea over that break. There's a large amount of honey in here. But chat in your answer. Well, I'm seeing all answers. One of them might be kind of winning here. Yeah, some people are saying certain things don't go with mayo. Well, I'm sorry if you thought cranberry sauce does not go with mayo, because that's what this is. It is cranberry sauce. I know. I will say though, if you ever do if you're in the U.S. again, this is a little U.S. centric, and you do the leftover after Thanksgiving turkey sandwich, cranberry sauce plus mayo is delicious on that turkey sandwich. That is the one application I can think of for cranberry mayo. Feel free to let me know if you've got other ideas. I guess the other application is candles. Something I would not have thought of. All right, we'll try a couple more. Next one. What do you think these Christmas trees are made out of? Dyed what? I mean, really, it looks like these are all different cereals. So I guess just pick. Which do you think would be the cereal these Christmas trees are made of? I just realized they are all cereals. These ones aren't too bad. I don't know if I want to eat them. Yeah, these ones, the white, maybe, I'm not sure what it is. It's actually Cheerios. I don't know, maybe there's something else sprinkled on them, like sugar crystals. I don't know. I can't speak for this Betty Crocker recipe card. All right, we'll try one more. Frozen fruitcake salad. All right, so this is sour cream and frozen whipped dessert topping folded with everything except, so you're picking the fruit that is not a part of this. Yeah, maybe you're thinking what you wouldn't want to be a part of this. I just also don't understand the lettuce in the middle of this. Like it's kind of a dessert, but then there's lettuce. There's a lot of questions. It's a garnish. I guess it's a garnish, but maybe I just don't understand garnishes. It's a salad. I will say, I think I mentioned this a few times. I grew up on the East Coast. Midwest, man, there are so many mayo-based salads. That was a new thing for me that I had not really seen very much of where I grew up. Like I'd seen potato salad, but there's so many, mayo salads out here. This one, the answer is sliced strawberries. That is the one thing missing here. It's got bananas. It's got pineapple. It's got candied cherries. I think that's what these guys are over here. Wow, a lot going on. All right, thanks for playing this absurd game with me. I'm going to close my holiday food slideshow. Close my other thing as well. Mary is saying that a news channel in her did a series on weird things from the 60s. Feel free to chat in if you've got any others. Love it. Kind of relates to our last quiz. We can all watch Mad Men. Maybe we'd see some of these things in Mad Men. All right, maybe I'm just trying to get people to watch Mad Men. I do love that show. Okay, so coming back, before I get on a tangent about Peggy, coming back to our smart form designer here, we really, together, to be honest, have just added this direction component. We talked about how scripting would work, so if we wanted it to only appear summertime, we could make that happen with scripting. There is one more thing we want to do for our new component though. And that's one of the things that I introduced way at the beginning of the chapter, where I said in our event log, and let me actually go back to Julian here, what we can do is have the system automatically generate text when someone clicks that button. We could do the same thing for our smart form, right? We could have it automatically generating text when people are picking those options. So what we are going to do now, our last little part of this chapter, is we are going to look at how can we set up text generation for our smart form. Now this is going to happen on the text tab. I will say though, before you head there, I haven't called it out yet. There is a save button in this smart form designer. If you haven't saved your smart form yet, maybe click it. Click that save button. I know I haven't clicked my save button yet. Smart forms are one of the few places in Epic where you do have to save. So after you make a change, you test it on the preview tab, it looks good, click save. If you were to cancel out of here without saving, your component would be gone. So maybe click save if you haven't done so yet, or click it even if you're not sure if you've done it yet. It's not going to hurt to click it again. And let's all meet on the text tab. Now in your book, the page we are on is page 1316. So maybe on page 1316. And on 1316, we have something called text generation records set up here. So the way text generation works for smart forms is we essentially have records to kind of represent all the text we want to generate. Now, I'm just going to talk you through what all these different levels are that we have. Your book has some steps at the bottom of 1316, or you can kind of just watch on my screen. What I want you to notice when we come to this tab, right, is we have this kind of nested structure. The top level of this structure is our template. That's what we call it, is our template. You'll also sometimes hear it referred to as the root node. And you can think of this as like what contains all of our other records. It's like a top level record that contains all of our other records. It's kind of similar to the way we have to have navigator templates, for example, right? They contain all of our other records. Same thing here. Text generation templates contain all of our other text gen records. Now below the template, we've got these guys, these kind of next level. Notice this indentation here. These guys are what we're going to call parent statements. And essentially, this is going to be how we have some more structure. Because we might have a pretty big smart form and we're generating a lot of text. Typically, these are going to represent a paragraph of text being generated, or maybe a pretty complex sentence. So maybe we've got a sentence with like a few individual phrases within it. That's going to be our parent statement. And then below the parent statement, I'll just use orange to kind of call all of these guys out. I'll do an arrow pointing to them, but all those orange dots I just added, those are going to be my child statements. And those are essentially going to be the little bits of text that I'm going to generate. And those are going to represent simple sentences or phrases. And they get nested under a parent statement. And the reason we call those parent statements is because they have children. They have statements nested underneath them. You might see even bigger text generation templates where we've got grandparent statements that have parent statements that have child statements. So you might see multiple generations. We kind of use this generation sort of naming convention for these. Well, let me get rid of my two back. So that's really what steps 2 and 3 are calling out in your book, that we've got these different levels. I'm going to clear this off my screen because I want to actually be able to start editing with you guys. So grab a screenshot if you find these annotations helpful. And then what we are going to have to do, right, is we created a new component for the direction. We would want that to generate text when someone documents it. So we're going to have a new little child statement. And we're going to have to put it in the right spot in the structure. So that's where we're headed. Now the right spot in this structure, and I'm going to clear this off, is going to be underneath this sheet action parent. Because essentially, in staying on the text tab, again, we have this sheath action, and then we're going to generate some text for the action and for the components right near the action. So on this text tab, we are going to be essentially adding another one of these child statements. So I want you to have sheath action selected. Make sure it's showing up in blue, and then I want you to click add statement. That will give the ability to create a new statement. And yes, we are building a record, and we'll call it your prefix log sheath action inserted direction. Click accept. So again, how we did that is we selected sheath action parent, we clicked add statement, and that's the statement we just added. Now your book does call out, we had done this for you, but on the top of 1317 it calls out that because technically we are linking to other records on this form, if you copy a smart form and you want to make changes to text generation templates or text generation statements, what you're going to need to do is essentially replace any of the statements that you want to modify with a copy. Because when you copy a form, it doesn't automatically create duplicates of all the text gen. So that's not something we're going to have you do in this class or on the project, but just know if I wanted to make a change to one of these child statements and I had copied this form from somewhere else, I would have to replace that child statement with a copy, and then I'd be able to edit my copy. Or if I wanted to make a change to the parent, I'd have to kind of go up and replace my record I want to change and everything above it with a copy. And again, we already essentially did that for you. Notice how we all have these TRNCV ones. So we already replaced this parent statement with a copy for you. We replaced the template with a copy for you. And that's going to allow you to add your new child statement to that parent statement. So we should all have our new child statement here. And essentially, we're going to set it up so that when someone clicks antegrade or retrograde, we get our new little phrase generated. That's what we want to happen. So your book on 1317 in the scenario says we want our little phrase to be either in the antegrade direction or in the retrograde direction. Because there's already, if I click up here, going to be text generated when someone clicks a button in sheath action. We're already going to generate the sheath was inserted or the sheath was reinserted. So we're just tackling a little part about the direction right here. Now, when you have your child statement selected, all your options are over on the right-hand side. So we're going to work our way down here and set up our child statement. We're going to say we want to generate text for, we want our statement type to be element list. Got one step ahead there. We want the statement type to be element list. This is going to allow us to generate text based on multiple smart data elements. Text for, that's what I want you to set to positive only. In other words, we only want to generate text when someone actually clicks a button. There's actually a positive value for one of the smart data elements. So text for positive only is what we want. And then this table right here is where we would list the smart data elements that we want to generate text based on. Now we could go back to our previous kind of form there, or to the designer tab, and open up that component and find the right smart data elements. But a quicker way is this pull elements button. And that's going to give us a list of every smart data element in this form. So that's what I want you to click. I want you to click pull elements. Again, you might have to go find this window. And you will see a list of every smart data element on this form. And if you scroll to the bottom, hopefully you see these two guys. Antegrade, retrograde. Now the system's trying to help you. Any smart data element that doesn't have text generation already set up is in bold. So I can see antegrade and retrograde don't have text gen set up. That's great, that's what we're doing. So you can just, let me deselect this guy. You can just single select antegrade and retrograde and click add to statement, or alternatively, you can double click. That'll add. Oops, and it looks like I went a little double click happy. I'll just have to manually delete that there. So you can either double click each component to add it, or click both of them and then click add to statement. That'll work too. And then close out when you see your two listed. I'm going to pause here. Let me know if you've got any questions about this. Last thing we need to do here is we need to set up our positive statement. So what I want you to notice, right, is these guys have positive text set up already. What will happen is this positive text is going to get plugged in right here. So what you're seeing on your screen, this 0 in the curly braces, what that is, it's essentially a placeholder for that positive text. What I mean by that is if someone clicks this first smart data element, then that placeholder is going to be replaced by the word integrate. If someone clicks that other smart data element or that other button, they're going to get that positive text of retrograde to fill into that placeholder. So we don't want to mess with that placeholder. You want to leave that alone. But what we want to do is add text around it so we make a little phrase. And the little phrase that we want to make is going to be, I'll write this on my screen here. Our little phrase is going to be in the, whatever it is, direction. That is our little phrase we want to add. So this phrase right here is what I want you to type in. Type in the before your zero in the curly braces and direction after your zero. And one thing your book calls out is put a space before the word in. Put a space here. The reason for that is this is going to come immediately after another phrase, and we want to make sure there's some spaces. And again, what page we're on right now, I see that question coming in, is I'm on page 1317. So we're currently working on setting up this child statement. So we're going to put a space in front of in. I'm going to clear this off my screen so I can type this. So I'm going to type space in the space. I'll leave my placeholder, type another space, direction. And it looks like the system is automatically making that I capitalized. We want it to be lowercase. So this is what your statement should look like in the, whatever that placeholder it is, direction. Mary, I see your question coming in. I think Anjali had been helping you. One thing to check, if you're not able to pull an element list into the statement type, make sure you're selected on the child statement, and maybe try clicking the magnifying glass and see if you can just pick it off the list instead of typing. In the something direction. And you do have a screenshot on page 1318 of what your screen should be looking like. Now, how do we make sure this is kind of looking correct? What I want you to do is head to the preview tab. Head to this little preview tab. And what you should hopefully see is what I'm seeing. It'll say in the antegrade and retrograde direction. How this preview tab works is it shows you what would generate if every option was selected. Not always the most helpful, but here it's kind of showing us if someone clicked both antegrade and retrograde, what would this look like? So that's our little phrase we've set up. One thing I also want to show you is that little phrase is just part of a bigger sentence. So if you click preview parents, what you'll see is your little phrase that you just set up is part of this bigger parent statement that contains all of these smaller phrases. And again, it's a little hard to parse sometimes if some of these options have a lot of different things you can pick, but as long as you're seeing in the antegrade and retrograde direction at the end, you're doing great. If you weren't quite able to get this text generation to work, definitely let us know in the Q&A, but also know we can always help you at the end of class. I am optimistically hoping we'll have a little bit of extra time at the end of class today. We will see how it goes, but we can definitely keep on helping you. Let us know what you're wondering about. That is all I wanted to show you for this text gen. And we are done in our smart form. So we're going to head back to the designer tab. I want you to save all the work that you've done. And then I want you to release your smart form. Check that little release button. Yeah, the whole point of what we just did is we wanted to make sure that when someone clicks antegrade or clicks retrograde, we get our little generated text as part of that bigger generated text. So we would want, if someone clicked inserted and clicked antegrade, we want a little sentence that says the sheath was inserted in the antegrade direction. Yeah, and in the preview it will show you what it looks like if all buttons are clicked. I know we set it up to be not multi-select, but it is going to show you that anyway. So the preview isn't super intelligent, I would say. It's always going to show you what it would look like with everything selected. So don't stress if you're seeing both. That's what I would expect. before you close this smart form, double, triple check, click release. Then click accept. Close that smart form. I'll leave mine open though in case I get any more questions. Let me know what you are wondering. Any questions? Send those in. What I think we will do, I'm just kind of looking at the clock. I want to make sure we have enough time for all the rest of our content today. Hopefully a little bit of a buffer in case people have questions. I think what we'll do is we'll do a quick review of this chapter. Also, in the meantime, feel free to send me in any questions. What we are not going to do right now, take a look in your book on page 1319. We'll do a review using a poll, but what we're not going to do are these if you have time exercises. Essentially, these if you have time exercises are just like extra smart form build practice. So adding another component and then configuring text generation. So I would say these are good ones to flag to come back to and practice later, but I'm not going to give you the time to do them now because they're just repeats of what we did together. So what you're going to see on your screen is a moment, and I am going to open up a poll. Should see that opening up again. I don't know if it'll record those answers, but it'll at least give you a chance to review. You can also use this time to ask me any questions, and we'll regroup in about 4 minutes, tie up this chapter.
Bye.
Bye, Amy.
heads up that that poll is closing shortly, so submit it if you're still working. We'll go over that in just a couple more moments. Let me get my slides set up. Get myself ready to go over this here. So, quick poll here, and I am seeing a lot of correct answers, which is making me happy. And it's making me happy I can see answers. So, our first question here, which parts of a smart form need to be linked to a smart data element? It is all of these. Component as a whole, button and fields, and comment fields if they're there. Now, this next question is something I demoed. It's not something you've had to do. But when you hide a component, do you need to create separate actions to clear the values? Yes, this is true. Clearing the values doesn't happen automatically. You do have to add an action to clear the value. Next one, when users select a value for a component, you want to add a sentence. Adding a sentence, we are talking about text gen. We are talking about text gen here. So if we want to generate text based on what people are clicking in a smart form, that's text generation. And then for true or false, you should create all these smart data elements you need in Cupid. That is so very, very false. If that was true, if you needed to create all the smart data elements in Cupid, you would be really, really sad because of how many there are. So this one is really, really emphatically false. Use existing smart data elements. All right, I'm gonna pause here for a moment. I didn't really add annotations to this one, but let me know if you've got any questions. It was just a short little poll. Let me know if you've got any questions about smart forms. Again, if you were new to smart forms, like I said, there are a couple of exercises where you can do some practice on your own. So I strongly recommend checking them out if you are new to smart forms, if you want some extra practice. Alright guys, we have 2 chapters left, and like I said, we're getting to some shorter chapters to round out the class. So if you can stick with me for a bit more, I know we've been going for a lot of days, we are going to get you the content you need. So our last 2 chapters, procedure log and charges. And when I kind of started this whole smart forms procedure log section, I mentioned that these 2 chapters kind of go together. Right? We've got our procedure log where we're doing our documentation, and parts of the procedure log are going to be linked to smart forms. So we have that point and click documentation. This chapter, we're going to see how do we actually set this up. A big focus for us is going to be how do we set up the toolbox. Notice I have these individual groups in my toolbox that I'm drawing arrows to. Some of these groups, like pre-procedure, are just a big list of events. So we'll see how do we build out groups like these, how do we build out one of these individual events and make sure we have the right documentation options. And then you can also see some of these groups are a little different, right? Meds is a big list of meds. Panels, that's where I can document procedure start and my cardiologist arriving. Staff, that's going to pull in my staff members. So some of these groups have some other functionality going on. And we'll see how do we make those happen as well. Finally, I will say that these toolboxes can get very big and unwieldy. So we'll talk about how to make sure the right things show up to users automatically and how can we hide groups they don't use too often. Anjali's giving you some encouragement there. Cupid is a very big class. So as always, we appreciate that engagement. Let's get into it. Let's start about building that procedure log. So where I want you to meet me is page 14.4. You've got the overall steps for how we are going to build a procedure log. You also have a little screenshot. I was just demoing in the system. But overall steps for creating a procedure log. This part makes me laugh because the first step is just do it. Build a procedure log. We'll do that together. Then what we're going to need to do to distribute it to our users, link it to a profile. And then remember, profiles, they have that whole hierarchy. So we would need to make sure that our profile is linked to the right level of the hierarchy. Now I do see that question from Anya in the Q&A. I know Anjali is answering this. A little bit of terminology here. The procedure log is an example of a narrator. It's a narrator. Narrators live in the HGM master file, and they are just like a different type of documentation tool. Remember I think it was with Bennett yesterday morning, we were building navigators. That's a totally different type of documentation tool. So navigators are in the LVN master file. We use those for begin exam, end exam documentation, and pre-procedure and post-procedure documentation. Narrators are what we use for our procedure log. And your book does have that kind of clarification in the middle of 14.4. There are other types of narrators beyond the procedure log that are used in other parts of EPIC. One that you got to see, I think this was in the homework chapter in CAR 100, is the sedation narrator, right? A patient's coming in for a transesophageal echo. We're going to have to document things about sedation. The nurse will use a sedation narrator. So lots of narrators all over the place as well. The one we focus on in this class, procedure log. Now on 14.5, it calls out that our cath lab department wants a custom version of the procedure log. Now we already have an existing procedure log, so we're not going to start from scratch. Instead, we're going to start with one that already exists and make some tweaks here. Now what I want you to know, and your book calls this out, let me drag it to my screen here. Your book calls out that we are going to make a really tiny procedure log, or we're going to do like a mini procedure log. In reality, there'd be a lot more toolbox groups. We don't want to keep you here forever, so we are just going to build a small procedure log with a few toolbox groups, just so you kind of see what it looks like. All right. So 14.5, we are going to open up a narrator. So I'm going to go back to hyperspace. This first part of our build is going to be in hyperspace. Oops. Here we are. So if you're still in your smart form from the previous chapter, make sure it's released. Click accept to close it. And then from your build dashboard, where we are going to go is this clinical content section, narrator admin. That's where I want you to click. Clinical content, narrator admin. Now I want you to open an existing narrator. TRNCD, your 2-digit number, procedure log. So find your existing narrator. Again, this is something that we built for you before class. In reality, maybe you would go in and duplicate an existing narrator and then start editing. And then open that up. It's been a little bit since I asked for participation, so just give me a green check when you made it here. Let me know you are awake, you are on this screen in hyperspace. Give me a green check. You can also give me an emoji, let me know how you're feeling. Can't see all your faces. I know day 3 afternoon can be tough. See some coffee, some sunglasses, some sleepy people. Yeah, that's kind of what I expect. But check mark, emoji, if you would prefer. Just keeping an eye here, see how people are doing. Anjali's appreciating the sleepy emojis. Yeah, we like the honesty. Yeah, it's what I will say. I want to give you guys a little encouragement. If your head is spinning a little bit, for me personally, whenever I learn a new app at Epic, taking the classes can feel like a lot. When I usually feel like I kind of start to get a handle on things is when I actually go through the project, because it kind of forces me to slow down, go back through the build. I've talked a lot about how much I love diagrams. I reference my diagrams. I'm doing the build, and things kind of start to come together. So if you're feeling a little bit like, I can follow along with you, Laura, but I'm not sure why you're doing it, that's okay. I'll try to keep pulling back the curtain and say, why are we doing this thing? But really, it just takes some time to get a handle on all these records. All right. Hopefully, I have bought enough time for people to get into this procedure log. One thing I do want to point out, and this is not a setting you can change, but it is just something to point out here, is all of your narrators are going to have a context. It's similar to how your smart forms have a certain type, right? We want to limit where in Epic this can be used. So if you're building a procedure log for invasive cardiology, it's going to have a context of invasive IP log. That's just what it's going to be. So that's what we want. We want it to be invasive IP log. If you're building a sedation narrator, you'd pick something different. You would pick sedation. Now there's also this little checkbox checked, and we're going to talk more about this concept in a little bit, that says link groups to procedures. This is going to allow us to essentially control for which procedures do certain toolbox groups appear. In other words, right, if we are documenting a procedure where we're likely to do an intervention like a PCI, we might want certain toolbox groups to appear, and we might not want those toolbox groups to appear if we're only doing a coronary angiography or something like that. So we can say, for certain groups, have them only appear for certain procedures. Checking this little checkbox is going to give us that option. Now this is going to control kind of our whole narrator, but we are going to focus in this chapter specifically on the toolbox. So I want you to go right to toolbox. And the toolbox just has a list of all of those different groups we want in the toolbox on the left-hand side. And remember, I mentioned this is a small one. You can see we only have 9 toolbox groups listed. Right, so we've only got 9 toolbox groups. Now what I do want to point out, right, is notice some groups here have a group type and some don't, right? Panels has a group type, staff has a group type, LDA placement has a group type. I want you to try clicking around a little bit. Click around. Try clicking some different rows. What you might be noticing, right, is depending on the row that you click, you're going to get different configuration options. And they are going to be very different, I would say, if you have a group that has a group type versus one that does not. So for panels, which has a group type of panels, I get nothing to set up. For procedure preparation, I get a whole list of events. The difference here, why some groups have a group type and some don't, is called out on the lower part of 14.6. I'm even going to just drag this over, drag my book over and kind of call out the text that I want you to maybe highlight or star here. For those groups where we want to link out to that existing functionality, we're going to want a group type. For example, if we want our end users to document staff, we're going to use a staff group type. And that is going to automatically allow us to pull in the staff that have been assigned on the snap board, and they'll just be listed here, and we're done. So that staff group type has built-in functionality for us. Whereas if it's a group that we just want a big list of events like procedure preparation, we're going to leave that group type blank, and then all we'll get to do is specify that event list. Now some group types are going to have no additional configuration like panels and staff. Others are going to have some options that are specific to that group type. So we're going to see some examples of these. The bottom of 14.6 calls out that your coworker has already started setting this up. We're going to add a toolbox group for beds. We want this to be the 6th one. All right, so what we're going to have to do, I'm going to drag this off my screen. We're going to add it to our first blank row, and then we're going to do some shuffling. So first blank row you see, I want you to call it TRNCV, your 2-digit number, medications. That's the name that's going to show up in the toolbox. And then I want you to look in the group type. And I want you guys to chat in. Any guesses? What should we pick here? See if you can find something good for us. What do you think would be appropriate? I don't don't expect you to know this without clicking the magnifying glass. So click the magnifying glass, see what's there. Yeah, I'm seeing overwhelming agreement in the chat. Yeah, specifically, right? We want to see the meds. We want options for documenting meds. So if I click this magnifying glass, look at one of these options here. And most people I saw chatted this in. We want to pick one-step meds. Remember, that's what we want in our narrators. We want someone to be able to click a med, automatically places that order behind the scenes automatically, allows us to do that documentation, is going to trigger charges, send the order for cosign, and does everything we want it to do. So we want one-step medications. So pick one-step medications. Now, like I said, depending on the group type, you're going to get different options for your kind of configuration here. You'll get different options. And we could, if we wanted to make some changes here. We're just going to leave this be. So we've got our medications, need for our group, and we're going to use that one-step meds functionality. Now, our little scenario said we wanted this to be the 6th line, or the 6th toolbox group. So notice there is this little kind of shuffle option. With your cursor in the line where you have your meds toolbox group, just use that up arrow, scoot it up to line 6. So we've just created our first toolbox group, and we didn't have to do any configuration because we used a group type. We're going to do this again now. We're going to create another toolbox group, and we're now near the top of page 14.7. It says we want some updates to the procedure preparation group. Specifically, we want to make sure we have the right events, and we also want to adjust some access to procedure prepper or to the miscellaneous group. So let's first tackle procedure preparation. I want you to click in the procedure preparation row. And just so we remember we made changes, just add your prefix in front of procedure preparation. Again, this one does not have a group type. That's okay. We just want a list of options. And notice we've got 3 events. Users have the option to document that the patient is ready, to document that they verify the ID, and to do some other verifications. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add an event to take vitals. And the way we'll do that is just click in line 4 and add CV procedure log vitals. That's in step 8 on page 14.7. CV procedure log vitals. And if it doesn't come up in that recent, that's okay. Keep typing, press enter. That should pull that in. So here we're setting up our little procedure preparation toolbox group, and it's got 4 events. We'll have 4 little green plus signs over in that toolbox group. We'll be able to add these events. Now, one thing I want to point out is we have some options here for when this toolbox group should show up. If the group type is blank, we need to essentially specify when the group should appear by default. So we can say, you know what, this is something that we should always be documenting. No matter what the procedure is, we want to give people options to document procedure preparation. So we could check this little checkbox and say, this group is always visible. Alternatively, we could say, you know what, this isn't applicable all the time. I don't want it to be visible by default for everything. I just want it to be visible by default for certain base procedures. And that's what these options are. It's essentially, when should this group appear? Now, for something like procedure preparation, what do you guys think? Is that something that should always be visible? Something that should only be visible sometimes? Some procedures? What do you think? Yeah, I bet my clinical folks are typing this in. I see a right answer coming in from Renee. Yeah, if we're thinking about all of our procedures, Yeah, I'm seeing most people agreeing here again. Maybe there's always a little bit of wiggle room, but probably most of the time you do want this to always be visible, right? Pretty much all procedures, they're going to have to essentially do this documentation. So we're going to check that little checkbox. So let's do that. Everyone check this group is always visible. So I've got that option of checking this. I've got the option of leaving it blank and specifying a procedure. Check out this miscellaneous toolbox group. Notice for miscellaneous, this group doesn't have the group always visible, and it doesn't have this ORP procedures table filled in. What that means is this group will never appear by default. I want to be really clear here. It doesn't mean that we can never access this toolbox group. It just means it's not going to appear by default. There's a little button you can click in the narrator that says show all, and I can bring back any hidden groups. So I'm just going to show you this on my screen here. If I go back to Julian, I have this little show all button. And if there were groups that weren't visible by default for this combination of procedures for Julian, I can click show all, and look how much bigger my narrator got. Those are all the groups that are not visible by default, including this little miscellaneous one. So it's okay to leave these both blank, but know that if you do that, your end user is going to have to click that show all checkbox. Maybe that's okay for things that are documented pretty rarely, but for things that are documented pretty regularly in procedures, that's probably not what you want. All right. I'm going to pause here. I know we've been doing a lot of builds. Let me know so far if you've got questions, things you are wondering about with this procedure log built. We're going to do one more group. I'm just scrolling down, remembering how many groups we do in this class. If people don't have questions, you should be on page 14.8. 14.8. 14.8 has a scenario box, and I'll kind of scroll us there here. It says that we need a diagnostic cath group. We want to document some things when we're inserting and removing guide wires and catheters, and we only want it to appear by default for your coronary angiography procedure. So what we're going to do is we're going to add our prefix to the diagnostic cath toolbox group, and we're going to adjust when that guide is visible. So I want you to click that row for diagnostic cath, add your prefix, TRNCV, your 2-digit number, then add your procedure. Add that coronary angiography. We built that, when did we build that? We built that right before lunch, before our mid-class break. All right. We are going to do one more thing here. Remember that whole last chapter, we were editing a smart form for the procedure log. I want to show you how we can take that smart form for the procedure log and plug it into one of these events. That way, when our end users, click one of these buttons, like they click to document the patient ID, we see the right smart form full in. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a new one of these events. We're going to take your smart form you just built, and we're going to plug it into that event. So that's what we're going to do on page 14.9. So what I want you to do is you're going to be in this diagnostic cath group. That is perfect. And we are going to create a new event. And that event is going to allow an end user to use your smart form to document that sheet action. The way we're going to do that to create a new event is we're going to click this little green plus sign. So click this little green plus sign again. Make sure you're seeing diagnostic cath. You've clicked into your diagnostic cath row. Click that green plus sign. And we are going to create a brand new event. Step 2 on page 14.9. TRNCB, your 2-digit number. SF, sheath, action. Click accept. Again, you'll get this little window that might be hiding somewhere. We'll give it a name. That's what's going to show up. That's what's going to show up here in our toolbox. Your prefix, sheath, action. Template class. Remember, the whole point of this event is we want it to allow users to document in a smart form. So how we are going to pick that template class, well, I want you to pick Smart Form Note. I want you to pick Smart Form Note. If you click the magnifying glass, you'll see other sorts of documentation we can do, like free text or radiation tracking or LDA placement or supply event. Here, we just want to be able to link the smart form. And once you fill in that class of smart form note, you should then have a field to pull in a smart form. And this is where, hopefully it works out for you, you get to pull in your sheath action smart form that you built in the previous chapter. Once you have this done, you can click accept. And we have our new events. Click accept. You should see your new event has been added. Oops. And in your book, it called out this should be the first event. So if you'd like, you can do a little shuffling. Use this little up arrow down here. You can just shuffle that one up. I am going to pause here. Pause here. Let me know if you've got questions for me. Questions about the procedure log. Yeah, and I'm seeing a question come in. Should we make this group always visible? In the scenario we had in the book, we decided that we only wanted it to be visible for your coronary angiography. Now, if you're looking at this and saying, hey, you know what, I think we really would want all these events to be accessible generally when people are doing cardiac cath procedures, that's fine too. You could definitely make this always visible. For class today, we just wanted you to get practice trying a different kind of way to set it up. All right. Send in any other questions you have, then we are done with this build. So I am going to click accept, and click accept, and then I want to talk to all of you about kind of what we're going to do next. So I'm going to click accept, and talk to everybody about what's coming next. All right, get ready for some Zoom in here. So I want to kind of regroup and chat with you all about what we've been doing over these past couple of chapters, right? We spent a good chunk of this chapter building the procedure log, right? The procedure log was that narrator record. Ooh, I think it's HG. I'm having doubts here. Angela, can you check me? Is it HGM or HGN? Say that. I'll correct it if it's wrong. But we built that procedure log record, that narrator. It's right. Okay, great. And what we just did right now is we just set up an event. We just built an event. And that event, oh, I'm running out of spots here, pulled in our smart form. So we just connected all of these records together. We took your smart form and plugged it into that new event. We took that new event, and it's now part of that procedure log. And in reality, there would be many of these events. Right? There are many events in the log. We just did one. So the next question is, okay, where does the procedure log get plugged into? And what we're going to see coming up right now is we're going to take the procedure log and we are going to plug it in to a profile. Hopefully profiles feel familiar from your CLN class, right? They control all those settings and activities. We are going to link the procedure log to a profile. Now, does anyone remember how many levels do we have for profiles? I'm having deja vu here. I wonder if I asked you guys this question in an earlier chapter. But how many levels does a profile hierarchy have? Yeah. I see the right answer from Pratik and Christine, right? We're going to have our levels of our profile hierarchy. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people sending the right answer. It's going to be 6. It's got user template. Ooh, I picked font that was way too big. Epicare security. Department. Ooh, I gotta stop doing spaces. Department. Oh, yeah. This is what happens the day 3 of class. Revenue, location, service area, then system definitions. That's it. User template is very big on this on this list, but we've got our 4 or 6 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this link right here is our last link we need to make. We're going to have to take our procedure log, plug it into a profile. Now I will say that the profile we are going to edit right now is actually already hooked up to your department. You did that in an exercise the morning of day 1. You did that. You linked your profile to the department. So we're going to do one quick thing in text. We're going to link your procedure log to a profile. That profile is already linked to the department. And then hopefully, if you log into your department and you open up this procedure log narrator for a patient, you're going to see your procedure log. So I'll leave this up for a second in case you want to grab this little diagram. We do have a big picture diagram for all the case-based build, and we have a different one for all the appointment-based build. I'll send you the links in our post-class email. But I like doing this little smaller one just to remind you of what we've done over these last 2 chapters. So last call for screenshots here. And 1410, we are going to need to be in text. So I'm going to clear this off my screen now. I want you to open your text session back up. You are likely at this procedure prompt. And what I want you to do is back all the way up. So keep on pressing page up. Eventually, you're going to get stuck at clinical administration. You're going to have to pick option 9 to quit. Now, if you closed your text session earlier, just relaunch it, meet us on the first screen. So you're going to pick option 9 to quit if you're stuck here, like I am. That'll take you back to the first screen. And from this first screen, we're going to go to the same place we went in our CLN class to edit a profile. We're going to have to go to clinical administration. And Anjali, if you can chat in that path as we go here, we're going to pick clinical administration, number 11. Management options, number 1. Management options, number 1. And then profiles, number 5. And at that profile prompt, you're going to open up your profile that we copied for you in class, and that is hopefully linked to your department. And Anjali just put in that path. Again, you are going to have to go all the way back to the first screen in text. You might have to pick that quit option to get there. From there, you go in clinical admin, management option, profiles, 1115. At this prompt, type in your prefix, invasive, cardiology department. And again, we are on page 1410. We're doing steps 1 and 2. 1410, steps 1 and 2. We are linking our procedure log to a profile. Right. I am going to pause here, give people a chance to get to this spot. So I'll pause here for a moment. If you're here, you can give me a green check or emoji. Let me know that you're here. Awesome. I'm seeing green checks and emojis come in. Yeah, and I'm seeing a question from Bob. I'll just grab that one while people are getting in here. What does partial profile mean? Essentially, this means that this isn't our last stop in this profile hierarchy. The system's going to check this profile and it's going to keep going. I think the only profile that says something different is if you go into like LPR1, the system definitions profile. I forget what it says there, but I don't think it's partial profile. So the way I think of that phrase is just, we're not going to grab all the settings from here. We're going to search that hierarchy. All right, seeing a good number of checks and emojis. Maybe a few people still working. We need to be logged into text as the admin. So your admin 5038. You're following that path in step 1 on page 1410, and Anjali also put that in the chat. And then you're opening your invasive cardiology department profile. And when you're here, just give me a green check. Number is a little lower than it's been, so I'll wait another moment. Just let it tick up a little bit. I do know end of day 3 is tough. See it go up a little. Anjali just chatted in the page number as well. So from here, if you are here with me, we are really just going to make one setting. We're just going to hook up our narrator, and you can probably guess where we are headed. We are headed to option 15, narrator. So if you made it here with me, I want you to pick option 15, narrator. And notice, there's just 2 lines already here. We have one line that says invasive IP log. We have one line that says sedation. I want you to just tab over in the first row to that narrator configuration record and get rid of what's there, replace it with your narrator. The easiest way I think to do this is just to press F2. F2 clears out that value, and then type in your prefix. So F2 to clear the value, type in your prefix, that should pull in your procedure log. Remember when we opened that narrator, I had kind of called out how we have that context for our narrator. That's going to determine where it can be linked. And we can actually link multiple narrators to a profile as long as they've got different contexts. So we've got one narrator right here to use in the procedure log, and then we've got another one to use for sedation. Yeah. Sadly, there is no undo for F1. So you can just essentially recreate what's on my screen. F3 restores things in a single field, but I don't think it undoes F1. So what I want you to do, if you accidentally deleted a whole row, just recreate it. Just type in your next 3 row invasive IP log, and then fill in your procedure log. It doesn't matter if you swap the order and you have sedation first. Not going to mess anything up. Courtney, you can check the chat for the file path. It's 1115. So clinical admin, management options, profile. And then once you're in the profile, you're picking option 15, I think it was, for narrator. That'll take you to this screen. And the only setting you're going to change is you're going to swap out the procedure log that's there and replace it with yours. I'm going to leave mine open for a moment because I know people were getting caught up. But we just made that link from the narrator to profile. Now, in a moment, I'm going to give you a bit of time to test your work and also some time to take a little break as well. Before we test our work, though, first off, make sure you close your profile. You are going to have to press Shift F7 a couple of times. And second, I just have a question for you. So I'm going to close my profile. I'm going to Shift F7 once, twice to get out of here. And then my question for you, and let me get to my PowerPoint. Ooh, I'm one slide ahead of where I want to be. Give me a second here. is when you're testing your work, let's imagine you're not seeing your narrator. What might be something you need to do? How do you make sure you're affected by this profile? Yeah, I see a good answer coming in already. If you're not seeing your narrator, remember, we linked your narrator to a profile. The profile we picked is linked to a department. So if you're not seeing your narrator, what's that thing we'd have to check? I see a couple right answers in. Yeah, what we would need to check for sure is, are we in the right department? And this seems like a pretty obvious one, but it's one that trips people up all the time. When you test your work in this chapter, you absolutely need to be logged into your department. If you are not logged into your department, you are not going to see your narrator. Because again, linked to a department level profile. All right, so let me point out what's left in this chapter, and then I'll talk about our kind of plan of attack here. If you look on page 1412, you'll see we do have a brief exercise to create a status board report. So again, if you look on page 1412, essentially we want to be able to see patients who are here, ready to go, in your cardiac cath labs. So we're going to need a new status board report. First step in this exercise is log into the right department, and then you're going to set up a status board report. So essentially, you're going to use the little actions button. It's like all the way in the upper right of the status board, and you're going to save off a copy of this existing status board report, and you are going to essentially add your cardiac cath labs to the list of locations and make it your default. There's going to be a little checkbox down in the bottom left. Now, there's also an exercise to test your work. What I do want to warn you about is if you didn't do that test your work exercise over lunch where you created and scheduled a case for Mitch, this exercise isn't going to work. It's going to pick up with Mitch. So I'd say if you didn't do that exercise earlier, your call here, you can go back and start working on that exercise, or you can skip it and take a longer break. It's not too long of an exercise. We really just want you to be able to see that procedure log. In the interest of time, I'm kind of looking at the clock. I want to make sure we've got enough time. Let's take about 20 minutes. We're going to take about 20 minutes. And I'm going to let it be kind of up to you how you want to spend that 20 minutes. If you want, I'm going to get rid of this check mark actually. If you want to take a 20-minute break, do it. Get some coffee, take a quick walk around your house, whatever. Take a 20-minute break. If you want to create a new status board and test your work, do that too. We are going to come back in 20 minutes, and then we've got one shorter chapter left to go. I'm going to put that on my slide, and I do see that question from Francis, so I'll also add a note on the slide for which exercise you would have to go back and complete if you want to do exercise 2. So I'll update that all on my slide. All right, we'll plan a regroup time in 20 minutes, and again, your call on how you want to spend that 20 minutes. No, you're not going to need this stuff for the next chapter. All right, I'll see you back in 20 minutes. All right. It is 4:05 Central Time, so we are going to come back. Let me get all of my windows, everything set up here. I figured that we needed like a little boost, a little bit of excitement, get us ready for our last chapter of the day. So I thought we would play a Sporkle quiz. This one is, I can't physically give you candy because we are all in different places, but we're going to play a quiz about candy. And maybe there'll be some sort of sugar rush that happens through the internet. I don't know, but we're going to try to get excited for our last chapter and see how we do, see if we can name all of these candies by cross section. If you have any candy on hand, please eat some of it, and we'll see what happens. So chat in if you recognize any of these candies. I will type it in. Twix, yes. Reese's. If I miss your answer, just type it again. They are flying fast. Snickers. I saw Cadbury. Cream, egg. How much is it making me type? Nutter butter? Maybe not. Almond Joy. I saw someone type in. Kit Kat. Kisses. Toblerone, very distinctive shape. Baby Ruth. Take 5. How many have we gotten? Oh, we got that whole first row. Let me scroll down a little bit. I think people are saying Butterfinger. I think I saw someone say Thin Mint. It's not a Thin Mint. Yeah, it is a York Peppermint Patty. Milky Way. Whopper. Payday. Rolo. Nice. Mounds. Yeah, that's that coconut. What are we missing? These two? Hershey bar, yes. Hershey. Oh, I started typing Hershey bar in the chat, guys. Whew. Last one. Someone's got it. Who's got it? It is Kristen. Junior Mint. And oh wait, we had one more I missed. What? Oh, right here. What did we miss here? I saw raisinette. It's not raisinette. It's not mini eggs. Maybe someone even typed it in and I didn't put in their answer. Yeah, it is M&M's. Nice job, everybody. M&M's. Yeah, I will say, I don't know if this is controversial. I don't really like milk chocolate. Like I am dark chocolate through and through. I will take like any of these in the dark chocolate version. That is my strong preference. But I am very big on dark chocolate and like all this stuff I can kind of take it or leave it unless it's dark chocolate. Milky Way Midnight, 100% into it. Dark chocolate Kit Kats, yes. White chocolate, I'm also a hard pass on white chocolate. Way too sweet for me. Bennett was talking about how he doesn't like arugula yesterday because it's too bitter. I'm all about the bitter. Dark chocolate, coffee, yes. Mary's backing me up on the Milky Way Midnight. Oh, so much better than regular Milky Way. All right, thanks for playing that game, guys. What I just want to call out, I know I labeled this slide Choose Your Own Adventure. The reason for that is that if you didn't get to test your work now, don't worry about it. You can always test your work at the end of the day. You can test your work tomorrow. Maybe that's even better. But it's not going to impact you for what we're doing together in the next chapter. Oh, and Pratik's agreeing with me on the dark chocolate as well. All right. So what we are going to do now is we are going to move on to our last chapter of the day. So very exciting. I feel very pleased with whoever originally designed this training companion because we have our shortest chapter is our last chapter. So we've got our shortest chapter left to go. And our last chapter is all about invasive charging. Now we've kind of touched on invasive charging a little bit, but this chapter is going to actually allow us to do some build for invasive charging. And we're going to kind of bring together some of the things we talked about throughout this invasive kind of section of the class. Now 15.3 has a bit of background info for you about invasive charges. Kind of big picture things is that typically in invasive cardiology, the way we recommend you set it up is we don't want you to have charges trigger automatically. Instead, what's going to happen is that charges are only going to trigger when the log is posted. That's going to give us some more flexibility, give the charge poster the ability to resolve any errors. Now, a bunch of charges are going to get automatically added, like for supplies and time and room and implants and staff and all of that. But the charges for the procedure itself, that is going to be something the charge reviewer manually selects. And how they're going to do that is using something called a charge capture preference list. And I just want to remind you of what this looks like in the system. So again, you should not be doing this with me. I had to set this up before we came back, so don't try to do this part with me. I'm logged in as a charge poster. I'm in the charge entry palette. I'm going to see charges come in automatically, like charges for supplies. I would also see charges for time-based resources. This patient's case doesn't have much documentation, so I don't have too much showing up here. So I'd essentially have all my technical charges for lots of things pull in, but my charges for the procedure itself, for those, we recommend that your charge entry or your charge posters manually add them. The way they're going to do that is by clicking this add button and picking the right charge from the charge entry palette. Or sorry, the charge capture preference list. Oh my goodness, charge capture preference list. And the way this charge capture preference list is set up is it's broken out into kind of different subgroups here. So I've got all of my interventional cath. And you can see here, here are all of these different PCIs. As the charge poster, I would pick the right PCI charge from this list and I would add it. And the right charge would depend on what actually happened during that procedure. And we recommend doing the build this way. Again, because charges are so complex, we want to make sure we're charging the right thing. And just attaching charges to that specific performable we built, that's typically not specific enough. So that's why we have our charge posters pick a charge off this list. So what we are going to do in this little chapter, we are going to see, okay, we've got all these entries on this list. How would we build just like one of these? What's going on with these entries? What's happening? And then we'll also talk about how do we build this whole charge capture preference list. Again, we're going to build a little tiny version. And then lastly, how do we take that charge capture preference list and distribute it to our users? So that's our plan for this chapter. So where I want you to meet me is on page 15.4. And 15.4 does have those build steps that I just kind of verbally talked you through. What we are going to be doing here, again, is we're going to be building those records that are on the charge capture preference list. Once we have those records, we're going to build them into a preference list, link that preference list to a profile, and then make sure that profile is attached to the right level of the hierarchy. Now this first bullet point right here, or number one, step one, is what we're going to focus on. We are going to have to build those performable chargeable records. And I want to talk to you about that structure. What are we meaning here? We'll take a look on the bottom of 15.4 onto 15.5. All of these items on my charge capture preference list, all of these guys are all performable / chargeable EAPs. So they're going to be procedure records with a record purpose of performable / chargeable. Now, why do we build them like that? You can think of these guys as serving as a record of the specific procedure that was performed. And what they're going to do is pull in the appropriate charges. And you've got a little diagram this on page 15.5. I want to see if I've got a slide for this as well. But you've got a diagram on 14.5. Oh, there it is. We're going to have our performable chargeable procedure. And that performable chargeable procedure is going to be linked to technical charges and professional charges. So again, you can think of this performable chargeable as representing the specific procedure that was performed. And then we're going to attach multiple charges, plural, we want for that specific procedure. And the nice thing about this build is our charge poster just picks one procedure. You just get to pick one thing off the list, but then that's going to result in multiple charges. So our charge poster doesn't have to go in and pick every individual technical and professional charge. They pick that one thing that represents what was done. That pulls in all the charges it's supposed to pull in. So that's why we're not going to directly just take all these technical and professional charges from the billing team and just pop them right onto our preference list. We're going to kind of package them up into this performable chargeable procedure. Our charge posters then have an easier job. They just pick that performable chargeable, and that is what we're going to put on our preference list. And your book on the top of page 55 is essentially talking you through this. Now on the middle of 15.5, we are just going to build one kind of sample or one example of this. There would be a lot of these. Maybe you're building these through a spreadsheet or a Chronicles import. We're just going to build one of these records. We couldn't let you leave Cupid without building another EAP. So we're going to build one more EAP. We're going to link up some charges to it. You'll see what this looks like. All right, I'm going to clear this off my screen in a moment. So last call for screenshots. And we are going to need to be back in text heading to the procedure master file, where again, this should be a path we are starting to build up a little muscle memory for. So I'm going to clear this off my screen. Where I want you to go, oh my goodness, I have so many things open. Let me find text. You are probably at this profile prompt with me. I want you to just keep on pressing page up until you're back at this top menu. Eventually page up won't work anymore, you'll land right here. And then the path we're going to take is one we've taken many times, 13.1, 14.1. If you've never tried chaining in text, do it, try it. 13, 1, 14, 1. It's a good path to memorize. Save you a lot of time in our training environments. Julie, maybe you can chat that into the chat as well, that path. 13.1, 14.1. That'll land you at this procedure master file prompts. We are going to create a new record called your prefix course. And again, maybe this would be a little more specific or a variation on a course. We just want to show you how this works. So once you get to this procedure prompt, type in your prefix course. Again, that was 13 for Cupid, 1 for master file maintenance, 14 for procedure related, 1 for procedure. And I will also say that if your brain is goo at this moment and you just want to watch me build a procedure, that's fine. You'll still be able to build a preference list. So this is also not a bad time to take a little break from doing things. Once you have that procedure name filled in, we'll do what we always do. We'll say, yes, we want a new procedure. We'll keep on pressing enter, and we'll land on this procedure information screen. Now, there is going to be one thing we do different, so I want you to just kind of keep an eye on what I'm doing. You're going to move down to procedure type. As always, we set that to charge. We're still going to need to link a category. We're going to link it to the CV invasive charges category. And then we're actually going to go back up to the top of this screen and set the billing status to active. Setting it to active is going to allow us to add this procedure to a charge capture preference list. So I want you to move your cursor back up. You can use the up arrow and change that billing status to active. The system doesn't let us to set that billing status to active until we filled out some of those other fields. So that's why we did it in that kind of slightly out of order way. We're doing procedure type, category, then move it back up, setting the billing status to active. Once you have those fields filled in, I'll just kind of call them out on my screen with these little blue arrows here. Once you've got those filled in, page down, and we are going to set performable TS and chargeable yes. Performable, chargeable, set those to yes. And then page down one more time. We're going to link some charges. And this is on 15.6. Maybe you want to do a little bit of copy and pasting. I know that's what I'm going to do. We're going to link some chargeables. only type of charge router. Our first one is going to be a technical charge. And our second one is going to be a professional charge. So these are the charges that we want to pull in when someone picks this particular procedure from the charge capture preference list. And then we have just one more setting to make. We're going to page down one of our favorite settings in the procedure record. We have talked about it a few times in this class. Clinically active. And again, the question you are asking yourself for clinically active, is this something I want a clinician to order for their patients? All right, I can't help myself. I gotta ask you guys to chat in, and I gotta see if you're still here. What do you think we should set for clinically active? Is this a procedure someone is going to order for their patient that should show up in order entry? Oh, thank you guys so much. I see lots of chats still coming in. A lot of agreement. No. Oh, and I like Karen's. She sent in a bunch of O's. Long no. And if you got it wrong, don't worry about it. But for this one, right, we don't want it to show up in ordering workflows. It's not something that should be ordered. It's something we're going to pick way at the end, and the charge poster is going to do that. So showing up on a preference list is not the same as like appearing in an ordering workflow. So I just want to make that distinction. It's going to show up on a charge capture preference list, not a preference list someone's ordering from. All right, from here, close out, Shift F7. And again, if you didn't build that procedure with me, you can still do the next part with me. You can still do the next part. Because we've got our procedure built. From here, now that we have our procedure built, we're going to take that procedure plus, a whole bunch of others, pop them into a preference list. That's step 2. We're going to compile those into a preference list. Now, our preference list build is going to be in hyperspace. And again, we are going to be building a super tiny version of a preference list. In reality, like the preference list I was showing you logged in as the charge poster was very big. We're just going to do a little one. So the bottom of 15.6 calls out, right, that we want a preference list. We want our preference list to have some structure. So we're going to do this in hyperspace as 10. Now, I do want you to double check who you're logged in as. If you were doing that test your work exercise in the previous chapter, you might not be in as Tim. You might be in as somebody else. So double check that you're logged in as Tim. If you're not in as Tim, log out, log back in. That login is 5038, your 2-digit number. And then when you make it back in as Tim, we're going to just chart search for the preference list composer. So control space, chart search for preference list composer. I'll draw a little arrow there. Preference list composer, that's what we want. Use this moment for a little water break here. Preference list composer. Once you click that, and I'm going to click it on my screen now. Looks like I'll have to chart search again. Preference list composer. You'll be in this little preference list selector. This user doesn't have any user preference lists or things. We are just going to create a brand new preference list. It's way down at the bottom. Use that create new button. So I want you to click create new. And you'll get this little window. And we have to, add some settings here. We'll call it your prefix, cap, charges. The list type going to be procedures. It's not a preference list for meds. It's not a preference list that combines those two. So we want the list type to be procedures. Subtype, charges. Now the ordering mode is going to be automatically selected for outpatient, and that is fine. It doesn't mean we won't be able to use this charge capture preference list if the patient is inpatient. That's just what's going to default in for our
Oh
charge
my
capture
God, get out of
preferences.
here.
So I wouldn't overthink that, just accept that setting. And then notice we have these different record purposes.
Bye.
Chargeable is selected for us when we pick the subtype of charges, and that's what we want, because we only want to be able to add procedures to this preference list if chargeable is set to yes. Because again, we're building a charge capture preference list. Now, once you have all these fields filled out, click accept, and you'll be in your preference list. Now we are going to need to give our preference list some structure. And if I go back just for a moment, remember, this preference list has a bunch of structure, right? I've got a cath section with all of these different subsections here. So we're going to build out this same sort of structure here for our preference list. Craig, I appreciate you still cracking jokes here. Craig saying if we want to get our preference list to have some structure, we should send it to military
I'm
school.
trying to
Man, that really made me laugh. Could be 4:26 p.m. brain. But we need to give this some structure. So we are going to add some sections, add some
But I can't figure out where
subsections.
to
So
choose
click
the
the
parameter.
new section
I've looked
button.
everywhere. I've been in Galaxy.
Let's call it your prefix, cath. So make a new section, your prefix, cath.
I was doing a lot of that today.
And then we'll also add a subsection. So with your section selected, click new subsection. And we'll call that one your prefix, cath diagnostic. Now I went through that quick. Those were steps 4 through 7 on page 15.7. So all we did was add a section called your prefix cath. And then with that section selected, we added a subsection called your prefix cath diagnostic. So we're just building out that little tree kind of indented structure to help your charge capture or your charge poster navigate the charge capture preferences. And then once we have, some sections, some subsections, then we're just going to want to add items to those subsections. So what I want you to do is with this cath diagnostic subsection selected, click new item. And we are going to add your course charge, your prefix course. Now, if you didn't build a chargeable, performable procedure, you can steal mine, totally fine. Or you can just add something random, but just add a charge. You do have the option to update the display name, to attach modifiers, things like that. We're not going to do any of that. All we're going to do is just click accept and new item. So if we had like a whole list we were working through, clicking accept a new item is way more efficient, because if we clicked accept, then we would have to go back and click new item. That's 2 clicks instead of 1. So let's just click accept and new item. And I would strongly recommend for this part, just type in the IDs in those brackets. So we're in step 11 on 15.8. You can add 1 or 2 or all 4 of these. You could just type in INV card 218. That'll pull in the right charge. We're just typing in the record ID. INV card 218. And then click accept a new item. And type in INV card 146, accept a new item. You kind of get what we're doing here. We would just enter in all of those procedures. I'm just going to enter a couple. I might not even type all of these in on this list. When I'm done entering a few of these, I'll just click accept. And I'll have my little mini tiny charge capture preference list going. So I'd say it's your call how many of those in step 11 you want to add. But really, it's just kind of doing that over and over again. We would add some additional sections and subsections to our list, and then we'd add all of the appropriate items to all of those subsections. So yours might be a little longer than mine, I just wanted to show you it's okay if you don't do them all right now. That's actually all we're going to do for building this charge capture preference list together. I want to pause here though. Let me know if you've got any questions about this charge capture preference list build. We're keeping it short and sweet for this chapter, but if you've got questions for me about that, let me know. Once you are done with this part, you've got some length of charge capture preference list. What you can just do is close it by clicking the little X in the upper right. There's no like save button. I promise it's saved. You can just close out. We've got our little charge capture preference list. So thinking about what we've done so far, we've just compiled some number of performable chargeable records into a charge capture preference list. What's left is making sure that preference list is attached to a profile to distribute it to our users, and then attaching the profile to the right level of the profile hierarchy. Now we've already done this. I had mentioned that was way early in class, way back in chapter 2. Step 3 is the only thing left for us to do really in this chapter. Now that's going to come in an end of chapter exercise. What I'm thinking, given that it's around 4:30, I got a little bit more kind of text to talk through with you. It's going to take a couple minutes. Then I'll kind of point out the exercise, and then I'll officially kind of wrap up class. And I'll let you decide when you want to do those exercises, and you can just drop off when you're ready. That way we're not just like kind of waiting for everyone to do the exercises. So I'll wrap up this chapter, wrap up the class, and then I'll give you time to do the exercises, and I'll hang out on the WebEx. I'll be there to answer any questions you've got. But this last step of linking the preference list to a profile, we're going to let you do that on your own, because you've entered profiles before, you've moved around in text before. We'll let you handle that. There's also going to be an exercise where you'll get to test your work. Now, what's left in this chapter that I mentioned, I would recommend maybe flagging page 15.9 for yourself, especially if you're going to be working in invasive charging. What this page just calls out is how do we handle charging in invasive cardiology? First paragraph talks about for those inventory items and time-based resources, how do we handle charging? And then this latter part just reviews how do we handle charging for invasive procedures. Now the way we recommend the foundation system is called out right here. Again, it's doing this charge capture preference list build and having charge posters manually select the right charges. These other two guys are other options. You could charge based on time spent in the cath lab. That's kind of more similar to how we typically do charging in the OR. We'll have procedure levels and charge based on time spent in the OR. Or you can have charging happen automatically. And again, that is not our recommendation, but it is an option as well. So this just lays out the different options available. And again, that first one is what we recommend. Now the rest of this is, like I said, linking that preference list to a profile. That's exercise 1. And then exercise 2 is setting yourself up for testing. So you're going to create a new report for the posted, unposted logs activity. That way you can see a log show up for your MIDGE patient. And then exercise 3 is just checking to see if you get to see your charge capture preference list. And again, all these test or work exercises kind of build on each other. So you could always go back after class, maybe tomorrow, finish up all the test your work. And really, all we want you to see is your little baby charge capture preference list showing up right there. Now, if you love building preference lists, exercise 4 is just adding more sections and subsections, making your preference list more robust. I would say this exercise is one that you can skip without any guilt, because it's really just an extra practice. It's nothing new that you're learning. So that's exercise 4. So you're just going to build some more sections. It shows you some keyboard shortcuts, and then you're going to add a bunch of items to your preference list. That will take you to the end of the chapter. and it will also take you to the end of the class. So I want to just say that I've appreciated so much all of your feedback, all of your participation. I really appreciate that throughout the class. I'm also curious how people are feeling. So maybe give me an emoji. Let me know how it's going. You can be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if I get some sleepy emojis. How are people feeling about Cupid? I do know it's a lot of content, but hopefully you've got at least a good kind of overview of how things work in non-invasive and invasive. You kind of know where to learn some more. Oh, I do see one question I just want to clarify in case anyone else had the same question. We did not in this class build that profile we've been linking things to. We just had it created for you. So you definitely did not build a cath lab profile. We just created it. I see some people saying they are exhausted. Yeah, that is okay. Definitely going to take some review. Mary's turning in review, practice, repeat, definitely. I will also pass along your thanks to Bennett. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. I'm seeing some sleepy faces, some smiley faces, some
See
annoyed
y'all.
faces. All right, that's kind of what I expect. Um, Again, it does take time. I do just want to call out what's kind of left for you to do today. There is a training evaluation, and actually, if you can pop that into the chat, that would be really helpful. That link for the training evaluation. Let us know what you thought of the class, what you thought of my training and Bennett's training. We really do appreciate that feedback. So we'll make sure to get that link into the chat shortly. Additionally, you can work on any exercises from earlier chapters. And then there are a couple of homework chapters. So Anjali just put that link in the chat for the eval. Chapters 16 through 18 are homework chapters. So a hint, you should do those chapters before you take the exam. That would be a smart idea. They're not too long. Chapter 16 is about cardiology security, 17 is about supplies and implants, and then 18, if you've never done Smart Tool Build before, definitely check that out. So do all of these. They do not depend on build from the rest of the class. So you could do them next week, 2 weeks from now in the practice environment. Don't feel like rushed to take care of those chapters. They don't depend on those kind of previous chapters we did today. Now, other things I want to point out briefly, Appendix A has some additional study resources for you. So I am just going to point that out on my screen. If you check out Appendix A, if you are feeling a little bit like your head is spinning, I would really recommend checking out Appendix A. It has morning reviews. So I know we did these morning reviews together, but Appendix A has a lot more questions. I think Ben and I only gave you like 7 questions a day. There are 10 questions a day. There are questions on the content from today. So I recommend taking a look at those morning reviews. It's a nice way to study, in addition to the end of chapter questions. There's also a lab. And what the lab has is a mix of some build exercises and also some conceptual exercises. So it's a really nice way to practice if you want to do the lab before the project. It's kind of in between in terms of the amount of kind of like hand holding and instruction we give you between class and the project. So if you're not sure you're ready for the project yet, the lab would be a really good thing to look at. There are also some troubleshooting questions. So if you find troubleshooting questions on the exam difficult, I really recommend going through this lab and maybe even download the book without answers. Now, I do see a question that Kristen chatted in. I really recommend doing the project before you take the exam. The project is going to force you to study. That's essentially the reason we created them. It's going to force you to study. So it's going to make you rebuild most of what we did in class. And what I always like to think about the project too is it's a good way to know what you didn't understand. What I mean by that, if you didn't understand invasive procedures and you build it incorrectly, your project's not going to work. And that's a good clue for you that that's something you need to study. All right. Now, in terms of practicing, what I will say is the practice environments refresh every week, but the project environment does not. So I saw that question from you, Virginia. When you're practicing, it is true that the practice environments refresh. Project environment stays the same for months. So you got plenty of time to do that. Right. Thinking of anything else I want to call out? Maybe one more thing I just want to check real quick. is when our classroom environment resets. All right, it looks like our classroom, this is so oddly specific. I'm going to chat it in. I just chatted in the time our classroom environment resets. It is August 16th at 5:17 p.m. Sure, 5:17 p.m. That's when our our class environment resets. So if your brain is, you're full, you're done, you can come back into the class environment tomorrow, TRN 1289. All your work will be there. You can finish up any outstanding exercises, test your work, do it all at your own pace tomorrow. It looks like you got until the 16th, which I think is Monday, if my math is right, to finish that up. One question I'm seeing in from Ryan, does it matter which order you take this test and the configuring the Epic end user class? Not really, no. I would say the bigger deal is do the project for this class before you take the exam for this class. But I would say wherever you want to kind of fit in the configuring the Epic end user exam, go for it. All right, I see a couple questions coming in. I think we'll just keep on taking those one-on-one. But again, thank you so much for all your participation, all of your enthusiasm and chats. It's really been a pleasure teaching you guys. I will leave this slide up. Again, you do have a couple exercises in lesson 15 to take a look at, but feel free to do that tomorrow or whenever you like. Classroom environment resets Monday at the end of the day. All right, Anjali, let me know if you think I'm missing anything. But I think that's it. All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all again. And good luck on your assessments. Good luck with Cupid. Oh, and we will send you a post-class email. And Anjali just reminded me, I'm going to work on a post-class email for you guys. That post-class email will have all this info. It will also have some links to big picture diagrams. So if you want a big diagram of how all the stuff we built fits together, that'll be in the post-class email as well. All right. That's it. I am going to mute myself, turn off my camera. Like I said, we will hang out on the WebEx for a bit in case you do have questions for us. All right, thanks everybody. Definitely give yourself a rest. You really deserve it. All right. Have a great day.